cut something out, then you crave it and you binge it and you end up in a worse place than when you started. Cut it back. People ask me all the time, how many carbs a day do you eat? And I have no idea. My doctor even gets more aggressive with it. He says, that's a silly question, David. He said, you can keep a food diary and approximate, but you're never going to know exactly. He said, I want you to listen to 4 things.
This is the Kim Gravel Show.
Let's just go on and spill the tea.
This is one of the realest persons I've ever met.
My mission is to encourage every single woman. We're here to lift y'all up.
There's no one more effective than moms.
You mess with the bull, you gonna get the horns.
I need coffee, I need Jesus, and I need therapy.
If you can bring a smile to people's faces, why would you not?
True confidence is knowing who you are and why you're here.
Hey, everybody, this is the Kim Gravel Show. And this season, we are going to be leveling up our lives, stepping into our purpose, and we're going to do it together. And today, you're going to be so inspired because our guest, Zach, is David Venable. He is one of the premier hosts on QVC. I mean, he's been there, I think, 30-something years.
He's QVC royalty.
He's royalty. But only that, I mean, he's just made such a huge life transformation. He's lost over 71 pounds. Let me tell you, David has sold over 800,000 books. I can't tell you how many millions and millions of dollars he has sold on QVC, on the QVC platform. And he just recently lost 71 pounds and has kept it off for over a year and counting. I mean, that is, when you hear his story, Zach, about how he took control of his life and just said, and his health, and said, I'm going to do this. It's inspiring.
Yeah. And I think, and he's inspired a lot of people along the way, hasn't he?
Right. Yeah. I mean, he does it every week. And I like, he has this message of being, you know, taking care of ourselves and being responsible for our own health. But also, I love the fact, watching his story, it inspires me personally because we do have some control over our health and our well-being and our energy and our becoming our best selves. And I think that's what David really has shown us through his journey. And that's why we go through the things we go through, y'all, is to encourage each other and lift each other up. And so, you know, if you want to feel better about who you are, if you want a little motivation to step out of your comfort zone, if it's lose a little weight, if it's start a new career, if you're wanting to just go to the next level in your life, you have to stay tuned and watch and listen to David Venable and his journey and his weight loss journey and his health journey. And you're going to hear that right after this. Hey, y'all, it's Kim Gravel here. And I got a question for you. Are you ready to level up your life? Are you tired of having all the self-doubt? Well, if you are, I've got a confidence quiz you've got to take, because no matter where you are in the journey of your life, right now is where you start to be everything you were meant to be. So head on over to kimgravel.com to find out how confident you really are. Let's go. Okay. QVC royalty is on today's show, and I mean that because the one and only David Venable is on the pod, Zach.
David Venable.
Oh my gosh. David, I'm just going to tell everybody, he's the host of the QVC popular show In the Kitchen with David, many other shows. He has some new block of summer programming coming to QVC. It's launching today. We're here to talk to you, David. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. You know how much I adore you.
Listen, the feeling is totally mutual. Okay, David, everybody, I just want to jump into what I want to talk to you about, because you look amazeballs.
Oh,
you look so hot. You look so slim and trim. I mean, you've been working out. You've been slimming down, 71 pounds down and holding. That's what I want to talk to you about today. I'm sorry. Everybody's going to want to know your secrets and how you got there. Tell me, what in the world, David? Because everybody knows you. You're famous.
Well, I mean, in the world of pots and pans and food, I am famous. Outside of that, probably nothing. But It's important to know regular visits to your doctor are so critical. I'm a big fan of partnering with your physician, not just sitting and being a passive participant in your health. And so when I went in for my physical after the exam, my doctor said, "Would you step in my office? I'd like to talk to you." I was like, "Oh boy, I know what's coming." So we went into his office and we sat down. He's about my age and he's been my doctor for more than 20 years. And he said, "David, would you agree with me you're carrying too much weight?" I said, "Oh, absolutely." He said, "You've shared with me your family history. I'm worried about you." He said, "I know that so much of what you have and are ripe for developing, your parents have had. Your dad passed when he was 70, had a spate of health issues. And so he said, I think it's time to lose the weight." And he said, "Would you agree with me that it's time?" And I said, "Yes, sir." I said, "What would you suggest?" He said, "I think low carb and low sugar. I think it's probably going to be the best and most effective way for you to do that." And I said, "Well, how do I go about that? Does that mean pizza?" And he laughed and said, "Yes." I mean, I was making pizza.
What? Pizza has carbs?
Well,
pizza has carbs,
pizza has
David?
white carbs, right? And white carbs convert to sugar, and then sugar converts to fat. And this is just a vicious cycle that all repeats on itself. So he said, I don't have a lot of advice for you. I'm going to turn you loose on the internet. I want you to educate yourself. I want you to read labels. I want you to, if you have any questions, I want you to text me. And I want you to, and then if I don't know the answer, I'll look it up. He said, initially he said, I want you to lose 40 pounds. And that sounded like that sounded like 400 pounds to me. It sounded like a lot.
Right.
And so I thought to myself, okay, being a naturally curious person, I'm just going to go home and I'm going to get on the internet and start to research this. Well, once I did, I realized there was this whole community of people that ate low carb and low sugar. Lots of people that did videos on YouTube. Now, a lot of people say, "Well, David, are you now keto?" And I'm not 100% keto. I use a lot of their recipes because it applies to my low sugar, low carb lifestyle. But I don't subscribe to every one of the the points of a keto purist, right? And so I kind of made my own way. And so after about the first 8 days or so, I was down about 7 pounds. And I thought, oh my word, this is working, right? And so, but I was only eating a few things because I'd only researched a few things and I was struggling with variety. And what I was finding is that I didn't want to stray from the path because what I was doing was working. But I found myself eating the same things day in and day out. And I was like, this got more of a life than this, right?
I know.
So I started venturing out and started doing some trial and error, started ordering some snacks and started listening to my body. You know, our bodies are powerful communicators.
They are.
When we like something, they tell us when we're in trouble. We don't always listen, but they are always communicating with us, right? And my body was telling me forever, "David, you're carrying too much weight. It's hard on our organs. It's hard on our joints. Why are you doing this to us?" But the mac and cheese tasted too good and the pizza was too great, right?
Come on with it.
And so I was just eating because it tasted good going down. Not that I felt good after it was over, and then COVID comes. And we're still on the air at QVC, and I'm stressed about COVID, and I come home and I would eat something, get home at 11:30, 12:30 at night. And then I would eat the whole kitchen and something terrible for me. And then I'd go to bed and wonder why I was having terrible dreams and wasn't sleeping well while I was gaining weight, right? So it was not unusual to me. I realized what was happening, but it was just like, it was like a bus accident. You couldn't look away. And it just kept happening and kept happening until finally I had this wake-up call with the doctor on February 3rd, 2022. And he said, "It's time for us to do something about this." And he's long said to me, he said, "David, you are nothing if not compliant." He said, "I ask you to do something and you do it. You don't go halfway."
Oh, and that's so hard.
It is hard.
You leaned in.
It's a journey, right?
It is. So was it the fear of what was like? What made you? Because I've had my doctor say the same stuff to me, and it hadn't triggered me yet. I'm still praying about it, David. But like, what was it that made you go? Now's the time. I'm doing this.
Well, I think my family history, because so much of what was wrong in my family is hereditary. So high blood pressure, high cholesterol, high blood sugar, all those kinds of things. And so I realized that I was already predisposed to things that were not good for me. I knew what I was doing that was wrong. And I work on television and I kept buying larger clothes. I wouldn't tuck my shirts in because I looked like stuffed sausage in my clothes. I dreaded photo shoots because I knew that I had to stuff myself into clothing. And I didn't feel good about myself. I knew I didn't look good.
You didn't feel good.
And so, and if I was honest with myself, I didn't feel good in my own skin. I didn't feel physically good.
Yes.
The mac and cheese tasted good going down, but then after I ate it, I felt like a big slug, right? So, I thought, he's telling me this. My mom, who is a retired healthcare professional, took me by both hands back in the early part of 22. And she said,
and we love her.
I want you to promise me you'll do something about your weight. So she was telling me, the doctor was telling me, I knew in loud voices I needed to do this. And so I just decided one day, okay, I'm going to start, but I'm going to start slowly. I always tell people when I have a chance to interact with customers, don't ever cut something out. If you cut something out, then you crave it and you binge it and you end up in a worse place than when you started. Cut it back. People ask me all the time, how many carbs a day do you eat? And I have no idea. My doctor even gets more aggressive with it. He says, that's a silly question, David. He said, you can keep a food diary and approximate, but you're never going to know exactly. He said, I want you to listen to 4 things. Listen to your body. Trust your blood work, which I have done every 3 months. Look at the scale. I weigh myself every day because it's motivation for me. And 4th, he said, I want you to listen to me. If all 4 of those things are working, he said, you're okay. And all 4 of those things are great. I went back to see him 3 weeks in to my journey because he wanted to check on me, see how I was doing, wanted to see me in person. So I walked in, and the first thing they do in my doctor's office is they weigh you. Well, the same nurse that had weighed me 3 weeks prior weighed me again, and I was 27 pounds down. And she said, David, I'm sorry, the scale is broken. Yeah, she said,
the scale's broken.
She said,
David, no, you can't just fly over that. Say that again.
I mean, 3 weeks in, I was 27 pounds down. I mean, I took this very seriously. And I know everyone loses weight at different rates, and men as opposed to women and the whole 9 yards. But I was like,
yeah, but still.
But if I was going to do this, I was going to do it right.
You must have known. You weigh yourself every day. Did you walk in there with like a swagger?
I was excited to go to the doctor. I was like, I'm going to go to the doctor and tell them I'm 27 pounds down. So,
I'll check the scale.
But the nurse didn't know this, right? And so she puts me on the scale and she says, David, I'm sorry, the scale is broken. We're going to have to try another scale. And I looked at her and I said, no, it's not. She said, what do you mean? I said, I would knock you down for a pizza. And she went,
I'd cut you.
She was like, okay, so the weight is right. And I'm going to leave the room because you're scaring me a little bit. And so, and then the doctor poked his head in before the exam. He said, I just had to see you. He said, I'm so proud of you. He said, all the people in the front office want to know what it is you're doing. And so he came in and he gave me the exam and he said, David, you're great. And I said, you know what's interesting to me, doctor, is that the customers haven't noticed yet. He said, wait till you're 40 pounds down. He said, are you wearing your clothes differently? I said, not really. He said, wait till you start wearing things that are a bit more fitted. Wait till you start tucking in your shirt. Wait till you're down about 40 pounds and then let me know what they're saying. Well, then gradually people on the air started to notice. Now, everyone
I noticed immediately.
With fear there it is, right? That picture on the left was taken the day I left the doctor's office.
David!
I left the doctor's office and I had the presence of mind to snap a picture in the car. That was me when I left the doctor's office on February 3rd, 2022. The picture on the right is February 3rd, 2023, 71 pounds down. And those pants, I lost 5 inches on my waist. I came down a shirt size, the whole 9 yards. It was incredible. And people say, well, it must be so great buying smaller clothes and you must be so happy with the way you look. And I'm like, that's a side benefit to me because what keeps me motivated is how I feel. I can climb stairs and not be winded. I can walk long distances. I can park further away from the grocery store knowing that I'm not going to have any issue walking all that way because I'm not going to stop and catch my breath and all those kinds of things. And it feels great to feel great.
So that was how long? How was that? How many months was that?
So 40 pounds, I was down in a couple of months. Down 40 pounds. So the doctor says to me, how do you feel about going to 70? Well, that was only 30 more pounds at that point. And I thought to myself, sure, why not? So I had my foot to the floor. I had the pedal to the metal. I was conscious of everything that I was eating. And so when I got to 70 pounds down around the end of July or August of 2022, I thought, how do I stop? Because all I've been focused on is losing the weight. How do I ease up on the gas?
Right. Because it does take focus. It does take extreme. It's almost like your whole mind has to be in that mindset. You know what I'm saying? But so now are you that focused? What did you do?
Well,
I mean, and now are you freer with it?
What's happened is my body has adjusted to it, right? And so if I eat too many carbs or too much sugar now, my body lets me know in loud voices. Ooh. I don't feel well. I feel bloated. I feel like, this was a mistake. So that keeps me honest. Our viewers keep me honest because they don't want me to fail. They don't want me to fail. I don't want to fail. And when they tell me they're inspired by me and they're losing weight because of me.
Oh, yeah.
True inspiration. It's an honor. It's a responsibility. And I get all that. So so when I was down 70 pounds, I began to look at what I was eating. I was like, all right, so now I need to maintain this. I don't have to be so hard focused on losing the weight. I need to maintain it. And I maintained it now almost a year. I'm still 71 pounds down, and it has stayed that way. So low carb and low sugar, I've gotten more inventive. Customers have been asking me, please share your low carb and low sugar recipe.
When are you, that's my next question. When are you going to do the next cookbook? I see the next cookbook.
That's a question I get a lot. And those are questions that have to first come from QVC management, and we haven't had that conversation yet.
Well, I'm telling them right now, have the conversation. Zach, can you tell I've lost a little weight?
You look great, Kim. And it's not just that color, which looks amazing on you, by the way.
Have you tried your Factor meals yet?
Oh my God. I got this huge box full of Factor meals, and I was like, am I going to eat all of this? And then I ate all of it.
It's so good because it's fresh. It's fresh food. And it's like prepared by a chef. It is so yummy. Mine are gone. I'm waiting on my next box. The kids love it. Travis loves it.
My parents visited and they ate 2 of them, and I was mad at them.
Well, Zach, I've been looking for something because I'm so busy, and just like you, just like everybody, on the go, the kids, and here it's spring, and I wanted swimsuit season's coming up, for the love of God, and I just wanted to, really have the convenience because we're a drive-through family. I mean, we would just go through drive-throughs every night, and now we don't have to because the Factor meals are so yummy. There's so much variety, Zach. I'm telling you, if everybody listening wants to try something that's convenient and it's cheaper than takeout and something that's healthy for you, prepared by chefs, over 35 different meals to choose from. They even have breakfast. So if you're looking for something like Zach and I that's convenient, that's yummy, that's good, that like people are going to steal, so be careful to lock your Factor meals up. Try Factor. It is really 550 calories or less.
For me, I am in love with the sun-dried tomato chicken. It's so good.
So good. There's not a meal I've had that I have not loved. So if you are interested in living this spring, healthy, fresh foods, chef prepared, Factor is for you. Head over to factormeals.com/Kim50 and use the code Kim50 to get 50% off your first box. You will not be disappointed. That's code Kim50 at factormeals.com/Kim50 to get 50% off of your first box. Try the sun-dried tomato chicken. So good. If you know me, I love quiet time, devotional time, meditation. And Headspace is an app that really helps you improve that mental well-being. It has guided meditations, mindfulness practices, breathing and calming exercises. It reduces stress, boosts your mood, and even helps you sleep better. So Headspace combines the scientifically proven benefits of mindfulness with modern practices. So it's experienced teachers, customized, personalized approaches, y'all. I'm telling you, if you just need that exhale moment in your life, Headspace is an app you want to download. It has the world's largest library with over 1,000 hours of clinically proven mindfulness exercises. Sometimes, y'all, we just need to exhale, take that deep breath.
Oh my gosh, Kim, let me tell you how obsessed I am with Headspace, okay? I am started to use it every single day. I just am so in love with the fact that they have these like really short little, like 5-minute or sometimes 2 or 3 minute exercises that you can do. Literally, like you can do stretching and exercising, you can do meditation. And I find myself in the middle of the workday, just like not really wanting to, just not feeling motivated, right? And I'll put on Headspace and I'll just like calm myself down, or I'll do an exercise, and it just is so invigorating.
Just calms you right down. Yeah.
Yeah, it calms me right down, and I love it so much. It's become part of my everyday routine. It's become part of my sleep routine. It is so great, and I'm so glad that I have Headspace in my life.
Headspace has helped more than 100 million people worldwide, and they can help you too. Listen up. You do not want to miss this opportunity. I've arranged something very special for a limited time where you can try Headspace free. That's right, for 60 days by going to headspace.com/Kim60day. Okay, that's going to headspace.com/Kim60day, and you get 60 days for free. You won't find this offer anywhere else. So you got to use this link though. Head over to headspace.com/Kim60day to unlock all the free goodies. I'm telling you, it's going to change the way you sleep, the way you think, the way you exhale, and just breathe. Now, this is not something they normally do. So go on over there today to get 60 days for free. Headspace.com/Kim60day. Enjoy. I know I sure did. What if someone's listening right now doesn't feel great about themselves or doesn't know how to start or get motivated? What advice do you have for them?
I always say that you didn't gain weight overnight, you're not going to lose it overnight. We don't cross the mountain in a single bound unless we're Superman, right? So every journey begins with one step. You just have to decide you're going to do things differently. It's a journey. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So what we're doing is we're finding out things about ourselves day by day by day. You know, I was famous for saying in the early going that I had hungrier days than others, right? And Kim, I've heard you say many times you love to eat. So do I.
I love to eat.
It's one of those things. But you know what? It's about eating differently and about eating things.
It is.
And then also partnering with your doctor because, you know, when you go low carb and low sugar, that means you can have higher fat unless your cholesterol's in trouble. And you need to, that's why it's important to have the blood done every 3 months, right?
But you know what, David? I'm hearing you talk about, you're saying being your partner with your doctor. You're really saying get educated, you know, take care of your own body. You know, I think it's the only body we got, right? I mean, this is it. I mean, this is all we have. And we need to not just trust what we've always done. We need to learn for ourselves. To me, that's the biggest takeaway. I mean, you're so educated on all this.
Well, and it took time. I had to educate myself. I wanted my doctor to give me all the answers. And he said, whole wheat pasta is not bad if you put a lot of sauce on it, is what he said to me. Hand up. That's exactly what he said to me. And I thought to myself, well, that much is true, but I need a lot more. He said, I want you to get busy on the internet. So I did. And I learned a lot. And what I always tell the customers is what has worked for me may not work for you. It's important for you to listen.
Everybody's different.
Listen to your own body. Everyone's journey will be unique. But I can tell you this, every journey has to start. And the journey never ends. And I always say to the customers, even though I'm at my goal weight, I'm spending every day maintaining it. I know what's important. Yes. I know what I can eat, what I can't eat. Just recently, I went with our buyers to a trip to Le Creuset's U.S. headquarters in Charleston, South Carolina. And after our meeting, they took us to a local eatery in Charleston that is known for fried chicken. Now, I haven't had fried chicken in over a year and a half. And the whole table with fear and trembling looks at me and says, David, what are you going to order? And I'm like, I'm in Rome. I'm going to order the fried chicken, right?
Fried chicken?
Yeah. So it was the first piece of fried chicken I'd had in a year and a half. And I thought, you know what? This will be okay. I'll have one piece of fried chicken and that'll be fine. Well, I devoured it because it was the first one I'd had in a year and a half.
Sucking the bone off the marrow.
Yeah, I mean, it was
sucking the marrow out of the bone. Yeah,
the waitress came up and said, "I can't take any credit for the bone marrow." And so, but you know, I finished it, and I thought, well, yeah, it tasted good going down, but now I don't feel so great. You know,
right.
And and it just reinforced what I already knew. What I can eat is what I can eat. What I can't eat anymore, I should avoid. And so, you know, people always say to me, "Well, don't you have cheat days?" And I'm like, "Well, I try." And when I do, my body kind of fights back. And so it's good motivation not to have a cheat day. My doctor says, well, that's good motivation, isn't it? I was like, not exactly what I wanted to hear you say.
What's your energy level like, David? I mean, tell me like because you are working, you are the hardest working gentleman in show business.
Oh, you're sweet.
I mean, you're on all the time and you're doing 4 to 5 hour stints when you're on live TV. And that, y'all, is no joke. I mean, the stamina, how has that changed for you?
It has changed tremendously. I've got newfound energy for product presentations. You know, even management has said to me, you seem like a different person. Wow. Because there's so much energy. There's so much enthusiasm. You know, when I would have a 4-hour shift, I would groan to myself and think, oh, my word, how am I going to make it through this? And, you know, of course, never saying that on the air, but thinking that, right?
But it's the feeling, your body. Yeah.
Because your body is like, oh, there's no way you're going to do 4 hours. And now I'm like, 4 hours done. It's over? Yeah, it's really pretty amazing. I talk about the Dyson Hidden Dirt demo. And, that's where we vacuum a carpet that looks clean to the naked eye. Then we drop down on one knee and we open up the contents of the dustbin on a clean piece of paper.
Right.
Now, getting down wasn't such a problem when I was heavy, but getting up was really tough. I mean, climbing my big heavy behind off the floor, they had to drop to a product shot, and I would have to climb up and moan and groan.
Like, oh, Lord.
Now I just pop down and pop up. It's great.
It's great.
But it's live TV, right? And the customers began to see that and began to understand that. And they're like, now, David, you're still doing food shows. Isn't that torture? And I'm like, everything in moderation, including moderation, right? You don't. When I used to sell
that's good.
chicken and dumplings, I would hope that Lauren Edmonds would talk a lot so I could house the whole bowl. Now I have one bite and I put it down. I know what it tastes like. I know how good it is. I know on a
Okay, David, stop. You can't just go past that. Everything in moderation, including moderation. What do you mean by that? I mean, that is like, that's the whole tag of this show.
I'm writing that down.
What do you mean by that?
Title.
Is so insane. You got to explain that.
Well, what that means to me is, everything you do in moderation. And then when you feel like you're overdoing the moderation, remember that moderation needs to be in moderation too, right?
Correct.
Because I think what happens is we think, we get down on ourselves, right? And we're like, I'm way too heavy and I'm just, my weight is contagious. I need to do something about this. And I'm not good. And I'm not the good person that I think I am because I'm too heavy. No, David is still David. David was just heavier than David ought to be. And his body was telling him in loud voices, be better. Because you can be better.
Come on.
Yeah. And so it's just a matter of making up your mind that you're going to do it. But it's a journey. It's a one step a day kind of thing. I'm aware of everything I eat now. I listen to my body. If my body likes it, great. If my body doesn't like it,
I love that.
I don't do it again. There are a lot of things that I tried that I liked a lot. Some things I tried that I didn't like at all. And I thought, well, this much was a mistake, kind of like Brussels sprouts. But it's one of those situations where you just get into a situation where you're like, I need to make a change. I know I can be better. I want to be my best self. And I'm not getting any younger. I'll be 59 in November of this year.
David, you do not look 59.
Well, I don't know what 59 is supposed to look like, but I know I felt 59.
Well, it ain't you. Yeah. It's not what you look like. I can tell you that.
People always say to me, you just look so healthy. Are you happy?
You look
happier than I've been in a long time, healthier than I've been.
I would say not happy. I would say pure joy. It is such a pleasure to watch you work on QVC because it's not work, first of all. We call it work just because that's what your job is, what your career is. But watching you on QVC is such a pleasure. It's such an inspiration to me because you're doing exactly what you're called to do. And and now the way you look and feel, it's just that extra. It's even extra. Like it's given you even more motivation and even more talent, success, and giftings. You know what I'm saying? They're just on display, bigger and better.
Well, it should be joyful, right? Whatever we're doing should be joyful. There's an old saying that says, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. And I know that that's not a new phrase, but it's a truthful one.
But it's a real one.
It's a truthful one.
Yeah, it's
and
a good one.
Your and my good friend Jane Tracy's mother used to say, sooner or later, everyone gets on their right shelf. Everyone gets on their right shelf.
Come with it.
Right? And so I couldn't do what you do. You probably couldn't do what I do. And the whole line.
So are you on the right shelf,
I'm
David?
on the right shelf. I'm right where I belong. I will have been with QVC this December 30 years. And I always knew that.
Wow.
Come on.
I always knew QVC would be a big part of my life. I never knew that it would be my whole career. And, I've worked hard for them. They have treated me well. It has been a great partnership. And people always say, well, are you going to retire now that you've been there 30 years? I plan to. No.
There's no way. You can't retire now. You're just getting going.
I always say they're going to have to throw my big, tall behind out. And everything that we're doing is joyful. And what I'm doing is joyful.
Well, I want to ask you about something that you did new last year that's joyful. That Holly and the Hot Chocolate movie that's on QVC Plus. It killed. It was so successful. But people don't know that was your idea.
Well, it was an idea I had for a long time. And I went to our then head of programming and pitched the idea. And she said, I think this is great. It's not quite time for it yet. And then a couple years go by and she comes back to me and she says, would you mind meeting with my team again and repitching that idea? Because I think we could do it on Plus. I'm like, sure. So I had this idea that, kind of like a traditional Christmas movie. There'd be a couple that finds themselves thrown together by fate. She's traveling through a small town. Her car runs off the road. The tow truck driver comes. There's some tension, and they kind of like each other, but she's kind of mad at him and the whole 9 yards. And the only
that makes for a great love story.
Right? And the only place in town for her to stay is the bed and breakfast in town, which just happens to be owned by his mother. And she wanders down to the kitchen because she can't find Wi-Fi signal, only to find the mother baking Christmas cookies. And she says, well, maybe you should have my son, who is the tow truck driver. Oh, he's your son? Maybe he should show you around town. Well, as he does, they then see all these people lined up for hot chocolate. And it's good, nice Mr. David who's giving out free hot chocolate. Well, that's where I came in, right?
That's right. You made that love connection.
Along with serendipity, we created a hot chocolate mix called David's Magical Hot Chocolate. And when she got up to the front of the line, she said, well, what is it about your hot chocolate that makes it so special? And I said, well, Holly, I think it's my secret ingredient. Like my mother before me, every cup is made with love. And you see me smile and I twinkle and my eye twinkles and the whole 9 yards. Well, they then fall in love and the whole 9 yards, and the story takes its natural flow from there. So we made the hot chocolate available. The only downside was I got terribly sick when the movie launched.
I remember.
Right around Thanksgiving of last year. And so I missed my first Black Friday in 29 years at QVC.
I remember.
So I had to call in. I sounded like a bullfrog because I think I had flu. And so, and my mom has long been a believer that if you don't listen to your body will take the rest it needs, right? And boy, it took it.
I just experienced that.
Knocked me down. So, so I called in, and it was very successful. And I had a cameo in the movie. I had two lines. Very excited, very nervous. And so, but they hired real actors. We used a small town not far from It's great.
Everybody needs to see it. So we're just looking. Have you started developing the new one for this season?
Well, I pitched a sequel idea. We're waiting to hear if it gets greenlit.
Oh, great.
It will.
Because
it will.
I want to see the two characters get married.
Let's go.
Is it also hot chocolate?
Well, there's a hot chocolate component, and I can't tell you much more than that because it'll give away the synopsis. But there is, I mean, I'll still be giving out hot chocolate, but if they're getting married, there's got to be a cake, right?
Oh, okay. We got to leave it there because if we don't,
we're going to spoil the whole story. It hasn't been greenlit.
I'm going to be hungry, and I'm trying to stay low carb too.
Girl,
so I'm right with you. Okay,
right?
There we go.
So come on.
The struggle is real. Okay, so before we go, we have to do a fun game with you. It's a challenge. And you're going to randomly sell some items in this Zoom using 9 words that my Gen Zers, my teenage sons, use.
Oh, boy.
Okay, so Zach, are you going to pull up these words? David is a pro. I'm going to wait and see.
All right.
We did this with Jane Tracy. No, we're going to tell you what they mean. We're going to tell you what they mean. We're going to pull them up.
Okay.
So I have 2 teenage boys, okay? Talk about eating mac and cheese. That's all they eat. But here's the words, okay? The first one is no cap. So when someone says that's no cap, that means that's no lie.
Okay.
All right. The second one is drip, looking good, having swagger, which you have that. You have tons of drip, my friend.
Bless your heart.
Riz is charisma, charming, flirty.
Okay.
Vibe check, checking on how someone's doing. Look at these. This is how these get. Bussin', that's my favorite. Describes something that is great. Extra, over the top, excessive. I've been known to be called extra.
Maybe a little bit.
A little extra.
Salty.
Kim. A little extra.
Salty, being irritated, angry, or resentful. I've also been known to be a little salty. Fit check, which describes the reviewing of one's outfit, not a doctor's visit.
Okay.
And cringe is being embarrassing or awkward. Okay, Zach, what does he have to sell using these Gen Z words?
Well, all right. David, look around the room. Do you have anything in the room in front of you? A stapler, maybe? What?
I have it in the kitchen with David coffee mug.
I love
Beautiful.
it.
I love it. Wait, before you go though, David, I'm actually really curious. How many of these words have you known before this?
I knew extra, meaning over the top or excessive.
Me too.
I think I had heard of cringe, but the rest of them are new to me.
Okay, we're gonna hope that this little experience isn't cringe for you.
So how long do we want this to be? As long as it needs to be?
I'm gonna set the timer. For every correct answer, you're gonna hear, and for every when it's over, you're gonna hear.
Okay, fine.
All right.
Fine. I think I can do
All right, and so
are you going to leave those
no
on the
order.
screen, I hope?
Yeah,
you're going to leave them up on the screen. Try to get as many words as you can. You can say them more than once.
He's going to get... Zach, you just need to let him go, honey. These people know what they're doing.
Let's do it.
All right.
You ready, David?
I am.
All right. Ready, set.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back into In the Kitchen with David. No cap. This mug is going to be a game changer in your life. I mean, when you get up in the morning and you're looking drip, I mean, come on now. And you got it all pulled together. I mean, we're talking about a fit check. We're going to do a fit check and you're looking really, really fantastic. Then what you need is a mug to kind of bring it all home. Maybe be a little Riz with your cup. Because you're having some coffee. Not only is it making you feel alive, but it's really, really bussin'. I mean, you are in a place where you just are feeling a little extra before you even leave the house. Now, what I want you to do is get up all tired and bedraggled, acting all salty, because that's just not any way to be. What we need to do is look in the mirror, again, do that fit check, know that we are in a good place, and nobody is going to cringe when they see you coming with your In the Kitchen with David coffee mug, available right now on QVC.
Wow.
Okay. That is I'm talking about everything right there. That's a mic drop, David. I got cold chills.
Oh my goodness. I tell you what, so many people, when they find out what I do for a living, will put something in front of me and say, sell this. I mean, it is not something that I shy away from. It's not something I've never heard before. It is always something that I am able to. I've never used these words, however.
I want the cup. I'll just tell you that. All right, everybody, listen. Go check out all of David's new summer block programming. It starts today in the afternoon with David. I know we're in the kitchen with David. We're starting in the afternoon with David. Thursdays from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. May 25th through June 22nd. And June 4th, David has a live studio audience show at Studio Park, which is part of Foodie Fest.
Which is.
And of course, oh, honey, your live studio audience shows are epic. And don't forget to follow David on his social media, David Venable at QVC. David, love you so much, David. Come back.
Absolutely, anytime.
All right. I love you, David. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Mwah.
Well, I expect In the Kitchen.
Oh, did you just lose Kim?
I think we did.
Oh, we just lost Kim. Okay.
Do the happy dance. I can throw my hands up in the air and do like a half happy dance.
Boop, boop, boop. Boo, boo.
This whole entire time, decades, y'all, over 20 years, I was trying to lose the same weight I've just lost in 2.5 months because I was idolizing, worshiping, focusing on whatever you want to call it, the struggle in losing that weight.
This is the Kim Bevell Show.
Let's just go on and spill the tea.
This is one of the realest persons I've ever met.
My mission is to encourage every single woman. We're here to lift y'all up.
There's no one more effective than moms.
You mess with the bull, you gonna get the horns.
I need coffee, I need Jesus, and I need therapy.
If you can bring a smile to people's faces, why would you not?
True confidence is knowing who you are and why you're here.
Hey, y'all, and welcome to the Kim Gravel Show. I'm so glad you're here, and especially today, because during this entire season, we are leveling up our lives, and we're doing it together, stepping into that purpose just one step at a time. And today's show is very personal to me. Zach, we're back. We're doing it.
Here we
Welcome,
are.
Zach. Yeah, we're here.
Hi, Kim.
I missed you. You've had a big
Missed you
move.
too.
You moved all the way across the country.
I'm in my new studio, Kim.
You're in your new studio, and
It looks just like the old studio.
it's just like the old studio.
You had a vacation. How does it feel? Do you feel
I went to
rejuvenated?
England. We took the kids, to Buckingham
Sorry, wait.
Palace.
Best British accent right now. Go.
Oh gosh, I was going to say top of the morning to you, but I think that's the Irish, isn't it?
I'll count it. That counts.
The great thing about it is when we went to England and, I took my 16-year-old and my 14-year-old and then my 52-year-old. And we traveled all over. And Amy went with us too. And so it was a trip of a lifetime and we went everywhere. And they went to Wimbledon several days because, they're avid tennis players. But
yep.
My oldest son came back talking in a British accent. So he thinks he's British.
And I think smarter. Good for him.
It does. He sounds smarter. And I think that I should have been royal. I really do.
You've just been chasing crowns too long, Kim. I'm sorry.
I'm telling you, I told Amy, I said, Amy, I truly think I should have been some kind of royalty in some place somewhere in this world. And she goes, well, I'm telling you, you're not.
Thank you, Amy. I love Amy so much.
We got to see so many things. And of course we didn't eat because these people don't eat. I'm like, where is the Kit Kat bar? I mean, I just can't just run down and get you a pack of M&Ms. I mean, that's just not, it's like, so, the first thing we did when we got, landed, I went and got me a pack of peanut M&Ms, but it was so much fun. It was a trip of a lifetime. But when I came back and got on air, we were inundated with, oh my gosh, Kim, you've lost so much weight. And Zach, I have lost 37 pounds.
Wow. Hold on. I need to do the.
Yeah.
And you look,
so when I came back,
you look
and I got
great, Kim.
Well, this is the thing. Now you don't have to play with the funny camera angles that I always insist on you doing because it has to be. Now any angle works. Okay.
Hey.
Amy, we came back and had to take pictures for, something we had on QVC. And Amy goes, oh my God, the pictures took like 5 seconds. So we're like, chicka, chicka, chicka. Amy goes, oh my God, these pictures are so easy because you're thin. Let me just say, because you're thinner. Let's just thinner. Let's not get crazy.
Kim.
Let's not get crazy.
Wait, but all right, so how'd you do it? Like, tell us.
Well, I've started eating my Factor meals and I did something that I've never consciously done before that I want to talk about on today's show.
Okay.
There's a process I want to talk to everyone listening to me right now about what I've done. I didn't even know I was doing it until I looked back. Mm-hmm. I'm going to give you step by step of how I myself and my oldest son really changed the trajectory of our lives. But you got to come back after this break to hear it. So you don't want to miss it. This is going to be a game-changing episode for you. I've been sharing this with all of my friends and all of my family and people that I've come in contact with. And if you'll receive it and really listen with an open heart and an open mind and allow God to speak to you through these stories I'm going to share with you after the break, I truly believe it can happen for you too. So we'll be right back.
All right, Kim, we've been getting so many great 5-star reviews on the show. I want to read you another one, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Listen, I love a good 5-star review.
I'm going to read it to you, and then I want you to review the review, okay? This is the little review game that we are starting to play. Here's a 5-star review we recently got from, and you'll like this name, okay? Not Techie. That's the username.
Oh, God, I can relate to that.
All right, she wrote, love, love, love. I watch QVC and get pepped up from Kim all the time, and I love her clothes. Now I found her podcast, and my dream is to one day meet her. This podcast is really helping me right now, and I'm sharing it with friends. 5 stars.
Well, I give her 5 stars because I say we make the meet and greet happen. We should get together and do something, break bread, talk, do something. I love it. This is the whole thing. If you feel, when you are listening to the podcast, the Kim Gravel Show podcast, and you feel inspired, encouraged, or uplifted, that's our goal, right, Zach? That's what we want you to do. It's not about us. It's not about, it's just about, it's not about the content. I mean, we want you to have good content, but we want you to feel better about you when you click off of our podcast. So if that is you, right, Zach, they can go review.
Oh, yeah. Go review.
That's it. Yeah.
If that's you, go review.
If that's you, then go review. Okay.
Give us 5 stars on Apple, on Spotify, on our website, kimgravelshow.com. And maybe we'll review your review on the next episode of the Kim Gravel Show.
Okay. All right. We're back. I'm telling you, It's been a transformational summer for me, Zach. I mean, not only did I go to England and almost meet the king. Can I just tell you, can we just talk about it?
I'm not even going to ask.
Before we dive in, is like the royal family, all of that, it's weird, right? Because, we're Americans. And so everybody is just get out there and do your thing and da-da-da. It's like, and they are very pro royal family. I mean, everything revolves around that. The tourism, the buildings, the architecture. Oh my gosh, like the beauty. It was inspiring. I came back inspired. But I got to tell you, I was inspired before that. And I want to tell you, I've lost 37 pounds. And people are noticing. I've got back on QVC and people are noticing, and how are you doing it? And so I wanted to make this podcast because it's not what you think.
Okay.
It's how it happened is not a typical, weight loss program or workout program or any of that. It started the beginning of May. So I've lost 37 pounds since May, June. And then what are we now? July? What's today's date?
Well, we're recording end of July, and this is going to come out end of August.
Well, no, this isn't the end of July. This is the 20th of July. So I've lost 37 pounds since May, June, into the 20th of July. So I'm sitting here. So it's been 2.5 months, and I have been trying to lose this 30 pounds for 20 years.
Wow.
Okay? 20 years. So it's not like, how do you go from 20 years to 2.5 months?
To actually doing it, yeah.
I'm going to start with a story. So my son was, he plays basketball. And if you've read the book, the basketball journey with Bo has just been torture. It's just been one of those things where it's been the most learned lessons of the kid's life. I don't know what the heck is going to happen with this kid. He's not trying to go to the NBA or anything or even play college ball. He's just play high school ball, but it has been a torture since the 6th grade. Okay, it's been just an absolute brick around my waist, dragging me down. And but here's another basketball story. So God uses it, so we're gonna go with it. So, at the end of, I think it was the end of mid-June. Okay. So I'd started in May on this weight loss journey, and then mid-June, Bo is going to camp. He was going to basketball camp and playing in some tournaments. And he's made the varsity team, and so la 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 la. He's a junior, and so he's, there's seniors ahead of him and whatever. Well, and he goes to the basketball tournament and he plays and what have you the first day. And so the second day, he sits the bench, which, hey, look, can't be in all the time, can't win them all the time, all of that.
Sure. That's
not what's important. What's important was he sat the bench, and then fast forward when he's at home telling us the story. And I was taken back about his calmness when he was telling me the story. He said, Mom, and the second day I got up and he was telling Travis and he goes, and I was sitting the bench, and actually there was a 9th grader playing ahead of him, and they pulled up a JV player and started playing ahead of him. Okay. And he said, I started getting angry. He said, and I started getting upset. He said, he even said, it started pissing me off, Mom. He even said the word piss, which he normally doesn't. And normally I'd slap his face, but he's in a story, so I'd let him complete it. And he said, and I thought to myself, I said, Bo? And he goes, Mom, I was talking to myself about myself. And, he didn't have the words to talk about subconscious or conscious. Sure. And he said, I even was watching myself sit on the bench.
Whoa. Okay.
And he said, I was sitting there watching myself get upset on the bench. He goes, in my mind, Mom. He goes, don't think it's weird. It's in my mind. And I knew exactly what he was talking about, but because I had just had something similar happen to me about my weight loss. And so I just let him finish. And he said, I just decided, no, I'm not going to get upset. I'm on the varsity team. And I got to play yesterday. And I'm just going to be here and support my team. I'm not going to get upset. And he said, Mom, 2 minutes later, the coach puts me in and I play the whole entire game, the rest of the games, the whole rest of the weekend. And I said, And I'm sitting there going, oh my God, this is so great. I'm sitting here as a mom going, oh my gosh, this is so amazing. Of course I show no emotion. I said, well, son, why? I'm trying to be calm because I'm crazy.
You're like, I got to play it cool with these kids.
That's right. Oh my God, I got to be mature. And I said, well, what do you think happened? He goes, I just decided. He said, and then I got to play. And I thought to myself, that's what happened to me with my weight loss. I woke up one morning in May. I think it was like the first week in May. I've got it written down in my journal. And I just decided, I'm doing it. And for the next 2.5 months, my body just caught up with that decision.
That's cool.
What's happening was this whole entire time, decades, y'all, over 20 years, I was trying to lose the same weight I've just lost in 2.5 months because I was idolizing, worshiping, focusing on whatever you want to call it, the struggle in losing that weight. I put the struggle on the pedestal.
Kim!
Right, Zach? So what am I saying when I said that? What did you just take from what I just said?
The struggle is one of the things that is a story that you tell about yourself. The struggle is the thing that defines it.
The struggle was what I basically worshiped, the struggle.
You worshiped the struggle. You wanted the struggle. The struggle was comforting. The struggle was part of who you were.
The struggle was the focus.
Whoa, Kim! Oh my gosh.
Okay.
All right,
So
you're
stay
blowing
with
my
me.
mind right now because I'm thinking about,
it's
I'm
deep.
already thinking about the 10 things I do this to myself
Right.
about, right?
Right.
Oh my gosh.
There's so much to break down here, and it might be a 2-episode show.
Yeah,
but
I'm
because
just
I
gonna-
want people to
if I
sit
start
with that for
crying-
a second.
Sorry,
Just cry because it was such an eye opener for me, and I didn't know that about myself until my son had said his story because he said I just decided.
Yeah.
And y'all, that's what's happening. We're buying the self-help books. We're buying the workout programs. And all of that is fantastic. We have all the knowledge. We haven't made the decision.
Yeah.
Right?
Wow.
We have all the knowledge at our fingertips. We've got the eating plans. We've got the financial plans on how to do this. We know what we need to do. And if we don't know what we need to do, all we got to do is find out, Google it, whatever, look it up. We've got the knowledge, but we haven't made the decision.
Make the decision.
Okay? I'm going to tell you this quote. This is the quote, and I love it. I love God because he's always confirming in me what he's trying to teach me. Yep. And he does it, he can teach you through anything, but and when I say teach, I mean instruct. I mean, it's not information, okay? Because I'm going to get there. I'm going to get there because, we hear hard work and the grind and all that. We're going to get there.
Yeah,
Just hold on.
I want you to break this down like every single step.
Breaking it down. And like I said, we might not be able to break it down all here. We might not be able to break it down here because there's 3 steps to what I have been set free. It's not been I've lost weight. I have been set free. My mind has been set free about this 30-something pounds. It's no longer an anchor. It's no longer, I don't worship it. It's no longer a struggle for me ever. It's never going to be again because I've learned this process. Wow, I decided. And let me tell you about decision. And so a lot of you haven't made the decision yet. You're trying and you're doing this and you're doing this, but you haven't decided. Decisions decide destiny. Decisions decide destiny. There is no action without decision. So what has happened is you're trying to take action before making a decision. Okay?
Let me make sure I understand this. So if I want to take action, first I need to decide what? What do I need to decide? The outcome?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
What happened was that morning I woke up and in my journal, I was reading back And I noticed, my gosh, I say the same thing every day. Every day I write in this book, and every day I'm saying, I want to lose weight. I want to lose weight. Every single day, I'm going to show y'all the journal. I'm going to bring it next time. I'm going to read it from page to page. It was the same narrative. I was saying it over and over and over and over again, and it was just becoming my reality. I say this all the time. My mom says every year on her birthday, she says, well, I ain't got but 10 good years left. But do you know what she's doing? Every single year, she is prolonging her life another 10 years because she says that. I mean, that's what she believes. Yep. So she's been saying this since she's been in her 50s.
Can I just say that's like kind of a Jewish thing? Because like we have the Jewish people have a holiday where you say you want to be written in the book of life for the next year. So like you wish everybody that they're going to be written in the book of life. And that's like exactly the same thing that your mom is doing, just in a different way. Yeah, that's
She's
cool.
deciding. She's deciding. I'm telling you, it sounds so simple, but it's so true. Bo sat on the bench and just decided. He decided, I ain't doing this. This is what's wrong. One of the many reasons, and I don't want to stay here because y'all, I'm not a psychologist and counselor. You've heard me say that a million times. I will continue to say, I'm just talking from my personal experience here. That's all I'm speaking from. And I've talked to so many people since I had this eye-opening revelation in my life. I've talked to Amy about her weight loss. I've talked to a friend of mine that was struggling financially. She was focusing on her debt.
Yep.
And you know who you are if you're watching this. Her debt. And she said, I just decided not to focus on the debt and just focus on the abundance that I have. And the debt just caught up, went away. That's what happened. See, so what happened was I made the decision that, I'm tired of having this narrative. I'm just going to change my narrative. I'm just going to decide I'm going to do it. And then my body caught up with that decision.
Wow. That's so cool, Kim. I love that so much.
Because how can you struggle for 2 decades to lose the same 30-something pounds and then do it in 2.5 months with no effort whatsoever? Absolutely no struggle to lose this 37 pounds. It's been the easiest thing I've ever done. Because you've got to understand what I'm saying, because you're just like, well, I'm saying just made a decision. You've got to understand the mental strength about what I'm talking about. And the beautiful thing about the Bo story was it was very methodical for him. His mind was stronger than his feeling. So when the mind speaks to the heart and the feeling, everything will follow.
Right.
He decided in his head and then he directed his feelings.
Yeah.
So what I was writing in my journal every day was how I felt about my struggle. So when I woke up and read all of that over the past year, I'm like, that was just me writing from January to May. Oh my God, I've been writing the same narrative for decades. When I said, no, today I'm going to decide I'm just going to lose the weight. I wrote in my journal, I've already lost the weight. I've already lost this weight. I'm moving on.
Whoa.
It was then, here's step 2.
Okay.
I was able to take massive action. Now, when you say hard work or massive action, what would you rather have?
That's funny because I think in a previous life, I would have said hard work, but now 100% action every time. If you're just taking action, you are moving forward. It doesn't matter.
Hard work. You're saying you're listening to all hard work, the grind. That's keeping you in chains.
Yep.
Because it's not that hard. I had a half of a honey bun today.
Okay. So you haven't
been
changed
depriving
the way
myself
you
at all.
Eat?
No.
You haven't changed the way you eat.
I've just cut back. I've just said, I don't want, my whole taste buds have changed. My whole everything. I didn't cut out all sugar. I didn't cut out all sodas. I still had a Coca-Cola this morning. I didn't cut out anything. I just changed my mindset. And I'm like, okay, I don't want that.
So you are cutting back though. Like just to be clear, it's
right,
not
but I'm
just
not,
in your mind. You didn't
want to say cutting back.
Like,
I don't want to say cutting back. I don't want to even say that word. I just get full and I don't eat anymore.
Okay. So
There's no program, Zach.
but you're eating less. You're eating less.
Yes,
but
a lot less.
But it's not because you're like on this
Trying to
diet
lose
and
weight.
you're starving yourself and you're counting calories and you're like, no, I can't let myself have that thing. You are just, something has changed with the way that you are interacting with food and the world around you and your own mind.
I took massive action. I took massive action towards something else because what I was doing hard work trying to lose weight. And now I just take massive action towards something that I want, not something that I don't want. Why was I focusing on the 37 pounds and what I don't want? Now what I decided was, you know what? I want to feel better. So I'm going to take a walk.
Okay.
Not to lose weight, just because I want to take action.
Yeah. Okay. So you're exercising, you're walking,
Not
you're
really.
eating less.
I just walked around the neighborhood twice last week. That's it.
But how many times did you do it the week before?
Well, I was walking around London. And then the week before that, I took a walk one time. I'm telling y'all, don't think it's a program because it's not a program. I made the decision. I took massive action towards things that I want in my life, not things that I don't want, things that I want in my life. And my body has caught up. And that's number 3. When you decide and then you take massive action towards the things that you want in your life, not the things that you don't want. We're focusing on what we don't want and what we're struggling with like it is that important. It's not.
You're so right.
Focus on what you do want. And then your body, your environment, everything about it will catch up. So I have a friend, she's my facialist. Her name is Kelly. And I went in and saw her yesterday, and she's lost 50 pounds since May. And she has a lot to lose. So she has about another 50 to go. Okay. And we were talking about this, and I said, well, Kelly, what made you lose the weight? She said, I don't know. And she says, but look. And she pulls up a picture of herself that she did of herself in AI. And she said, I put in AI a picture of me and then what I would look like if I lost 100 pounds. And she said, I got this picture.
Oh, my gosh. And she could see it.
I said, well, when did you do that? She goes, May. I said, well, what are you doing? What's your program to lose weight? She goes, I really don't have a program. She said, she goes, I saw that picture. I said, oh my God, I want to look like that. She made the decision to look at what she wanted to look like. And then her body now is catching up. Wow. Y'all, you don't believe me. Y'all sitting there judging me. You don't believe a word I said. But I'm telling you right now, that is the 100% gospel truth. I promise you, that's exactly what happened. We sat there over an hour and talked about that. And she was like, Kim, that is so true. I said, so what has taken, she's been trying to lose this weight for over 10 years. Yeah. Because she's 37. Because she said, I want my 40s to be my best years.
Yeah. Nice.
She has lost 50 pounds since April to June. That's how many? April, May, June, 3.5 months. She's lost 50 pounds, and she's been trying to do the same 50 pounds. Now, look, this can apply to any part of your life. And this is not woo-woo, juju, whatever. Your mind is so powerful.
Thoughts are things.
Your body is powerful too, but it will follow the mind. That's why I tell my kids, don't be watching trash. Don't be watching trashy movies and listening to trashy people. Don't be doing that because your body will follow what the mind is programmed. And I have been programmed and self-programmed for years to be in a struggle with 37 pounds. And y'all, it's a limiting belief system. Because what happens is we break promises to ourselves. We don't trust ourselves. Oh, God. Because we break promises to ourselves.
Yeah.
And ultimately we don't trust God. But I just want to speak to what you can control. And if every day you say, I'm going to get up and I'm going to work out and I'm going to exercise, and you make that promise to yourself and then you don't follow through, then you break that promise to yourself, and so you don't trust yourself. What I'm talking about, that day I made a decision. I said, that's it. I'm tired. I broke the cycle of not trusting myself.
Yes.
And I took action to what I want. And y'all, I was like, you know what? I'm going to make my bed today. And I made my bed. And then I built trust in myself. And then I said, you know what? I'm going to read a chapter of a book that's been sitting there. I've been trying to read the book for like 2 years. How many of y'all have done that? Has anybody done that? Like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do, and you say it every day.
I have a book on my counter, on my bedside table right now. I'm on chapter 2. I like it. I just never have the time.
But this is the thing. Or you just don't make the time.
Yeah, exactly.
See, now you said I don't have any time.
Well, then I'm on TikTok 90 minutes last night. I started watching Hannah Dasher, and then I was like, off to the races.
Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like, what I'm saying to you is there's not good or bad with that. I mean, fill your time with what you want to, but take massive action towards things that you actually want to do. And everything else will catch up. People say to me, Kim, how did you become such an entrepreneur? I don't really know. I just decided. I'll never forget it. I woke up and said, I'm going to start this club, and that's what we're going to do. I had no idea how to do it, who to do it with, when I was going to do it, how I was going to pay for it, how I was going to get into QVC, how I'm going to do it. I had no idea. Y'all think it's methodical thought? No, I just decided, and everything caught up with that. I met the right manufacturer. I met the wrong manufacturer. Everything worked out. I'm telling you, Bo sitting the bench and looking and saying to himself, I'm decided not to do this. And he was put me in, coach. He put him, and that he understood, not that I'm playing or not playing basketball, because God knows I can't wait. The basketball's finally over. But he learned how he can decide. Because let's read the quote again.
Read it.
Decisions decide destiny. There is no action without decision. Today, what decision have you not been making to get out of life what you want? I get so many emails. I've had so many texts. So many direct messages on Instagram and everything. Kim, how have you lost the weight? How have you lost the weight?
Yeah.
And I felt like, oh my gosh, am I just going to be a jerk and just text back and go, I just decided to.
Right.
It's like, get your imagine like, get real, Kim.
Yeah, right. Well, we're told that it's hard. There's so many things in life that we're told, oh, it's really hard to make money. It's really hard to be successful. It's really hard to lose the weight. It's really hard to insert thing.
It's not. It just requires a decision and then to take action. Because what's happening when you're not losing the weight, when you're talking about it, when you're writing it down, when you're always, it's the perpetual hamster wheel in your mind, that is work. Y'all, I've been on this health revolution, and I've done it with the help of Factor. Yeah, I'm telling you, if you're too busy running around during the day to think about lunch or what I'm going to have for dinner, if you want to keep your energy up, and if you want effortless, wholesome meals like grain bowls and salad toppers, and they're just ready to eat whenever you're on the go, no microwave needed, Factor has it for you. These are dietitian approved, calorie smart meals, and they're around 550 calories per serving or less. Yeah, and they're so yummy. And if you need an extra boost to support your wellness goals or your health revolution and to feel your best for the rest of the summer, try the Protein Plus meals. They have 30 grams of protein per serving. Y'all, wow, fills you up and it's so yummy. Round out your meals to replenish your snack supply. They have over 45 assorted add-on snacks, including breakfast items, like y'all, the delicious apple cinnamon pancakes. Oh gosh. Bacon and cheddar egg bites, bacon and egg breakfast skillets, or an easy wellness boost. Try refreshing beverage options that you can drink it too, like a cold pressed juices, shakes, and smoothies. They've got everything you need for your health revolution. So just head on over to factormeals.com/Kim50 and use code Kim50 to get 50% off, because that's what you want. You want that 50% off. And that's code Kim50 at factormeals.com/Kim50 to get 50% off. So go on over to factor.com and check out all the selections because they're going to fill you up and they're going to slim you down.
Can I just like take a step back for a second? Like, you know me, like I'm always like skeptical. I'm the skeptic, right? And I'm not skeptical. I'm honestly not skeptical of this. Like, I feel it. I'm getting it, but I also feel like this is also hard. Like this is hard, right?
It's not.
Because it's part of you is defined by that struggle. Part of who you were. You probably had lots of conversation over the last 2 decades about weight loss and about, girl, I wish I could get that 20 pounds off, or I wish I mean, I've heard it, right? I've heard it on the show.
And in
We've
my
talked
own
about
head
it.
too. In my own
and in
head.
your head, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you lost that, and that is comfort, right? Part of that, and the reason why you say it, even though it's frustrating and it's bad, is comforting, right? Because it's like, oh, well, I'm someone who is blank. I'm someone who needs to lose 30 pounds. I'm someone who, just needs the right opportunity, and then I'll be a big star, or whatever, like insert your thing, right? And do you miss that at all, I guess?
No, I'm free. I'm totally free. And not only am I free from the narrative, I've got to lose 30-something pounds, but I'm free that I understand this process and now I can apply it to other areas in my life. Because y'all, this is the thing. Everything you need, have, want, and desire, you already possess. There's nothing external that can fill you up and make you or take you down. That only happens internally. Let me say that again.
Okay.
Nothing external can take you down or build you up. That only happens internally. We are so used to looking outside of what happens to us or doesn't happen to us. This shift that I'm talking about inside, it's supernatural in the fact that God has, in all of his amazing sovereign mercy, has given us such a power in our minds to be a part of our own solutions to the problems that we have. He's the ultimate creator, but that's not this show. We're not talking about my faith here. Faith is the go get collecting confidence because it starts with your faith. I'm talking about this is something that we're practicing. We're deciding all the time.
Yeah. It's
just now we're going to take absolute control over what we're going to decide for ourselves.
Okay.
That's what happened to me. That's what happened to Bo. That's what happened to my friend Kelly.
Yeah.
But we didn't even know it. Do you know what I'm saying? Bo was the one Bo knew it. He figured that. I mean, when he decided, he saw the decision and saw the results of that. When I was doing that didn't come to me like that. When Kelly she was deciding and didn't even know that she was doing her AI. She was like, I want to look like that. She just decided.
Kim, I was just looking this up. I had this thought as you were talking right now. I was Googling and I'm on Wikipedia right now. I'm looking at the 4-minute mile because I actually recently heard on a different podcast, I forget which one, they were talking about the 4-minute mile, right? And that people thought for a long time that humans couldn't run that fast. Yeah. And then as soon as someone did it,
right,
then lots of people started doing it. And when something in me sort of clicked, right? Like when you were saying your friend looked at the AI photo and she suddenly realized I could look like this. Like this is possible. Right. Then she can do it.
What I'm asking is why didn't people run a 4-minute mile before? What happened that all of a sudden now that they can just run a 4-minute mile?
Yeah.
Because my question is, did people have to struggle and work out and work hard to all of a sudden run the 4-minute mile like that dude did?
It's all mental, right? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, it's all mental. And now almost 2,000 people have done it.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. How can I go from May to June and lose 37 pounds when I have been trying to do it for decades? Like what? It's 70 something days.
like for all the people that have like, that are listening to you and they're like, yeah, well, Kim, what have you done for 20 years? You're saying you're trying to lose it for 20 years. Like, what have you done? Can you tell us? Can you just run through some of the, you don't have to call, I guess, different diets out, but what have you done?
I've tried the Weight Watchers. I've tried personal trainers. I've tried and done it. But why is it that I'll do it for 2 weeks and never do it again, or I'll do it for a week or whatever and get discouraged and whatever? Why was I always doing it? And you know what? My mom said something that she said, it's the right time. And I was like, no. I mean, there's something to that. I'm like, Mom, what do you mean it's the right time? She says, it's the right time. What she's saying is you just decided. Yeah. Time doesn't decide for us. We decide what we do with our time. Time is not our master.
It's so hard, especially like with all the external stuff coming at us. Like, I mean, you have kids. I have young kids. Like, I feel like I'm a supporting character in their lives right now, right? They're the protagonist. I'm the supporting character, and I have to be on their clock and, attend to their needs.
But that's not true. You're the mom. Right. You're the dad. I'm telling you, it's just a way that you look at your life. And honestly, a lot of times we're allowing circumstances, other people make decisions for us. Again, my dad said in the book, you're not a fat girl, you're just living like you are.
Yep.
I'm telling y'all, this was an absolute breakthrough. And I knew it in myself, but when my son came and told me the story, and then Kelly, because I love things in threes. You know, I'm a 3 person. And so when I was like, oh, this is crazy. And I was talking to Amy and she was like, Kim, you're right. Because she just decided. Amy's been overweight her whole entire life and she just got up and decided. Amy doesn't have the willpower to go work out. And people think she lost weight because she went and worked out. No, that ain't it. She just decided she was going to do it. Because you would quit.
And she looks amazing.
Because she's still going 5 days a week. She would quit.
She's going 5 days a week to the gym.
Yeah, still. Yeah.
Amy's amazing. Yeah. Wow.
But you see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
We're thinking, oh, she has lost weight because she went to the gym. No, she's lost weight because she decided. She keeps going to the gym because
she likes it. Yeah, she likes it the way it makes her feel. I get it. I started it too.
I'm telling you.
What would you say, as we sort of start to wrap up this topic, because I think there's so much here and I think we do have to have another episode. I'm going to make you bring your journal and your diary onto the show.
Yep.
And we'll do that soon. So stay tuned for that, everybody. But what would you say to people who aren't there yet, that aren't,
I get it.
For whatever reason, right. 10 years ago, right? You weren't ready to make that shift. You said your mom said you were ready. What are the hacks? What are the, whatever you want to call it, the tools, the steps? How can you start?
I don't want to talk about action before you've made your decision. So I think you've got to sit in a place of contemplating and really thinking about this decision-making process. And I think I'll come back to you next week or in a few weeks, and we'll really dive into what decision-making does and how it affects us and how we are on default with making our decisions, because that was what was happening to me. It wasn't I was getting up every day and choosing to make the decision to stay in the narrative of I am a fat girl and I need to lose 30 pounds. It was not I was doing that. It was just habit. It was just a default mode that I was going in. It's when I disrupted the default and just made a different decision, it's when everything else caught up. And so a lot of us are out there taking action before we've made the decision. Decision is directly related to destiny. But destiny cannot be seen before a decision is made. And for some of you, it might sound like, woo, hard work. I get it, because it's totally opposite than what we have been taught our entire lives.
Yeah.
But I can promise you this. Listen to me. Getting close. Everything that has been amazingly successful in my life has not come from hard work. It has come with ease. There have been obstacles. There have been sleepless nights. I've had to work, but I've enjoyed every minute, every bit of my business, my kids, my home, my relationships. I really sat and thought about this. Every bit of it started with a decision, and then it came to me. And I know everybody's sitting here going, Kim, you are full of it. Well, then turn it off. Don't listen to this. But for those of you who are intrigued or at least a little bit curious, we got to start looking at things differently to get different outcomes. Because I'm going to tell you, for a lot of us, the same old, it ain't working, is it? Now, if your same old's working, keep on doing what you're doing. But if you are sitting here and saying, Kim, I'm depressed, I want to lose 30 pounds, I want to make more money, I want to have more of a full relationship with my marriage, or I want, a better relationship with my kids or whatever, you got to start making different decisions. So, till next time, who's ready to level up?
Me, let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it together. All right.
All right.
We'll see y'all next week.
Next week. Kim, bring your journal.
I'm bringing it. And make good decisions.
That's amazing. I mean, Kim, you look great.
I mean,
you're looking great.
I'm 2 pant sizes.
That's amazing, Kim. So you're not. So you can't say that you're a loose. What is it? A tight 12 and a loose 14. Now you're a tight 10 and a loose 12.
No, I'm not wearing 12s. I'm a tight 8 and a loose 10.
All right.
Zach. I brought 2 journals. One was from 2022 and one was from 1991. And writing it down every day about what I don't have, and Lord, please help me get it. And he's sitting there going, well, honey, I gave you a brain. Can you just go on and flip the switch? This doesn't just apply to weight loss, Zach. This can apply to anything that has been weighing you down and causing you to mentally struggle for years. You say, Kim, can it happen that fast? It can.
This is the Kim Gravel Show.
Let's just go on and spill the tea.
This is one of the realest persons I've ever met.
My mission is to encourage every single woman. We're here to lift y'all up.
There's no one more effective than moms.
You mess with the bull, you gonna get the horns.
I need coffee, I need Jesus, and I need therapy.
If you can bring a smile to people's faces, why would you not?
True confidence is knowing who you are and why you're here.
Hey, everybody. It's the Kim Gravel Show. And it is a time in the week, whenever you're listening to this, that we come together and we reach for leveling up our lives. You know what I'm saying by that? Like, we are always looking to better level up, get more out of life than what we have in the past and what we know there's more going forward. So today is a really, it's a time to do that. So I want to call this kind of like the selfish episode, Zach. You know what I mean?
Okay. I don't know what you mean, but I'm intrigued.
Well, I say selfish because it's so funny. The older I get, the more selfless I become in a selfish way. It's the weirdest thing. It's becoming this where I'm putting myself and my well-being, we're taught as people and as humans and as women, the more we sacrifice ourselves, the better mom we are, the better parent we are, the more we're giving to our family. And I don't think that's true. I really believe in that whole thing. Put your oxygen mask on. If the plane's going down, you put yours on before you put everybody else's on.
Is that where we are, Kim? Are we on a plane that's going down?
We need an oxygen mask.
Into the cliff? All right, perfect.
You know what I'm saying?
So you put yours on, and then you have to put yours on, and then you have to put one on me.
Right. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I agree with that philosophy, and I think I wish I had learned that a lot younger, because I think I would have been... I think I would have gotten more and leveled up more in my life earlier on, because this is the thing. The sky's the limit. There is no limits to your life except for what you put on yourself.
Yes.
And so when we were talking about the 37 pounds of weight loss that I have accomplished. Yay! I'm so excited.
Yay!
I know. Thank you, Zach.
Already.
Thank you. And you know what? I mean, if y'all wanted to stand up and clap, I'd take that too. I mean, I'm at a place where I'm like, thank you, God. And thank you, all my journals. And we're going to get into that in a minute. And thank you, Zach, and everyone, because it has been a game changer. I mean, when you think you can't grow, okay, get ready. Buckle up, Buttercup, because I was really in a great place with my life. I mean, I have 2 great children who wear me out. Okay, I just was off the phone with one of them fighting him about this topic that we're going to talk about today.
About this topic? Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh, yes. Oh, wait. I got stories. I have a wonderful husband. I've got a great career. But this particular area of my life has been a brick, and I have been drowning slowly with this. And I think we all have them, Zach. Do you know what I'm saying? Everybody got their thing that is their Achilles heel or their struggle. Would you agree with that?
I 100% agree with that. And I appreciate the 90s music reference too.
She's a brick and
I'm
drowning slowly.
Yeah, thank you.
Ben Folds. Yeah. Ben Folds 5.
Love that.
Love that. But it's the truth. I mean, we've all got the struggle. There's no one above the struggle. And what I do is I don't judge everybody else's struggle, because struggle is struggle and pain is pain. So if yours is, your health struggle, if yours is financial, if yours is, a dream you haven't been able to accomplish, if yours is a weight loss, whatever you are struggling with, this is part 2 to the episode that I think can be a game changer for you if you decide it is. Okay? That's the key word.
Can I just break in here, Kim, because it is already actually what we talked about last time on the show is already something that I feel like I'm seeing certain struggles in my life differently. And I'm not.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
Yeah. So what I mean is, so I'll have like 20 things I want to do on my to-do list, right? For work, right? There'll be like a ton of stuff. And I know that like really I'm only going to get like 2 of them done in a day.
Right.
And I always tell myself, and I always stress myself out, I'm going to get 5 of these things done. And, then I feel bad at the end of the day. And so now, and this is such a small thing, but I'm like, what do I know? I know that like these things are going to get done. And I know that like I'm going to like these other things just aren't. And I'm going to have to be okay with that. Like, because deep down, deep in my mind, I'm like, I know what this is. I do this every day. I kill myself every day with this same struggle. Why?
I think because we worship and adore and promote and love, and it's our comfy blanket, the struggle. We get so comfortable with that struggle that becomes the thing that we expect and that we feed, and it grows. Y'all, I'm telling you, you've heard about these people who have these amazing breakthroughs, or like I had a friend who was in high school, and she got in a drunk driver hit her, and she was paralyzed from the waist down, and she was an amazing athlete. She was just an amazing athlete, like all around, like basketball, soccer. I mean, on the trajectory to becoming this, college athlete, and just really an overachiever, fantastically gifted by God, worked hard, the whole 9 yards, but she was paralyzed from the waist down. And it took her, now look, I'm not discounting that because that's huge. It took her many years to work through that struggle. But there was a point, I remember talking to her about this, that she just shifted and decided not to make the struggle this thing she put on a pedestal, Zach. And even with you doing your little to-do worksheet, to-do thing, and saying, and just making it's not your list that holds you captive. It is this, am I doing enough, that holds you captive?
Oh my gosh, Kim.
Right? Am I right?
Yeah, that is exactly it. It's like I'm not doing enough. And I don't feel like I'm doing enough for anything. And this isn't supposed to be a therapy session for me.
No,
but
I mean,
it's like, I'm here today, and, we just moved, right?
Right.
And my wife, Camille, is just starting her new job. Our daughter's homesick today. It was supposed to be her first full-time day of daycare, finally, after this move. And, it's like, I don't feel like I'm doing enough for any of it. I don't feel like I'm doing enough for work. And I feel like I'm not doing enough to help, with with Haley and with my family. And it's just like, you can't have it always.
Well, I got so tickled.
I know it's so much more than that, but
it is. Yeah. And it's so funny that you said this, because can I do in my book, I talk about the 10 words of wisdom for mom and dad,
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I give you a little Brooks Hardy 101 wisdom?
Give it to me.
Because you said, I don't think I'm ever doing enough, and I don't know if I'm doing enough. And my dad, now this is deep, so let's go with it. Because I would say that. I would say, Dad, am I doing it? I said, Dad, I just hope I'm humble. I just want to stay humble. And he said, Kim, the fact that you asking yourself, are you humble, tells me you're humble. The fact that you're saying, am I doing enough, Zach, tells me you're doing enough. Because people who don't do enough definitely don't talk about not doing enough. And he had a point, right? Like, he has a point. Yeah. And I think we beat ourselves up because we live in the indecisive comfort zone of struggle. It's not that we're really comfortable in the struggle. It's just the habit of staying in that has made us comfortable. It's not the actual circumstance. Remember when my dad says, you're not a fat girl, you're just living like one. That was another thing he was on. We're not our struggle. We are so much more than that. But we have told ourselves, and we perpetually repeat the cycle. Why is it so much harder to be negative to ourselves than it is to believe the positive? And even cocky, confident, gregarious, ballsy people that I'm the best. Deep down inside, it's so much easier to believe the insecurity.
Yeah.
It is. Okay. So that's part of what we're going to finish up this little weight loss moment that I've had, this little growth moment, the Kim's growth moment that I've had in my personal life. And it's so amazing because I'm just having this conversation with my son. My oldest son, I'm going to just tell y'all right now, Lord have mercy. I wouldn't even say this because he ain't never listening to this. So until he's older, because they think I'm such an idiot.
Yeah, he's not going to listen.
But my oldest son, who is brilliant, who is his superpower, his calling in life is strength, is to be strong. So that's it, to be strong. Nice. If I had to say what his calling is. But Zach, to be strong, what do you have to do?
This is like a...
No, just answer the question. To be a strong person, physically, mentally...
You have to have strength. You have to work out.
How do you get strength? How do you get strength?
You need to work at it.
Work out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, you have to go through a lot of crap and things that make you strong.
You have to be sore. Yeah, exactly. Right? You got to get sore in order to get strong. Yeah.
He's so mentally strong. He doesn't know it's his superpower. See, I can see it in him. He can't see it in himself. He's 16. So, but I keep trying to tell him, baby, that's your superpower. But how do you get strong? You don't get strong by things being easy. It is that tension. It is that resistance. It is all of that. Because he's in a resistor. He is not going to follow nobody. He ain't going to do what you say. He's not going to do it the way you...
Oh, Kim.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
Got one of those, too.
And that's fantastic. What a great attribute. But what we forget is the very thing that frustrates us and that aggravates us is the thing, you can trace that back to what your calling is. So whatever struggle you're going through, Zach, or anybody listening to me, is because that's connected to part of your greatness. The fact that you're so organized, Zach, in such a producer's mind, and you can't click off all of those buttons and make it perfect, that's exactly why you're that way. That's exactly why you struggle so much in that area. It's because that's your superpower.
Right. Okay. So do I just embrace it? That's the answer, right?
You just, and now look, I'm not a counselor, and I say this all the time. I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm just telling you what has worked for me in my personal life. In this particular thing we're talking about today, Zach, I have just been through it in the last 2.5 months. Okay. It started in May for me. So you don't ignore it. What I do is I lean into it and I ask the question, why? Why am I lying to myself? Why am I torturing myself mentally with this? Why am I always saying, I can do it, I need to do it, I know I got to do it, but I don't do it? Why do I do that to myself? And it's because I haven't decided to put it in its proper place and put my calling in its proper place. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. Because mental shifts are hard, and they're very hard. And, or they are for me. Some of you people might be mental strength geniuses. I am in the remedial class when it comes to mental shift strengths. Okay.
All right. Yeah, because it only took you 20 years.
I ain't even college prep. Okay. I'm not even college prep. I'm talking about remedial, just a regular old below average. Honey, bless her heart, just get her on through. That is my grade level when it comes to mental shifts. And I'm thick, so it takes me a hot minute. But I'm going to tell you what happened to me in May. I had brought 2 journals, Zach. And you asked me to bring my journals. And I'm a journaler. And I've been journaling since when I was a teenager. Okay. I just brought 2. Gosh. One is from 1991.
Wow. Wait, the year you won Miss Georgia.
And one is from, hold on, let me pull it. Hold on, people, hold on. One is from, oh Lord, I didn't date this one. Hold on, I'll show you. Because I always try to date it and I put the time on.
Okay.
But this is new, so I said, okay. This one is from 2022.
Okay.
Okay, after the break, I'm going to read my journal from January 13th of 1991 and tell you how long it took me to make the decision to change. I'll read that when we get right back. Don't go away. You don't want to miss this. Y'all, with the busy fall season just right around the corner, and if you're looking for wholesome and convenient meals for this jam-packed days, because look, here it goes, soccer, football, basketball. Factor, America's #1 ready-to-eat meal kit, can help you fuel up fast with chef-prepared, dietitian-approved, ready-to-eat meals delivered straight to your door. Now look, there are 34 flavor-packed meals to choose from. 34. Dietitian-approved meals, and they're ready to eat like in 2 minutes. I just pop them in, heat them up, I'm ready to go. A family favorite of mine. They're so convenient, so easy. And this August, get Factor and enjoy eating without any hassle. And y'all, for me, they're so good that my kids and my husband steal mine, that I had to get them their own. Okay? And how great is it that they can heat them up themselves? Absolutely dietitian approved. And I can do it and let them cook for themselves and heat them up themselves with full confidence. So head over to factormeals.com/Kim50 and use code Kim50 to get 50% off. That's code Kim50 at factormeals.com/Kim50 to get 50% off. Heat them up and enjoy. Okay, we're back. We're talking about the power of a decision. How can your life shift? How can you have a mental shift, Zach, with just a decision? That it's just recently happened to me. And I honestly can say in my 52 years, it's the only time it's happened for me. I have done a lot of
Is that true? Wait.
It's true. Right,
you've had so much success.
Okay,
so all of that,
yes.
You've been struggling and fighting this despite all of the success you've already had.
Decades. 1991, do the math. How many years ago was that when this started? Really started before, but this is just, I just brought that journal. Yeah, do the math. Do the math, Zach.
All right, 32 years.
32 years. I've been struggling with this for 32 years, and I'm going to read it to prove it. But let me share this with you. Because you say, Kim, really, you've done so many things. And I have. Y'all, look, I'm accomplished. I'm tooting my own horn here. I'm successful. I am blessed beyond measure. I certainly don't deserve it. I've worked hard for it. And I've manifest things, but I have never flipped a switch of decision and something fall into place in my 52 years as this did this past May.
Okay. So tell us about it.
So I don't even know if we can cover it in 2 episodes, but we're going to try. So I'm going to start by reading a journal entry. I brought 2 journals. One was from 2022 and one was from 1991. And I'm going to read a couple of pages and give you the dates and times. So I want you to kind of get, because you're like, Kim, I'm saying 30-something years, but I want you to understand where my mind was, okay? And how much this tormented me, like your little list torments you, how this tormented me for 30-something years.
Can we orient to, so you won Miss Georgia in 1991.
Right.
What month was that? Like, when was that in the year?
That was June.
That was June. Okay, so you're reading from January.
Right.
So you're, 6 months before you won Miss Georgia, you're on your way.
And I was gorgeous. I was thin. I was gorgeous. I would kill to be that size right now. But I'm just telling you, I'm just saying, like, if I was half that size, I'd be running around naked. I'd be doing this particular podcast with a thong on.
This would be naked podcast. There'd be
naked
big,
and
it would just be a blur.
Naked
it would be a lot of
podcasting.
blurring.
Yes, be a lot of blurring. I'm just saying, I'm giving you perspective here.
All right.
First day of a new journal. So clearly I hadn't started until January 13th.
Okay.
First day of a new journal in the new year. Not so sure what 1991 has to offer, but I'm excited about my future. I'm excited about possibly becoming Miss Georgia, or at least trying to be. You don't know what you've got till it's gone, and I guess I'm either spoiled or ignorant, but I have been feeling like, Lord, you are done with me.
You're 18. You're 18
19,
when you wrote this?
19.
Oh.
I know you and your word does not fail. And when trials hit and things seem out of my control and like I can't accomplish all my dreams, I know you're in control. Guide my steps. And what I'm talking about in steps, God, like he don't know.
Like, yeah, you have to define steps. That's good. No, like explaining, to God is a good.
Right. It's always good. It's always good for me, at least.
Always good.
I'm asking for divine intervention with Miss Georgia. Please just write and bless through me. I don't know what that means. Allow me to be used. What should it be about? What should I say? I guess I was talking about the interview part. I love you and I trust you. I'm asking you, listen to this, for supernatural control with my eating and my health. So I was at the best shape of my life. It was 6 months. I might not have been in the best shape because I've always loved a ding dong, a ho ho, or a hostess, honey bun.
Yeah.
But
and if you want evidence of that, read Kim's book, Collecting Confidence.
So all of the little journal up and then is so sweet, and God, you're controlling. But here we go. Here is the hang up. Here's where the dysfunction starts and the lack of making a decision.
Okay.
I'm asking you for supernatural control with my eating and my health. I'm trying to do my best with it. No food is not the way to go. And I'm trying to eat as little as I can and pull it together before the pageant. But I need supernatural healing and your touch to do this. Please, Lord, help me in this. Create in me a pure heart and a spirit towards others. Okay, boo, boo, boo. That's just little woo, la, la, la. That section that I just read to you.
Yeah.
Do you see the struggle in that?
Yeah. It's amazing that, would you consider that idea, like what you were even writing in that? Like, would you even consider that like healthy at all?
No.
Like, would you?
No.
Yeah.
Look, I say pray to God. Here's January 14th, the next day. I'm not going to read it all to you. I'm going to get to the good stuff. Because I fluff and stuff until I get to the good stuff. You know what I'm saying? To the real stuff.
Well, it takes you a minute to get there. That's the process of writing a journal, right?
Of course.
That's the point.
Today, God, I ask you for supernatural willpower with my health and my eating. That's January 14th of 91.
That's the next day.
Okay, next day. Here's January 19th. Today, I need you, and I need a breakthrough with my health. That's the first line. Mental and physical. I need a mental reboot, and I need to lose weight. Please take my obsession with food away. Allow my mind peace and focus. Okay, that's January 19th. I'm not going to go on because it's every day in this book. It's every single day.
Yeah, pick a random, seriously, pick a random page. Let's see what's on it.
I'm going to pick a random page from 2022.
Okay, we're jumping to 2022 now. Okay.
I have to remind myself that you are my source. My obsession with food and eating is not only a social aspect, but it's an aspect of comfort for me. Lord, you are my ultimate source of strength, hope, love, and joy. Today, please give me full joy and not just in food. Okay, I'm just going to tell y'all this. So these journals are full with this, and that was in 2022. I could go on and on, and I don't want to bore you with my journals.
This feels to me like almost a breakthrough. Like hearing Kim at 19 in the best shape of your life have this struggle, and it's a different type of struggle, right? Because you were competing, but it's the same. It's exactly the same.
Right. Struggle
in
is
so
struggle.
many ways. struggle is struggle, and hearing it and then seeing it. And
well, let me ask you a question, Zach.
Yeah.
How long have you been struggling with what you just said at the beginning of this episode? How many years?
I mean, my whole career.
Okay. What does that mean? How many? Give it to me in numbers.
It's like, so I started working on movies when I was 18.
Okay.
So
you were 18,
I worked
19.
on movies
Right. Okay.
all through. Yeah. So It's been, almost 20 years.
Okay.
And
it's a long time.
Yeah. And you're right. Like, this is how I do it. That's what we say, right? There's it's like this really twisted, like there's the right way, there's the wrong way, and there's my way. Right. And it's like, well, your way's terrible. Yeah. So,
well, the reason I'm triggered with this or was triggered with this, and the reason I wanted to do this is because just to remind everybody, in May of this year to mid-July, I've lost 37 pounds with minimal effort. And I know that's going to tick a lot of people off, but it's the truth. And what I mean by minimal effort, I'm not saying I didn't cut back. I'm not saying I didn't take brisk walks and, enjoy them with Travis and having these deep, conversations with my kids as we were doing it. But minimal effort mean it was not a mental strain and a journal-worthy problem for me. And it was around Mother's Day, and I was writing in my journal the same old thing that you heard me read out of 3 or 4 entries. And I just said, what's going on? Why am I still doing this? And keep in mind, y'all, I have been praying and asking God to just release me from it. I mean, you've read my journal entries, and you say, won't he do it? Yes, he'll do it. You can continue to pray and all that, but you've got to decide. He's already given me the power to conquer this through him, but I had to make the decision. So that day in May, I said, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not dancing around this mountain. I'm not running around it. I'm not walking up it. I'm not walking through it. I'm done. And y'all, I decided that day, and then 2.5 months later, I was 37 pounds down. It was like the weight of the struggle was gone, and my body caught up. The weight fell off. And it was Zach, and I said this in the last episode, after that happened, my son experienced that with a basketball story, which I'm telling you, I'm so sick of basketball, I could die. But I'm telling you, thank God for basketball, because it's been so many life lessons through that stupid sport, I swear. And then
this is a women's lifestyle and basketball podcast, for the record.
Oh my God. And basketball moms, reach out, because or grandmas, what I'm talking about. But then another friend of mine, Kelly, my facialist, she went through it too. And she started losing, I think in April, she decided, she made an AI picture of herself, what she would look like, lost 50 pounds. And she did it in 3.5, almost 4 months with ease. Wow. And it had been a struggle for her for decades. Now look, this doesn't just apply to weight loss, Zach. This can apply to anything that has been weighing you down and causing you to mentally struggle for years. You say, Kim, can it happen that fast? It can. It can.
Well, the shift is already happening for me. Like, I'm already like, okay, what do I know? What do I know I'm going to do today? What do I know I'm not going to do? And I know it. I know it in the morning. I don't have to feel like I'm rushing to get to somewhere and then feel disappointed in myself. That's just a terrible pattern, right?
It is.
And that pattern, though, felt normal. Like, if I didn't have that pattern, it felt off.
Well, if you didn't have that pattern of thinking, what would you fill it with? I mean, we get that's the question. That's it. We get such a creature of, like, we don't even understand the power of a decision. I mean, I read that quote. I mean, decision is directly related to destiny, and action doesn't begin until you make a decision. But we are action-oriented people. Tell me what I need to do. Tell me what I need to do. But don't do anything until you've decided what you want to do. I mean, people get married because of that. They get married. They decide to get married, and they really haven't made a decision of what kind of partner they want and what it all just I'm in love and I'm this. No, baby, that is the biggest decision you'll ever make, and it needs to be thought through.
I know what you mean. Can I ask you a question, Kim, on that?
Yeah.
So, and this, I don't have any other context other than reading the book, and we can cut this if you don't want to go here.
We'll go here.
But your first marriage.
Yeah.
I bet if you go back and interrogate like sort of what you were thinking in the back of your head, did you know somewhere deep down, really deep down, like where you sort of were afraid to even look, that first marriage wasn't going to work before you even started?
Yes.
But you did it anyway.
I did it anyway.
And we all do that.
We all do it. And just like we know we have the power to make a decision, to make a change. And when I say flip a switch, I mean in May, I flipped a switch. And how come I did it then and couldn't do it for 30 plus years? See, that's what we're talking about.
So what was the inciting thing? What was it?
Reading these journals back, I'm like, good God, Kim, how many times you gonna write the same thing? I mean, it was just, I had had enough. But what I want to say to everybody else is, I don't care where you are with your life, you can have enough right now. Because people say, well, the timing wasn't right and all that. The timing is right when you say it's right. Mm. The timing could have been right a long time ago. I enjoyed sitting there writing that every single day. I don't know if I enjoyed it. Let me say, I got something out of it. I can tell you that, or I wouldn't have done it.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is to everyone listening, and what I'm trying to say to my 16-year-old son today, I don't want you to be 52 and realize that in your decisions lies great power for you. See, we're not making decisions like they're important. We're making decisions like they're part of a to-do list.
Yeah. I live my life as a to-do list. I think so many of us do.
Because we are action-oriented. Remember the quote. But action doesn't start or doesn't equal success until you decide. So many people are taking action and have never made the decision of what they really want. See, I decided, you know what? I do want to look better. I do want to feel healthier. I do want to have more energy. And writing it down every day about what I don't have, and Lord, please help me get it. And he's sitting there going, well, honey, I gave you a break and you just go on and flip the switch.
Well, it suddenly became who you were, right? Because now, some people are like, oh, I'm a runner and I run every day. And, that you weren't born that way. Or I'm a, whatever, insert thing that's healthy, right? I eat healthy. I cook my own meals and whatever.
Well, I eat those Factor meals we've gotten. They're so good.
I know. They're great. I'm going to have one right after the. I literally have like half an hour between when this ends and my next thing, and I have an appointment, and I'm going to eat a Factor meal, and it's going to be excellent.
I'm just saying,
I'm so excited.
But it's not even a struggle. Like it's just like the struggle was, oh my God, making the decision. It wasn't the actual work to get there. Honestly, that's what we struggle with. That's the mental shift we're talking about today. Is that power of decision. And like for me in my time, I'm just like, yeah, I'm not going to do that ever. And so that's what I'm not going to do. And Amy and I were talking about this because she was like, well, my hard work. And I'm like, girl, your hard work did not get you to lose weight. That's not what happened. You just woke up one day and decided you were going to do it. And you put in the hard work and the results were there. But she became a gym person. She became someone that works out every day. She became what she decided to become.
Yes.
And I want to tell you this. When you make the decision, it's hard work, but it doesn't feel like that. So what we're doing is we're putting our to-do list before our action, before our decision. And so it's always resistant. If we make a decision and the action follows that, it takes the mental load off of us.
I totally get it.
I don't know if I get it,
This
but
is
it makes
starting
sense.
to click. It's starting to click for me. No, I think, and I'm hoping that it's starting to click for the folks that are watching this and listening to this.
Well, if it's not, call us and leave us a message, and we'll talk about it.
Call us. Let us know, because we'll get into it. Can I ask you a question though, Kim? Especially because, like, you know, we sort of talked about, I don't know what you want to call it, like unhealthy habits around food.
Yeah. Hey, I'm an expert there. I'm an expert on that. Yeah.
Well, right. I mean, and it's so much of it is so unhealthy about dieting and about weight loss and about body image and all of that.
Well, it's
and
everywhere.
I think, like,
it's everywhere.
There's so much to unpack there, but I wonder what you're like. How can I put this? I wonder how you would react if I said, like, the whole way that we're talking about this, the whole way that this is positioned in our society, which is like, this is your target weight, you know, get to your target weight. Mm-hmm. And then suddenly it's like this golden, oh, you're there. Like, but it's not how it works. Right. And then that's why I think we get so many comments. We've had over 220 comments on the episode that we did with David Venable talking about weight loss.
Right.
And so many of those comments were about people's weight loss journeys themselves. And I did this diet and I lost 30 pounds and then I gained it back and then I lost it and then I gained it back.
It back because the decision, they didn't make a decision. And see, so what happened with David Venable was the doctor motivated him to make the decision, but the decision was made and he ain't going back. That's why he won't yo-yo. Mark my words, David ain't going back. He's not going to go back. I'm not going to go back. You're going to come and see me, you know, and I only want, if it's meant for me to lose another 12 pounds, continuing the healthy path I'm on right now, great. If not, I look great. I've lost 37 pounds. I'm down 2 dress sizes. My A1C is down. My energy is there. My health is stronger. I have more energy to just last the day. There's so many benefits from that. But for me, the motivation wasn't getting healthy. The motivation for me was, I'm tired. I'm a person, I'm like, look, if it ain't working, I ain't doing it. If it's not going to be successful, I ain't playing with it. I mean, that's just me. I'm that kind of a realist person. And I thought, well, Kim, this ain't working for you. Just murmuring and complaining about it. You have to just make a decision and do it. But when I tell you after I did, it wasn't hard work. That is where I'm telling you, I had to do some work, but it wasn't like, oh God, I can't get a Big Mac meal at McDonald's. It wasn't torture.
Is the way you start to just start looking at your life and thinking like, what do I really know? What do I really, really know? Where's the place that I'm scared to look that I know the answer?
I want you to go through the journals of your past. So listen to me. I'm going to give you some actionable items here. And you say, well, Kim, I didn't journal, but you got it up here. You know what I'm talking about. I want you to.
Or social media posts.
Whatever.
People journal their lives on social media now.
Do their lives. But a lot of people don't share their innermost thoughts.
Well, that's true.
Okay. So what I want to say to you is, because we've all got them, what I want to say to you is go back through the journal of your mind of something, and don't do, I mean, you say, Kim, I got 7 things. We're not going to tackle 7. We're going to do 1 at a time, sweet Jesus. We're going to do 1. I want you to go through whatever your struggle is. Mine wasn't my struggle of weight. Keep in mind, mine was my struggle of mindset about my weight, okay? So whatever yours is, okay? So I want you to look at your life and determine what the struggle is that you are celebrating, worshiping, and putting on a pedestal. Zach said earlier, his was his to-do list. Mine happened to be my journaling about my weight every single day of my life for 30 plus years. I want you to determine what that thing is. What is your struggle that you need to make a decision on? Let's start there, okay? And Zach, I like what you said. Sit with it. Think it through. Why is it a struggle? Why has it been a struggle for so long? Because I promise you, it's not like it's been a struggle for a week. What I'm talking about is that brick that's been tied around your waist and that you have been swimming trying to get to the top of that lake or that ocean, and it drags you down, and you get up and it drags you. That's the struggle I'm talking about, and you got one. We've all got them. And define what that is and sit with it for a hot minute. Email us what it is. Get it off your chest. We won't share unless you want us to. Define what that is first, because you say, well, Kim, that hasn't stopped your life. It has. It has. It has stopped me in so many ways, and not the weight. It has been my thoughts about the weight.
Right. Because your weight, it hasn't stopped you from.
It's been the thoughts about the struggle. No, it's been, all right. It's been the thoughts about, let me say that. It's been the thoughts about the struggle. Because as soon as I changed and made a decision about sitting here and loving on, nurturing, paying attention to, and worshiping the struggle, when I made a decision to stop doing that, the weight came off. With ease. Look at David Venable.
And what do you... Yeah, same with David. Same with so many. I think there are so many of our guests. Like, we talk to so many successful, confident people on the show. And I think so many of our guests have these moments, like these switches that flip, and it's all of a sudden everything's different. Nothing's changed, but everything's different.
Right. It's
and then it slowly starts to change. Yeah.
Well, everything catches up. So when you make a decision, it's done. The deed is done. The goal is met. Everything is in its present time. It just takes the physical world time to catch up with mentally what you've decided.
Let me ask you a question about time, because so this is the other thing I really wanted to understand, and I was thinking about a lot since we recorded our last episode, which is, if you could send this message back to yourself in 1991 or in 2000 or in 2010 or whatever, pick a year, would you have been ready to receive it? Do you think you would have been able to make the switch, or did you have to be here with your experience now as Kim in 2023 in order to have whatever it was, right? Experience, wisdom, whatever you want to call it, to make that switch? Do you think you could have done it earlier if you had this?
I do think I could have done it earlier. I think we all can. I think it's up to us to grow and become more self-aware. And fortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it, we really don't get to that self-reflection and that self-awareness until we've lived a lot of life for most of us, because, either we have it easy or we're comfortable or whatever. And that's where I'm trying to teach my son at 16 how to put in place these tools, these revelations that I've had in my own personal life. And what I'm seeing is you can do it at 16 because he just did it. He just did it, didn't even know he's doing it. Now, what I want to say to you, Zach, and myself and everybody else listening is we do at times do these sort of things. We manifest, we do make decisions, we do all that. But what happens is we're not cognizant of it. We don't recognize it. So what I'm trying with Bo, when he was sitting on that bench, and he said he saw himself sitting on the bench. This is so deep for a 16-year-old kid. I was like, oh my God, this is so great. I didn't want to freak him out because he'll never tell me anything if I do. So I was just like, oh, that's cool. I try to keep it low key. And he was like, I saw myself sitting there on the bench getting upset and angry and mad. And he said, and then I was getting, sad. He said, I was like, I'm so, he goes, I started talking to myself. And then he said, I saw myself doing that, Mom. And I said, you know what? I'm not doing that. I decided I'm not doing that. I will never forget it. He said, I decided I'm not going to do that. And he said, so I just switched it just like that. And then 2 minutes later, he said, the coach put me in. I played the whole entire, the rest of the games. And and I was like, okay, Kim, we got to stop and teach him that power of decision that he made will change the whole entire trajectory of every decision he ever makes the whole entire life. But see, I could have let that pass, and he was just like, yeah, that was something I did. But what happens is, Zach, if we're not aware of what that kind of power is, and so yes, to answer your question, I think I could have handled that back then if I would have known what I was looking at. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's really, I do know what you're saying. Well, the human mind is like this.
I know.
It's amazing.
It's amazing, but it's quite simple. It's quite simple. Everything leads back to faith. Whether you have, I'm not talking about religious faith and all that. I said, everything leads back to knowing and believing that you were made uniquely and wonderfully made, one of a kind. Everything leads back to that. And when you know that, then and you live from that place on a regular basis. See, I knew that in my journals. I mean, you could read, like, the Lord, you're so good, and da-da-da. And I believed in myself. I went on to win Miss Georgia. I mean, but right. I didn't know the power that I had in making decisions for my life. I was letting God he's always in control, but I was not participating with him in my developing life.
Ooh, so deep, Kim. All right, maybe we'll do a part 3. I don't know. We'll see. If you want to see a part 3, send your questions.
Send your question. And also send us, I mean, look, even if we don't ever put them on air, send us the things you're struggling with and get it out. Let's start this decision movement. Let's start just doing what David Venable did, and Amy Goins, and myself, and my facialist Kelly, and Bo, and let's all be aware of these decisions that we're making in our lives. And I'm telling you, you want to talk about leveling up? Oh, you're going to level up, and your whole life is going to catch up with it. All right. Till next time, I'm Kim. Remember, power of decision, and you are fearfully and wonderfully made as is. We love you.
Love y'all.
Bye. Mwah. Lord, help me, I can't even read this. Zach, you need to start journaling.
I really do.
Wait till you read all these.
I think that's your next book, Kim. Just publish a journal.
Oh my God.
That's it, you're done. Could you imagine?
It's deep.
I met this boy, his name's Travis. I think.
So Bo says, I'm just a boy. I said, but you're gonna be a man, so you better man up. I'm the perfect boy mom.
This is the Kim Gravel Show.
We're talking about dieting, health, and longevity.
Eat less, exercise more is not the answer.
There's a lot of people listening saying, what do I do?
So if you understand the hormones, then you can master your weight for long term.
We come into the world chubby, and most of us go out of the world chubby.
Once in a while, throw a little drama in there.
Did she just say throw a little drama? Dr. Naomi, are we best friends? Hey, y'all. Kim Gravel here, and welcome to the Kim Gravel Show. This week is going to be probably one of my favorites because this topic I am obsessed with right now, because we're talking about dieting, health, and longevity. I said it. Longevity. Long living. Okay? And I know all of you have questions about that. My guest today is Dr. Naomi Parella. Y'all, she's the Chief Medical Officer at Zero Longevity Science, and their mission is to extend the lifespan and the health span of everyone in the human race. That is a big, big mission, but one I could definitely get behind. She's a double board certified in family medicine and obesity medicine. She's the chief of lifestyle medicine at Rush University. She has worked as a consultant for the NFL, United Airlines, and Google. I'm telling you, this woman knows her stuff. And before we bring her on, Zach is making me say this, and I'm going to blame this on you, Zach. Naomi is a doctor, but she's not your doctor. Okay. So nothing in this episode is medical advice. This is a podcast, y'all. So it's for general informational purposes only. And to just maybe hopefully inspire you to pursue that health goal and to have that long life that is full of just possibilities. But before you can start a new health plan, be sure to consult your doctor. But get all the good advice that our good doctor is getting ready to give us right now. So please join me in welcoming
Dr. Naomi Parella. Dr. Naomi Parella.
Oh my gosh. Wow. I'm so excited. Thank you so much. That was awesome and super fun. Definitely when I do like grand rounds at the hospital or whatever, we don't have that kind of intro. So that is super awesome.
We'll give it to you. You can have that play when you walk in the room with the patient.
That was surprisingly wonderful. So thank you for that. I'm super excited to be here.
No, you cannot be more excited than Zach and I, because I'm over 50. I'm 52, getting ready to be 53 next month. I am part of this Age of Possibility tour that's going on right now with QVC, where we're celebrating women over 50. Longevity. Okay, so dieting was great for me, doctor. I lost like 50 pounds.
Congratulations.
But now I'm into the longevity thing. Okay, so I want to get into that. Can you tell me, I just want to get into it. The thing I hear all the time is that you need to be healthy. You need to eat less. You need to move more.
Let's clarify. Healthy can mean a lot of different things for a lot of people, and eat less, exercise more is not necessarily the answer, even though that's been what we've been told forever. So
I was getting ready to go, woo!
Yeah, totally. So I remember for years I was telling people, eat less, exercise more. I had no idea that this information was going to be completely not helpful for the majority of people.
The whole like prescription for being healthy is not just to eat less and move more. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. So eat less, exercise more is not the answer. And the reason is, if you eat less, you might not be getting the nutrients you want. It doesn't actually necessarily cause long-term weight loss. It affects your hormones. There's a whole bunch of stuff there, right? It's actually eat right and keep moving. That's really what it is.
Zach, that's really different.
Can I just say, like, what does eat right mean? Because that to me, like, I don't know what that, I'm so confused. There's so much information out there, right? Am I right, Kim?
I think she's saying not go through the drive-through at the fast food 3 or 4 times a week. I think that's what she's saying.
Well, you both know that the ultra-processed food industry, right, where the foods really are not something you can create in your own kitchen. Those foods have a different effect on the body than what we call whole foods, which are really things you could imagine how it got to your table, right? So those kinds of foods that you can't really recognize where it originated, how it actually got into the shape or style that it's in, those are not really real foods, right? So they throw off your hormones. And, you know, Kim, to your point about being over 50, me too. Actually, I need to take notes from you because you're looking so darn good. So, but
the struggle is real. You know, the struggle is real, doctor.
It is real. And, you know, when you reset your body, as you've described, I mean, you know, more than 50 pounds weight loss, congratulations. That's really a side effect of getting into a healthier state, right? So you can lose a bunch of weight and it can be unhealthy. Like if somebody has cancer and is going through treatments, that can be not really fun kind of weight loss. But the kind of weight loss where you have more energy, you feel great. Now you're like, now I want to get healthy. Now I'm about longevity. That's what we're talking about. And if you're not eating real food, meaning foods that are more natural and closer to how they originated, your body is going to be confused. It's going to have to spend energy in trying to figure out what to do with the things you just put in your body. And oftentimes, any toxins, any things that your body doesn't know what to do with, it has to store it. Right. And if you have too much of something, it's also going to store that. So that's where we start getting into trouble.
I love your take on this because I've heard you say that like weight gain isn't a discipline problem. It's a hormone problem. And I want to just shout hallelujah, amen. I second that because when I hit premenopausal and menopause, and I'm sorry for oversharing, Zach, just deal with it. I did see a change in not only my weight, because I've always had about 40, 50 pounds that I needed to lose over the last decade. But I mean, seriously, I've been premenopausal and going through menopause for like 10 years. Is hormones really the problem for most of us?
It totally is. So if you think about it, around menopause, your estrogen really is what goes away in menopause, right? And also progesterone. But your estrogen goes away, and estrogen is what gives us female curves. So when we're gaining weight, we sort of gain it in kind of like a figure 8 sort of a pattern, right? It can be up on your chest and on your hips and your butt, right? And we're all trying to always lose all of the, you know, thighs and whatever. When you don't have estrogen anymore, the weight that you're going to gain, if you are going to gain weight, will end up distributing just like in a man. So that's around the waistline.
Wow. Okay. I've never heard that before.
Yeah.
So do we fix the hormones? We fix the weight, or are they sympathetic? Or they work together? I mean, because there's a lot of people listening saying, okay, it's not a discipline problem. It's a hormone problem. What do I do?
Right, exactly. So if you understand the hormones, then you can master your weight for long term. And here's the thing that's really, really wonderful. The more you get in the right direction, the easier it gets and the more fun it is, right? Because you're like, oh, I feel great. I have to get rid of all my clothes that I didn't like anymore. And now I get to get new clothes or fit back into the stuff I used to wear. So it's really, really fun. And so just by changing a few things, you can actually start changing the balance of hormones because they all affect each other. So it's kind of like you just move one dial and that starts having a ripple effect in other areas. So it is so much fun when you figure out, ooh, this is the one thing that's easiest for me to change. And I'm already starting to see a change.
Okay, what's the dials? Give me the dials.
Yeah. So some of them are around nutrition. So you might have heard about insulin. And insulin is a hormone that's a growth hormone. Yeah, of course. And insulin is a hormone that's like a growth hormone. So it makes you grow and it tells your body to store things and put fuel into cells. And so if you are physically active, you're working out all the time, you're going to do a great job building muscle if you have high insulin. But if you have high insulin and you are not in the gym 24/7 and you are possibly working or having a different kind of a life where you're busy doing other things, it's very possible to get into fat storage mode, right? Which is what the majority of us are not living in the gym. And so that's sort of the effect that can have. So that's a high insulin level can cause that. Once you start gaining weight around your waist, then it gets even easier to start gaining weight, right? So many of us have noticed, wow, I could eat whatever I want when I was younger and I didn't gain so much weight. I was more in control. I could just get it back the way I wanted it. And then as we get older, we're like, what the hell? It's not as easy as it was before, right? Like what's going on?
So true. It's so true.
Yeah.
It's so true. So is that the hormones and the insulin?
Correct. And insulin is a hormone. Okay. So as the progesterone and estrogen start coming down, you become insulin resistant as you start gaining weight around the waist. So it's sort of like this vicious cycle. And it can make everything just feel worse, the hot flashes, the disrupted sleep, the mood changes, all of that. That's totally natural.
Is that the same in hormones for teenagers? Because my kids, first of all, they could eat anything that's not nailed down.
Yep.
And, both of them have put on some weight because they're not eating the right things. But and they're both athletes, so they work out constantly. But is it the same thing for hormones in young people as well?
Yeah. So for young people, their bones are still developing. So they do need to have times when they're going to have those higher hormone levels so that they can reach their peak height, that they can grow their muscles and bones. And so it's a little bit different. But yes, hormones still drive that as well. And, that's a great example, Kim. I'm so glad you brought that up because if you think about it, if you look at young people, their body knows it knows how to grow, right? And where to put on the weight. And so it's all driven by hormones. And so if we can master the hormones once we're done getting taller, we can prevent the width getting bigger, right? So this is, so adolescents have a little bit more leeway if they're still getting taller, right? We've seen that. I mean, you totally recognize that in, cute little, babies that, are nice and round and they're not going to be that way forever necessarily.
Yeah. I say we go. I say this all the time to my friends. I'm like, we come into the world wearing pull-ups, and we go out of the world wearing pull-ups. I mean, we come into the world chubby, and most of us go out of the world chubby. But this is what I want to ask you too.
Yes.
What other factors affect weight? Like from 1 to 10.
Yeah.
How important are each of these things? Like sleep, stress, working out. Like let's just take sleep. How important is sleep to maintaining that healthy weight and that longevity?
Like a 10, right? So it's like a 10 out of 10. It's so important because here's the deal. There's several factors with sleep. If you don't get enough sleep or it's not restful, you're going to develop insulin resistance. So it's again, kind of the same thing, right? Where it becomes easier and easier to gain weight around your waist. And then it's a vicious cycle. It gets easier and easier to gain weight. So that's for sure. If you have sleep apnea and it's not treated, also same thing. And in addition, it can increase your risk of stroke and other things. If you get great sleep, that reduces the stress hormones during the day. It allows the insulin to come down, so you get into a fat burning mode, right? So that's pretty cool. You wake up in the morning and you're a fat burning machine, like, yes, please, right? No effort,
Hello.
just sleep. So and your gut gets to reset. It's just so powerful. So by the morning, you're really like starting a brand new day. And it's so fantastic because even if you did not make the best choices the day before, after a restful night of sleep, that next day, it's like a recharge. You start over. It's like, a restart.
You reset. What about stress?
Stress is really a normal human response, right? We have to have stress in our life. That's what helps us to grow and develop. So stress in and of itself is not terrible. It's actually important. Otherwise, we just sit around and do nothing, right? If there was zero stress to do things. But because of the stress, it forces the body to change. It forces the brain to change. It forces the hormones to respond. And stress hormone cortisol, many people know about that, right? That's a really, really important hormone for us. And some people don't have enough of it. So they might be given medications like prednisone because they don't have enough steroid cortisol. So stress is important. The problem is hormones are supposed to cycle. They're not supposed to stay high. And just like if insulin stays high and people start gaining fat mass around their waist, if cortisol stays high, that's a problem. So let me explain what cortisol does, because cortisol is stress. Okay.
Okay.
So cortisol melts down all the tissues in your arms and legs, and that's your muscle, your fats, your glycogen stores in your muscles. It melts all those tissues down so that you have a lot of all those building blocks and fuel sources in your bloodstream. Okay. So that you could fight a lion, right? Because that's high cortisol. You're going to go fight a lion. There's some stressor. There's something you're going to need to have extra energy for. So your body then melts down tissues.
Is that the fight or flight?
Yes.
Is that the fight or flight thing we talk about? Okay.
Totally.
I'm tracking.
Totally.
I'm with
right
you.
in that area. And that's really like adrenaline and noradrenaline. But these hormones then melt everything down, put everything in the bloodstream. Now, if you actually had cycling stress, meaning you have stress, you do something, and then the stress resolves or gets better. For example, you sleep, you meditate, you resolve a problem, you solve, issues. Then you're in a good space, right? The cortisol comes back down, your body redistributes, it's all good to go. Now, if the cortisol stays high because A, you don't have time to recharge, or you don't know how to recharge, or you need a coach and, to help just remind you to recharge, right? If you're in that state and your cortisol stays high, now all that fuel that's circulating around doesn't get used because you didn't go fight the lion. You didn't do the things that resolve it. And so that fuel has to get stored again. It goes through the liver. It can cause fatty liver. It can cause more weight gain around the waistline. And if you know anybody who's been on long-term prednisone, they will start gaining weight around their waist. And it becomes very easy to gain weight. And that's what happens with chronic stress, which is different than the regular cycles of stress humans are designed to endure.
Is sleep and stress about a 10 on the scale from 1 to 10, both of them?
Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. So I might hear somebody says they're a caregiver of somebody who's sick or aging or small children, babies, right? And they say, I don't know what's going on, but I'm gaining so much weight around my waist, right? I don't even have time to eat that much, but somehow I'm gaining a ton of weight around my waist. That's stress weight, right? That's really hard, and that could be reversed.
See that? I mean, I'm not throwing my sister under the bus, but Zach, that's what's wrong with Allison. She has the bigger middle. She's going to kill me. She's going to kill me, Dr. Naomi.
What's wrong with Allison? I think that would be a really good direction to take this.
But what you're saying to me is it really, I'm like, aha. She doesn't sleep well. Mm-hmm. She's under a lot of stress. Oh, yeah. She's a diabetic type 1. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. She's not eating like she should. Mm-hmm. And I don't think she's eating when she should. Now, I want to ask you that question. when you eat, because I'm going to tell you, just keeping it 100% real with you, Dr. Naomi, I lost 50 pounds.
Yeah.
It took me almost a year. I think it was like 9.5 months from when I really started and said, okay, I'm going to do this. And I did not eat after 6, and I did not eat until like noon the next day.
Sure.
So I did that intermittent fasting, or that kind of like just fasting thing.
Yeah.
I cut out tons of stuff, but I'm telling you, my best friend just lost a bunch of weight. She did it too. And my sister eats all hours of the night. Does that, when you eat, matter too? Is that a 10?
Totally a 10. I just love that you figured this out. Seriously. You're correct.
It was all just like, I saw it on like, TikTok or something. And I was like, I'm going to try intermittent fasting. I mean,
Yeah, no, you figured it out. So it's so simple, right? And it's one of those things that takes a little bit of time to get really good at. So at the beginning, some people struggle with it. But one of the best things you can do, if nothing else, is give yourself an opportunity to build in at least 12 hours of not eating.
Okay.
If you can go 12 hours, if you can build up to 12 hours not eating, and that could be like while you're sleeping, right? So to your point, if you stop eating at 6, that means by 6 a.m., if you were really wanting to eat, you could. But if you actually hold out, and a lot of people wake up and they say, I'm just not hungry, but I know I should eat. I'm like, why? Like, if you're not hungry, why, you can let your body fuel off your fat cells, right? Like, why are you doing that? So, so you're describing very well. And there's a lot of evidence actually showing that, especially post-menopause, intermittent fasting is one of the most powerful and effective ways for long-term weight loss and weight loss maintenance. So congratulations on figuring that out, because it also simplifies life, right?
Well, and this is going to sound weird, and maybe this might sound a little crazy to the audience, but I'm a woman of faith, and I've always read in the Bible where they would encourage fasting. And I thought, well, some of them fast for 40 days. I mean, I think Jesus fasted for 40 days and 40 nights. So I'm not going there. Okay.
But Kim,
I'm intermittent.
Jesus could come back from the dead. So you can't.
Well, that's true. That's true. Okay. But there's no comparison. Okay. But I'm just saying, like, even like the teachings from the Bibles talk about fasting. Is it truly like, why is 12 hours the magic number? Like how long is too long? What is 14 hours better?
Yeah. So that's a wonderful question. So 12 hours is not a magic number, right? But it definitely clarifies for your body and your brain, okay, these are eating hours and these are not eating hours. If your body knows you're not eating hours, it can heal, it can recover, it can do the other things, right? It doesn't have to spend energy trying to figure out, what am I going to do with all these nutrients coming in through the intestines? What do I have to do with this stuff? And so it allows your body to prioritize repair, regeneration, so that you can thrive, right? So that you can focus on things. One of the cool things that we know about fasting is it's been around, like you said, for thousands of years. Humans have been doing this forever. This is the most evidence-based way of taking care of ourselves, right? So, and what's interesting is a lot of people say, well, I have to eat so that my brain works and so I don't get tired. But most people, when they fast, they report that their brain works better, that they feel like they sleep better, that their mood is better. They're more in control, right? So I don't think we know what's the longest fast. You have to make sure you stay hydrated. If you're on medications, that would be a different story, right? If you have other health issues, you'd have to be under supervision. But so far, there hasn't been a study that said this amount of fasting is, bad for you.
The magic number. Right.
Exactly.
Well, and I will tell you, like, when I started doing it, it was to lose weight, but now it is a routine for me, and it's helping me maintain my weight. But I don't crave like I used to. I used to crave so bad, and I still eat, pretty crappy a lot of the times. I keep it full disclosure.
Let's just, can you share some of the foods that you love to eat, Kim, with the good doctor
here,
God,
so she can
let's get a close up on her face.
Okay. No, I'm just saying, like, Like, look, I'm just keeping it real with y'all. Like, people think, well, Kim and I are, you're eating is kale and, crispy, celery. I'm like, no, I do not. I eat terrible a lot of the times. I love Burger King Whoppers. I love a Big Mac. I love a Dairy Queen, hot dog. I love scattered, smothered, and covered, hash browns at Waffle House. I'm just telling you, doing this intermittent fasting, I don't crave it as much. And B, I can enjoy it. And then I'm disciplined and say, that's enough. I'm going to eat half of that. Everything to me is about the routine now. Is that important? Like, how important is creating a routine for your hormones and for your body, in that longevity that we're all searching for?
Yeah. So your body likes cycles and it likes routines.
Ooh.
It also will adapt to changes, right? So you might have seasonal routines, just like there are certain religions that have seasonal times when they have fasts, right? Or certain things that they give up and things like that. So that's totally great. So what you want to do is you want to have a general routine, and then you're going to have deviations, or people might call them detoxes or whatever. So it can go both ways, right? But what you're trying to do is make sure your body still can adapt and it doesn't get fixed in one way. You want flexibility. You want to be able to go in and out of fat burn. You want to be able to have fasting times and not fasting times. So, once in a while, you got to kind of break it up and, throw a little drama in there. And that's okay. Your body's designed to manage that.
Did she just say throw a little drama? Dr. Naomi, are we best friends?
Totally. I'm having so much fun.
I love a little drama, girl. Who does? You just got the whole audience to go, all right, Dr. Naomi is my kind of guy. Because I will tell you, like my best friend, Amy, and I'm going to throw her under the bus. She lost 80 pounds and she works out like a freaking, you said you work for the NFL. Yeah. I'm like, she works out like a freaking linebacker on the Atlanta Falcons. I mean, she like deadlifts and everything. And she just got stagnant. She just couldn't drop that last 7 pounds that she was trying to do. And I said to her, you should try the intermittent fasting because she's premenopausal. And I said, I'm telling you, it was a game changer for me. And she did the first week. She lost three of the 7 pounds. She didn't change a thing. She didn't change her eating. She didn't change her workout. That's all she did. So I am a firm believer in that. Firm believer. Okay, I've got to ask you about this because this is the weight loss craze. You know what I'm getting ready to go down. You know what I'm getting ready to ask you.
Bring it.
What is it? What am I getting ready to ask you, doctor?
You're going to ask me about Ozempic.
Yeah. Because there's a lot out there. I mean, some people are losing a lot of weight. And I'm like, where has it been when I was doing this mess? I don't know where that has gone. But can we talk about that? I want you to either debunk it. Just tell me everything we should know about that. This, again, y'all, this is not medical advice to you personally. This is just informational.
Yeah. So this is informational only. And I can tell you from taking care of the thousands of patients in our clinics and from the research. Okay, so I'll kind of blend a little bit. So these medications, so Ozempic and Wegovy are both semaglutide or semaglutide, depending on how you pronounce it. And then there's the medication called tirzepatide, which is Mounjaro and Zepbound. Okay, so those are the injectable once-a-week medications that people are raving about for weight loss. So the way they work is they signal both to your brain and to your gut. And when it signals to your brain, it sort of makes it like you have enough. Like you don't really, you don't have to have that much of something. So if you had a trigger food, it becomes not a trigger. So it's not driving you to eat more and more and more. So people describe control. So one of the most common things I hear people say is, wow, this medicine really gives me control, gets rid of the food noise, right? Those are the things we hear the most for the brain effect. Then there's the gut effect. And what it does in the gut is it slows down the movement of food through the gut. And so that makes you feel more full and more satisfied with less food because it's just going forward a little bit slower. Part of that process is it also affects the hormones. So it causes an increase in insulin if you eat foods that would cause an increase in insulin. and it reduces the glucagon response, which is, again, all related to the hormones. But the major effect that people will notice is that slowing of the movement through the gut and that effect on the brain, where you just feel like, meh, I don't need that much of that, right? Just one bite was enough. So those two effects cause people to eat a significantly much less amount of food, and then they start losing weight because they're eating so much less. Now, the thing to understand is because the food is moving through so slowly, you have to drink a lot of water, because otherwise, as the food is moving through, it dries up and then you have a brick and then it's not going to move very well. And so you can have an obstruction or your kidneys can fail. So this is something that's really, really, really important. Water, 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 if you're on one of these medications. The other thing is, if you are on these medications, because you eat so much less, you are going to want to make sure that what you first start eating when you sit down are the foods you need to get. So again, protein, vegetables, water, right? Those are the things you just have to prioritize.
So no Big Mac. No Big Mac.
Potato
if you're
chips.
gonna have the Big Mac, eat inside first, right? Like, don't get full on the bread, which is not giving you the nutrients you need, right? Don't have that, you know. So that's the important thing. Get your proteins first.
Got it.
Very, very important.
What are the downsides? Are there downsides in because I'm excited to see people really, because losing weight's got to be healthy for you, especially if you have a lot to lose. But I love what you said, your water tip. I've never heard that before.
Yeah. So losing weight can be healthy if you lose fat mass, right? The weight of fat. But if you're losing muscle, not so good. If you're losing bone, not so good, right? So this is where the challenge comes in with these medications. Because people eat so much less, if you are not exercising and you are not eating protein, you're going to lose muscle, because exercise tells your body that you need to have muscle so that you can exercise. So it'll hold on to the muscle, it'll build muscle, maintain it. And you have to have enough protein, which is what muscles are made of, so that you can keep rebuilding as it breaks down. So the most important thing is to make sure you have a balance, right? So some people start these medications, they don't exercise, they're eating, one Oreo, they're not having the protein. They lose muscle rapidly, right? So they lose weight, they're high-fiving everybody. Everyone's like, this is so great. They are now making themselves frail and unhealthy and aging rapidly, even though they're losing weight, because they're not prioritizing the protein and the muscle. Super important. There are also warnings. So, anybody who's thinking about taking these medications, there's they cannot have a history of medullary thyroid cancer in themselves or in their family, multiple endocrine neoplasia type 2, which is a congenital, it's a genetic disorder. And they also would have to clarify with their physician if they've had pancreatitis before. Any of those things would be reasons to really not take this medication, because that would be very risky.
Hey, y'all, I just wanted to give you a shout out and let you know that Collecting Confidence, my book that I wrote, that it was a national bestseller, is coming out in paperback. So what that means is it was so popular before and a bestseller before in that hardback that they have going to reprint it in a paperback version. And that's thanks to you for sharing that. Just want to let you know it drops on July 9th, but you can pre-order it right now wherever books are sold. The great thing about the paperback is it has some new content. Yeah, it really does. It has what we call a discussion guide, where we walk you through exercises and readings that's going to help you really collect that confidence. So go ahead, get the book wherever books are sold. It's the paperback version on July 9th. You can pre-order it right now and start collecting your confidence today. I want to talk to you about this longevity and this craze that we have.
Yeah.
In our world to stay young and look young. And I'm all for it. Look, I'm all for it. Whatever you got to do, girl, to do you, do it. But this is what I want to ask you. What is truly longevity? What does that mean to you, doctor? And what can that look like in today's world. I mean, we live in such a medically advanced world, which is great. I think it's brilliant and it's wonderful. But what is longevity? What does that look like to you, and how do we get it in a nutshell?
Yeah. So longevity, in my perspective, there's a lot of different definitions here, is we're talking about having the highest quality of life, being unlimited, being independent for as long as possible.
Yeah.
Right. And that's
mentally
really
too.
it.
Mentally
too. And, we know the number one most powerful thing is actually human connections. So Kim, just like you're, connecting with so many people, every time people have a connection with another human, it lights up all parts of the brain. And that's very invigorating. And it tells the body to really thrive. And that's why studies have shown, longevity studies, that it's about human connections that makes all the difference. And we know in many countries outside of the United States, life expectancy is a lot longer, right? So like in Japan, people live 6 years longer on average than in the US. That means that there's some room for us to get better at how we take care of ourselves. And they spend half as much money as we do on healthcare, and they live longer and have less disease burden. So there's something that we can, really strive towards. It's not a dream that's not possible. It's happening now in other parts of the world, right? So this is where, yes, medical advances are really fabulous. And some of them are not necessary to expand our lifespan, right? But things like fasting that we know happen around the world in all different cultures, that does work really well. And there's a lot of evidence to show that across multiple species as well. So this is something that is accessible to everybody, is free, and can really help us achieve that longer lifespan of health.
Well, I got to tell everybody listening, you are the chief medical officer for the Zero app. And y'all, this is like a digital health coach. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Because you do cover the diet, you cover everything, but longevity is the main goal for that app. Tell us what it's about.
Yeah, so it really starts with understanding that it's what we do the majority of the time, or, the majority of the time that's going to make a difference. And we want to help make that as easy as possible for any single human person on the planet. And it doesn't cost anything to fast, right? So we chose fasting as a way to help people achieve this, right? It turns on all the switches and it helps clean things up and it creates space for you to get better and reverse disease. That's pretty cool, right? And what we're doing is we're removing the barriers or the interference with the body's natural healing process and allowing the body to fast and just clean house. So by doing that, we're hoping people learn to develop certain habits, just like you described, right? And with your success. And, what a great role model, right? Like, so once somebody has an area where they can see what's possible for their life, oh my gosh, I can reverse disease. Oh my gosh, I can do this, right? And it doesn't matter what age you're at, you can still heal and do better, right? So once we discover that and you have that experience, and if an app helps you do that, we've got other areas that you can work on, all the pillars, right? So you can work on your sleep, you can work on your physical activity, you can work on your rest and recharge. And each of those factors will help you boost and level up so that you can live that life you want to, like you can do the things you wanted to do, go hang out with people and, explore what's out there.
The Zero app, you've got to get it. I'm telling you right now, I'm going to download it right after this podcast. I'm telling you, Dr. Naomi, because long health, diet, we're in a diet like lose weight culture. But when I reframed it from decades of saying, I've got to lose weight, I got to lose 50 pounds, from that like drudge and that just mental like torture for a decade. And when I flipped the switch and looked at it like longevity, I'm getting older, health, it was a game changer. And I wish I had the Zero app, and I'm going to download it anyway to continue on this health journey. Now, before you go,
yes,
we do something with everybody. It's called the rapid fire questions. Okay.
Ooh, all right.
So I'm going to ask you, I know. Get settled in, girl. Get settled in.
All right. Okay. I'm settled in.
I'm just going to ask you a question. What comes up, comes out your mouth, and just answer it.
Okay.
Like first thing that comes up. Okay. You don't even have to think about it.
Okay.
And you're so smart, you won't have to think about it. Me, I'm like, what?
Yeah,
No, you won't have to.
Rapid fire questions.
What's the craziest thing you've seen someone do to lose weight?
Honestly, Kim, I don't know. I've seen so many different things.
Too
I don't
many.
think any of them are
Too
crazy.
many.
I don't think any of them are crazy because when I hear why somebody does something, I'm like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. It's not accurate, but it makes sense. I haven't had that experience of thinking, wow, this is crazy.
Okay. What do you see people most often get wrong about dieting?
That it's about cutting calories. So most people feel like they're doing something wrong and they need to work harder at it. And that is absolutely not the answer. It's setting your body up so that you want less calories, right? So that it's easier to not eat as much. That's a total different perspective. So you end up eating less.
That's a mindset. Yeah, that's a mindset.
Totally.
What talent? Totally mindset. And honest to God, that's what I changed. People said, Kim, how did you lose weight? I said, I made the decision and I changed my mindset. Have I not said that, Zach?
Yeah, that we've done entire episodes about that. And everyone is like,
overnight.
But Kim, what did you do? And
what did you do?
You're like, that's what I did.
And I've told them, I said, there's a lot of different things. We all know what to do. I mean, there's you can intermittent fasting. You can start eating right. There's a lot of different ways to get to the thing, but you have to decide you want to get to the thing and look at it that way. I mean, it's so true. Your whole thing about mindset is true. Okay. What's one talent you wish you had but don't? Okay, doctor, here we go.
Oh gosh, there's so many of these. I wish I could pick up languages very quickly.
Oh, me too.
Yeah. I'd love to be able to communicate with people in their native language.
Oh. But I would sound like the biggest country bumpkin if I did. Hey, y'all call my esta. It would not be good. They wouldn't understand it anyway.
But you do speak Japanese, right?
I do. Yeah. It's like from when I was very young. So it's not professional. Yeah. It's not like grown up Japanese. So I sound like a 5-year-old. So it doesn't sound pretty when I'm talking Japanese.
It's not elegant, but hey.
It's not elegant, but I get the point across for sure.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Listen, what's the last thing you Googled?
What to pack to go to Sicily.
Oh.
Okay. Now you're just bragging, doctor. Okay.
Yeah. That is really, that's what I Googled.
I love it. When are you going to Sicily and take me with you?
Yeah, in about 3 hours.
Whoa.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, we're moving on then. Let's move on. What's your favorite way to spend a weekend?
Oh, wow. With my family, friends, and reading. You can see I'm like obsessed.
I was going to say your books are impressive. Like
I
very
love
impressive.
Reading and integrating a lot of different perspectives, especially when they don't match.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a whole nother episode. You might have to come back. What's one thing that you are great at?
I think I'm pretty good at helping people design a workout program, even though that's not what I technically do in my everyday job. I used to be a trainer. And so when I talk to my patients and I understand what they're doing, I like to help them see what's sort of the strategy to get where they want to go. And so that's an area that I think is something that I've been working on since, over 30 years.
Oh my gosh, I'm going to call you for my workout plan. Okay. What is, I'm serious. I'm not kidding you. What is one of your biggest chores that you hate?
Yeah. Bathrooms for sure.
Any particular toilet, floors?
Toilets for sure. No, I have 2 boys and my husband. So toilets are like a strong no for me. So I don't do that. Yeah.
It's like you're the same person.
No. Zach, stop. Say nothing because you're a dude. Tell me why you don't want to clean the toilets, Dr. Naomi.
We both know what happens when guys go to the bathroom. And it's like, this is one of those things, not into it. Yeah.
I've never sat on a clean toilet seat in my own house. Never.
Yeah, it's just like, really, people?
Yep. Period. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, exactly. Here we go. Your favorite junk food?
My favorite junk food probably might be Cheetos.
Oh, gosh. Okay. Oh, my gosh. You just inspired me. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, listen, moderation. Do you like the crunchy or the puffs?
Crunchy.
Oh, okay.
Why are you a
Now, I
puffs
like them
person?
both.
Okay.
I can be, it depends on what I'm feeling. Because sometimes I just want to take the Cheeto puff and sit it in my mouth and just suck on it a little bit as it dissolves.
Oh,
depends on my mood.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, you should.
Okay. Yeah, but the other one, I have to give you a sweet one too, would be chocolate croissants.
Oh, you do?
Like a real chocolate croissant.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the best. So I have to like not go near those.
Or, the best thing is having half a chocolate croissant and the Cheetos at the same setting. That would be just
that would be like a pregnancy diet. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no.
Oh my gosh, we won't even go there.
Yeah.
Who is your celebrity crush?
Oh, wow. Well, I mean, you're definitely high on this list right now. I'm having so much fun here. This is so awesome.
Oh, doctor.
I love what you're doing.
You're so smart. And to think about me being one of your favorites listen, I love it when smart people think that, I'm pretty cool, so I'll take it. You don't have to give me another one. We're just going to leave it right there. And my last question is one word to encourage somebody listening to this who is ready to live their best life, long life, to have that longevity that we're all looking for. One word.
Joy.
Oh, good one.
Absolutely. It's got to be there.
Kim, what's your one word?
Yeah, so curious.
For longevity?
Yeah.
I would have to be 3. Let it go. Let it out.
So good.
It don't matter no way. None of this mess is going to matter anyway. A year from now, 6 months from now, an hour from now. You were talking about that stress earlier, and I just think, and also, I just think we're all the same in different ways. And when you said that about connection, doctor, I think there's something to that. I think that's your book.
Oh, totally. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's so important.
It's so important. Okay.
If I had 2 words,
this week,
if I had 2 words, it would be...
Two words.
Move and connection. Those would be the 2 that actually will do that.
I said we do the 2. Move and connection. Yeah.
That'll give you longevity. Like, that literally will give you longevity.
Oh my gosh. Well, maybe that's your book.
Wait, why connection?
Yeah. So connection. So connection is really great because when you connect with another human being, it raises a hormone called oxytocin. Oxytocin is like a love hormone. So we know about it when, around labor and delivery, nursing babies, things like that. You get oxytocin surges also when you pet your pet, right? Like you get oxytocin when you're feeling love and warmth. Oxytocin is one of the few hormones in the human body that the more you have of it, the more you will have of it. So most hormones, the more you have of a hormone.
Oh, no. You got to say it again. You got to say that again.
Okay. So oxytocin, the more you have of oxytocin, it has what's called a positive feedback loop. So you will have even more of it after. Okay. So it builds on itself. Most hormones in the human body, when you have it, it has a negative feedback loop, meaning it decreases the amount your body makes. Oxytocin, the more you have, the more you get. So it builds on itself. It multiplies. So it's like a contagious love, right? So if you spread love to another person and they have that oxytocin surge, it causes the cortisol to drop, and that oxytocin then doubles and amps up. And so that person goes off and smiles to somebody else or sends some kind of positive message. This is connection. And that is the essence of what revives us, right? It reduces cortisol. It changes hormones across multiple people. So that's a true ripple effect. That's why I love connection.
Okay.
That's amazing. That's magic.
That is so... okay, I'll tell you in a minute, but let's go on. Let's get this episode because I'm going to tell you something for you guys. Well, I'll just tell you right now because somebody asked me the other day. It was when we were talking to Tony Robbins, and he said, "What is your thing, Kim, in your businesses, and why do you think they're working?" I said, "Connection."
Yeah.
And I honestly, and I could do what I do for all day and have, because I love to connect with people. When I'm alone and isolated for too long, I get ill, I get angry, I get screamy, I eat a Big Mac. I mean, the whole 9 yards. I mean, so that I get a high off of connecting with people. Yep. This is like, oh my gosh.
And it builds on itself.
Okay.
So Kim, every time you're connecting with other people, this energy you're sending across, even though this is virtual, this is causing oxytocin to increase in others. And then they go off.
So it's chemical. There's a chemical reaction.
So what you're saying, wait, so listening to this podcast.
K-I-M. I love you. Oh my gosh, you're higher.
Trademark immediately.
See?
I love you, doctor.
Wait. So what you're saying though is listening or watching this podcast right now is making people lose weight? Is that what you're saying? Because there you go.
Just longevity.
It's causing joy, right? And because, so we know that there's mirror neurons, meaning you actually have your brain firing sort of in mirror to the person across from you. So imagine Kim's here spreading all this love and joy, and Zach, you too, right? And when you're doing that, the people around who are interacting are like, yeah, I'm having fun too. I'm enjoying this. I feel like she's talking directly to me, right? Like that is a game changer. Some people don't have that anywhere else. So this might be it. And you're spreading that oxytocin. You're helping people build that feeling of love and joy and going out there, connecting with somebody else, just being a little bit happier than they were, an hour ago.
I always my daddy used to always say, leave people better than you found them, honey. Every time you talk to somebody, leave them better than you found them. And my daddy used to always say, it's not about you, it's about them. You'll always be successful. It's not about you. Because I used to be so worried what people were thinking. He's like, people ain't thinking about you no way. So you might as well go ahead and pour into people. He used to say that all the time. He used to say to me, never get up anywhere, because I used to sing. He said that you don't speak and connect. That is your superpower. It's all of our superpowers.
Yes.
I just said,
exactly
to the executives at QVC, I said, I can't teach authenticity, but I can teach people how to connect. That is something we all are hardwired to do. Come on now. Now here's the preacher in me coming, hallelujah. We can't teach people. I can't teach people how to be, because everybody says, Kim, you're so real. You can't teach people how to be authentic. They have to find that within themselves, but you can teach people how to connect. And you're sitting here telling me, doctor, I mean, I have been just praying. I have been thinking. I have been strategizing. How can this connection, I've said the word, I just said it to Zach before we got on this interview.
Yep.
And you have just chemically, medically, intelligently told me why connection is directly related to our health, happiness, and longevity. Can we do that on the app? Can we get on the Zero app and connect like this with each other and with you?
I think that would be awesome.
Okay. Done.
This is so fun. But seriously, I love that you get the brilliance of connection. That's everything. And
it's
humans
everything.
Can heal other humans, right? Humans can empower other humans. This is that's connection. I love that that's your message. Love it.
It's totally everything. I think because people always say, Kim, what is your superpower? I used to think it was building, but it's like, it's not, it's connection.
Yeah. And that builds so much more.
All right.
Yes.
You got to come back. I know you get ready to go to Italy or wherever Sicily is. Sicily and Italy?
Yep.
Okay. I need to read a book. I clearly need to read a book. Okay, here we go. This week, my audience rapid fire question, y'all, is what's the worst diet you've ever tried? So answer in the comments or send me a message on my website, kimgravelshow.com. Okay, so Dr. Naomi, I'm going to read you this. What is your answer? What is some of the bad diets you've ever tried yourself?
Oh gosh, the calorie counting, the calorie restriction type of diet, right?
Yeah.
No fat, non-fat. Yeah, they absolutely just didn't.
All of them.
Not great. Right. Cutting out all animal products. That didn't work for me either, right? So, did for a very short time and then got very tired. So, there's lots of different diets, but it doesn't mean it's not going to work for somebody else.
Sure.
There's not like a one best diet, and there's not a, so again, individual.
Okay. Well, listen, to find out more for me, oh gosh, I've tried it all, honey. I've done the whole protein drink. I've done it all. There's nothing I have not done.
Yeah,
but the best thing that has worked for me has been the intermittent fasting and just cutting out the carbs and sugars. I mean, like you said, there's many different ways to get there. We just gotta change that mindset.
Yep.
Okay, to find out more about the Zero app, you can check out zerolongevity.com and download the app on your phone's app store, okay? This app has over 430,000, and we'll say that again, people, over 430,000 five-star reviews. And you can find Dr. Naomi on Instagram at Dr. Naomi Parella. And she is featured, she has some great content also on the Zero social media accounts. That's Zero Longevity. So go to at Dr. Naomi Parella or at Zero Longevity. Connect with Dr. Parella and this app and get your longevity on, people. Thank you for being on the show, Doctor. Can you come back?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me here. And this was so much fun. I'm so inspired too. So this is fabulous.
Me
Thank
too.
you for everything you do for everyone else.
Oxytocin. Is it Oxytocin?
Yes.
What is it?
Oxytocin.
I'm high on Oxytocin.
Totally. Me too. Thank you for sharing that.
All right.
Thanks for
Love
coming
you,
on.
Doctor. Safe travels.
Yep. Thank you
Safe
so
travels.
much. All right. Bye-bye. Thank you.
And I've got it going here. All right. I am ready. Have you ever had an intro like that, honey?
Oh my gosh. Wow. I'm so excited. Thank you so much. That was awesome. And, I was just going to say, I'm sorry they're doing the lawn next door. So I don't know if you're hearing that, but oh my gosh.
That is totally
timing.
fine. We will cut that out. It's
Okay,
not a big deal.
okay.
We barely hear it. We barely hear it.
We're cutting the lawn service out. But
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I love it.
Yeah.
So no, I like what you said that if you like this episode, here's another one I think you're going to love. Zach, how long am I going to have to point at this? Is this enough?
This is the Kim Gravel Show.
Weight and obesity is the shame game. I feel like I need a fitness intervention. I need help.
Our system, unfortunately, is not broken. It's rigged.
I was eating 4,000 calories a day.
They make us more hungry, and they're designed to do so. They're engineered to do so by food scientists. Stop fighting! You do nothing!
Idiots!
Shut up!
I don't want longevity talk here. Give me what I can do right now.
I can make it really simple.
Hey, y'all. Kim Gravel here. It's the Kim Gravel Show. And this week, I'm so excited because I've been waiting for several, I'd say a couple of months because to get this guest on. I've been a big fan of this woman for a long, long time, decades actually. I've got Jillian Michaels on the show today. She's America's ultimate motivator. The list goes on and on. A world-renowned health and wellness expert, an Emmy-nominated TV host who has written 8 New York Times selling books. She's helped millions and millions of people get in shape and get healthier. I can't wait to talk to her just for personal, selfishness, because I feel like I need a fitness intervention. I need help. And I just hate working out. And y'all know me. I love to eat. Come on. I just ate Chips Ahoy before I'm talking to Jillian. Hey, Jillian, y'all. Welcome, Jillian Michaels.
Jillian Michaels.
Oh, no!
How did you like my Chips Ahoy? I just want to start off in a real place with you, Jillian. I don't want to fake it.
You got her with the Chips Ahoy. That's it. That's mic drop.
I was about to attack you, and then I heard this sing song of angels calling my name, and
you can't.
Yeah,
you have to know my heart is in the right place. Can I just tell you? I'm a little bit afraid of you and a little bit just want to be your best friend. It's both of those things combined. Do you get that everywhere you go?
Only when they first meet me. After they get to know me, they
love you,
my friend, and they're not afraid of me. I lose it all of it. It all goes out the window.
It's all just it's the first impression. No, this is what I love about you because I used to binge watch you on Biggest Loser back in the day. Your mission really is to help people. It really is. I would not even. I don't know. I'm telling you about you, Jillian. Just sit back and listen.
Okay.
I think health and fitness is the core. I think it's the vehicle that drives your message. I think your mission is really to see people become the best versions of themselves. Am I right? Or have I got you all wrong?
No, you have it 100% correct, actually. Fitness is transcendent. When we're feeling strong physically, we're feeling strong in other facets of our lives. And my journey in this space with my own fitness, and then subsequently trying to help empower others utilizing fitness, nutrition, and overall health and well-being is selfishly motivated. It's because as a child, I was overweight. I struggled with my health and had an addiction to crappy food. Long story short.
What?
I was going to say, like those chips Ahoy you just showed me. And my martial arts instructor helped me get back on the right track. And it's selfish. I love what I do. I love it personally. And being able to share that passion and make money doing it, it's not because I'm some great human. I'm just really lucky to be able to make money in a field that I love. You know, I don't want anyone to get this twisted. I'm not some sort of an angel or an altruist. I'm actually really selfish. I am genuinely passionate, and it does bring a lot of meaning in my life personally to share this information, because then you get to play some small role in somebody else's journey towards wellness. And that's an honor. So I do really, really enjoy that, but still selfish nonetheless.
Well, I mean, I think we all should be in this case. Don't you think? Like, if mom ain't happy, nobody's happy. I mean, if we're not healthy enough to give to our family, you're a mother of two, correct?
Yeah,
you know, I have 2 teenage boys. It is the hardest thing. I probably need to get fitness just to keep up with them. But I mean, but it's really, it's almost like taking care of our health. And I've gone on this big health journey. Okay, I'm gonna make it about me for 2 minutes because I've got the Jillian Michaels on the show, and I'm gonna milk it. So I last year I lost almost 60 pounds. Okay, I know. As I eat the Chips Ahoy, it was great. Kim. It changed my life. I got up one day. I looked in the mirror. I'm like, bump this. This is for the birds. I've got to make a change. And I said my whole weight loss, my whole getting healthy journey started with that one decision. And I was eating 4,000 calories a day. Jillian, don't. Okay.
It's okay. It's okay. You know what? There was a great study that illustrated people who think they're eating healthy don't understand the simple math that calories are energy and fat is stored energy, and they underestimate their calorie intake by about 1,000 calories a day, which is a lot. It's a pound a month. It's 12 pounds a year. It's 25 pounds in 2 years. So it really adds up.
And I had no idea. It was absolutely just not paying attention.
Yeah.
Not putting myself first. I
screwed up that math. I apologize. 1,000 calories a day screw up is 2 pounds a week is 8 pounds a month. And as you can imagine, it could be up to 80 pounds in a year. 100 extra calories a day that you miss is the 12 pounds a year. Yeah. That's why.
Dang.
I know. And then people turn around and they're like, I can't lose weight. It's because they're being lied to about the simple science. So they're like, well, I tried carnivore and that didn't work. And then I did intermittent fasting and that didn't work. And I was vegan and that didn't work. And it's like, listen, health is food quality, but calories in, calories out is size. And yes, the two do have a Venn diagram where they intersect. But you must understand, if you're trying to lose weight, you must reduce the amount of calories you're taking in.
Period. That's everything that I did. Now I will tell you, and I didn't work a program. I didn't get a shot. I didn't, I didn't get a trainer. I didn't even work out. And we're going to get to that in a second, because I'm selfishly going to, you're going to be my little mini motivator today. I mean, and I'm going to use me as a guinea pig. But this is the thing, it truly was that simple. I made the decision. I reduced the calorie intake only. I still went through the drive-thrus. I just cut what I ate in half. And then about 2 months in, I lost about 18 pounds. In that third month, I'm like, I'm cutting out the junk. I'm going to cut back. I said, I'm going to cut back, because I made little micro movements that got me to the pain. Okay.
And it works beautifully.
Well, I've microed and macroed it out a little bit. I've put back on 10 pounds, but I won't let myself get past the 10. I will, do you see what I'm saying? I'm always mindful of, hey, you're going to extreme here. So let's back off. Tell me about food. I've been watching you, stalking you.
Oh gosh.
Some of your interviews recently. I want to go deep.
I know.
Because I want to say
how
this.
Hard do you want to go on your audience? I try
Let's
to
go.
meet people
She
where
can
they're
handle
at.
it.
All right. Well, first,
give us the truth. You're a straight shooter.
Okay. All right. I want to preface by saying that at the end of the day, if you're not eating perfectly, if you're not even eating better quality food, if you're going through the drive-thru but eating less, it's going to have a massive impact on your health, and you're a perfect example. So
yeah, I
often recommend a walking pad, 7,000 to 10,000 steps a day, and then let's watch those calories. And if you don't want to count them, remove beverages that have calories. No sodas, no juices, no 500 calorie coffees. Perfect, right? I have a little sparkling water right here that has no calories in it. So I can make it really simple. If you want the honest truth about what's in your food, it's going to feel a bit overwhelming. And the reality is that in large part, we are consuming over 70% of our calories from what's called ultra processed foods. And yeah, go ahead.
No, and my kids too. I mean, I need to hear, you need to shoot me straight. You need to shoot us straight. It's time.
There are about 10,000 chemicals in these ultra processed foods, 9,500 of which, give or take 100 or so, are illegal in pretty much every other country of the developing world, whether it's Singapore, Canada, or France. They're illegal. So our system, unfortunately, is not broken. As my friend Brigham Bueller says quite often, it's rigged. There's just sheer raw economic incentive across the board that has facilitated this, allowing major corporations to put profit over people. Now, myself and people in my industry, we are, we're sounding the alarm, of course, and we're working on facilitating systemic change, which I can't promise. And in fact, I have often advocated very aggressively for people taking agency because I don't know if those lifeboats are ever going to show up. Change on a macro level is very, very difficult. That means changing the way the farm
takes a long time. It's
a huge problem. And it is beyond David and Goliath. I mean, you're talking about
systems.
Boom.
Yeah, systems. Yes.
I want you to know. I want you angry about it. I want you going to endchronicdisease.com and messaging your representatives telling them this is unacceptable. I want you to sign petitions on Food Babes, Instagram, Vani Hari, telling Kellogg, hey, take the low-hanging fruit and give us the food you give the Canadians here. How about that? Let's start there. Solutions you've already arrived at, provide those to the American people, since those formulations are outlawed in Canada and so on. I want people to take these simple steps of activism. However, the most important thing we can do is what you're doing. And this is where I try to determine how much I want to expose you. So it's like, I want you outraged. I want you awake, but I don't want you to feel overwhelmed and like it's so broken. What's the point?
Or defeated.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Bingo. Exactly.
Okay, Jillian, I got
changes you've made are everything. You're exactly what I'm trying to get people to do.
But I'm ready for the next level. Can you do me a favor? Can I back up for a minute? Because you are so, I just want to encourage you and edify you for a minute in how you're doing. You talk in ways that are connecting and understandable. So I appreciate that. But can you define for me what ultra processed food is? Like we hear that, we know, oh, bad word. What is it?
Chips Ahoy.
Okay. All right. Let me just drink my water and sit back.
Oh, Kim, and now Kim is feeling attacked. I love it.
The Jillian Michaels has showed up today.
Okay, so
no, I hear you.
You freeze vegetables. That's processed. Hence the reason we discuss the concept of ultra processed food, because there's a big difference between something that's freeze dried or packaged and frozen and so on and so forth. Ultra processed, it's going to be white flour, white sugar.
What?
Think of it, stuff that doesn't have a mother, stuff that didn't come from the ground, a Cheeto, an Oreo, cheap spaghetti that's like nothing but bleached white, stripped, enriched GMO crops, ketchup with 50 different chemicals in it that are, by the way, also illegal in Europe. Their ingredients for ketchup and our ingredients for ketchup, we've got about 20 extra ingredients in it. So all of this crap in the plastic boxes and bags that does not look like it ever had a mother or could have possibly grown out of the ground, that's an ultra processed food. A white hot dog bun, ultra processed. A whole grain piece of bread with nuts and seeds like Ezekiel bread, Dave's Killer bread. Not perfect, but a far, far better option. And ultra processed foods have all of these chemicals in them that I've just referenced. Petrochemicals, formaldehyde, pesticides, fertilizers that are chemical, herbicides, fungicides, artificial colors, artificial flavors, fake sugars, fake fats, preservatives, anti-caking agents, emulsifiers, plastics, heavy metals. All of this crap is in the food. And so, yes, I'm constantly advocating about being a healthy size, and that's very important. And obesity is associated with
epidemic. Yes.
It's associated with 170 comorbidities. The top contributor to cancer and heart disease and metabolic dysfunction like type 2 diabetes, so on and so forth. But let me just say, obesity is a symptom. So not only are they getting all these chemicals, they're getting too many calories at the same time.
No. That's great. You have to stop there. You have to explain that, because you just let a lot of people who struggle with their weight off the hook there. You're not, because it's a shame game. Weight and obesity is the shame game.
I know, but it's the shame. Okay, so you want to go a little deeper on that one?
You just said a mouth. I'm processing, babe. You got to get. I'm not as fast as you.
So first of all, let me explain that obesity, the default condition for human beings in the 21st century, is obese by design. Between big farming, big food, big pharma. And big insurance, we call it structural violence.
That's why we're big.
Back in the 70s when I was a kid, 10% of the adult population was overweight or obese. In the 50s, it was 5%. So it was kind of gradually creeping up, right? When the big tobacco companies took over the big food companies, and we had some key changes in the way that big food and big pharma were allowed to lobby our politicians, so on and so forth. The long and the short of it is you saw a supersonic rise in obesity and chronic disease. By the time I was 21, the obesity rates tripled. Now it's 74% of our adult population is overweight or obese. 50% of our kids are overweight or obese. Childhood obesity did not exist in the 50s. It didn't even exist. That's why type 2 diabetes used to be called adult onset diabetes. Now it's called type 2 because kids are getting it. Kids are getting fatty liver disease. 1 in 36 kids is diagnosed with autism. It used to be 1 in 100,000 back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. I mean, infertility is going up at 1% a year. It's the highest in human history. The chronic disease is exploding across the board. Men's testosterone levels, a 30-year-old man today has the testosterone level that a 50-year-old man had 30 years ago. Everything is going up all at the same time. So yes, obesity exacerbates the problem, but obesity is simply one of these conditions. So it is an accelerant to things like cancer and metabolic disease. Absolutely. And inflammation over the entire body because it releases inflammatory proteins, so on and so forth. But the reality is that this food is designed to undermine your satiety because normal whole food communicates with our body. It provides information. protein, healthy fats, fiber, releases satiety hormones. We eat, we're done. These foods don't do that. Not only do they not release satiety hormones, because look at a Cheeto, there's no protein, there's no fiber, there's no healthy fat. They, in fact, spike our blood sugar, crash our blood sugar, and not only don't release satiety hormones, they make us more hungry, and they're designed to do so. They're engineered to do so by food scientists. That's what I mean. It's by design. So they're triggering the bliss point in your brain. They are the ultimate, I've had a bad day, I need a McFlurry or whatever the heck it is, right? It's, I need that dopamine hit. I can control it. It's everywhere. There's ubiquitous cues to eat everywhere. The office kitchen, right, with the donuts, the vending machine at your kid's school, the drive-through on the corner of your street. It's everywhere.
So we didn't have vending machines when we were growing up. You didn't have soda machines and snacks. You didn't have any of that. I mean, the most exciting thing we got at school was, remember the rectangle like pizza day? That was the most exciting day at the lunchroom. It's like, oh my gosh, pizza day! You know? How do we stop that? It's everywhere. How do we stop? I want you to give me bite size, no pun intended, 3 things that we can do to really shift. I don't want longevity talk here. I mean, give me shortgevity. Give me what I can do right now to, and everybody listening, just to get a hold of our health a little bit better.
Okay. Here's the low-hanging fruit that anybody can do no matter what. Number 1 is a step goal. Of course, as a health expert and as a fitness expert, I'm going to say, we need resistance training for your muscles and your bones.
God,
and we need HIIT training. And, it's the best thing ever for managing insulin resistance and improving cardiovascular function. But honestly, if you just have a step goal, I would love 10,000 steps a day. If you do 7,000 steps a day, the impact on your health is actually massive.
Seriously? Okay,
massive.
Jillian,
it's
just
massive.
What? Okay,
Massive.
give me what step goal? 10,000 ideal, 7,000. We'll take it. What does it do?
Walking pad.
But what does it do?
Kim. First of all, it burns 1.5 times more calories than sitting. Second of all, it improves your cardiovascular function. Third of all, it improves your insulin sensitivity, which is related to metabolic disease. If you just go for a walk after eating, you are dramatically improving your body's ability to stay sensitive to insulin resistance, type 2 diabetes, metabolic disease. And that has a host of chronic diseases that are associated
and that runs in my
with that
family.
kind of metabolic disorder.
That runs in my family.
But I want you to think of your genetics. Dr. Agatston says this. He's the cardiologist who created the calcium score. And he says, genetics load the gun, but lifestyle pulls the trigger. So remember that how we live, we can upregulate the expression of our genetics or downregulate the expression of our genetics. So getting your sleep, moving your body, eating a little bit better makes your genetics inherently express themselves to their fullest potential, if you will.
Got it. Yeah.
Whereas the Chips Ahoy, the sedentary, the not sleeping, the massive stress, then it's like, what am I prone to? Heart disease. Yeah, let's really build up this LDL cholesterol that we're not removing in the arteries. All of these things can be impacted. So keep that in mind. So get yourself a freaking walking pad. I don't want to hear it. I have one downstairs. I put my computer on it and I literally just shuffle along and I answer my emails. Then I write my blogs and vlogs, and I write my newsletters, and I plan my podcasts.
What is that? What is a walking pad? Is that a treadmill?
Absolutely. A walking pad is honestly a mini treadmill. So it's just a flat pad, like the bottom part of your treadmill.
Okay.
And you can get a stand-up desk. So you could just take this little pad and put it under your stand-up desk or put it at the kitchen counter, which is something that I used to do until we moved. I had this cheap little walking pad and I put it at my kitchen counter because my kitchen counter was elevated. Then I ended up buying one and it has these 2 arms that come up so that the desk elevates or I'm sorry, you can forgive me, you can lift or lower the desk
Right.
Put your computer, your tablet on top of it, watch your television show, answer your emails, and shuffle along. I don't need a marathon. And by the end of your day, you will have done your 7,000, 10,000 steps because it's snowing here, Jill, or it's, I'm working, I have emails. There's no excuse. It goes in your house. It's small. You can fold it up, put it away. Easy, compact, affordable, cheap. Buy it once, have it forever. That is the easiest thing you can do, and it costs nothing. I have a producer on my podcast, sweetest guy. I'm going to put him on blast. His name's Chuck LaBella.
Hey, Chuck.
Sorry, Chuck. But Chuck will like this because everybody thinks Chuck's on Ozempic and he's not. So it's really upset him, actually. So Chuck was 240 when we started. No. I'm sorry. He was 230 when we started. And this was about 4 months ago. Chuck is now 190. He's lost 40 pounds and all he's doing is walking 10,000 steps a day. And he's eating 1,600 calories with unlimited greens. That's it. That's all I have him doing. And it's working. So then the next step is moving on. Let's look at the food.
So this is number two. Number one is get your step goal in. Number two.
You gotta count calories. Because
I'm living proof, people. I am living proof.
Kim, it's physics. It's the first law of thermodynamics. I work with a lot of doctors, and I don't want to poo-poo on them.
Don't, but I hear you.
The issue is that they're like, well, you can't just say eat less, move more. Actually, you can, but the reason it's a problem, you can, you should, and it does work, and you're proof, and Chuck is proof. But the issue is that when you're eating crappy food, you got a Doritos commercial. You can't eat just one. Because
literally
of the things we've talked about. It undermines your satiety. It actually crashes your blood sugar to make you, in fact, more hungry. You can suck down a big gulp for 300 calories. It'll crash your blood sugar and you're starving again and you're tired. So it perpetuates the eating cycle. These crappy foods make you eat more. And over time, they will disrupt your metabolism and slow down the amount your body burns in a day. But it takes years, and it has to do with endocrine disruption and messing up your hormone balance, which is, it's big. I wrote a whole book on it 15 years ago called Master Your Metabolism. But the reality is that it's still, right? Like if you do what you do, and there's a great study called the Twinkie diet, and I encourage everyone to Google it. It was by a professor of nutrition named Mark Taub, and he ate nothing but garbage, food desert diet, but he ate less of it. He did it for 10 weeks, and I believe he lost around 27 pounds. Point being, you can eat Twinkies and lose weight. It's not good for you, but it's a lot better than 2 Twinkies, right? A half a Twinkie versus 2 Twinkies, and that's the point. So if we can reduce the amount you're eating, you're going to have tremendous results. And if you don't have the bandwidth to sit there and be like, okay, this bread has 80 calories or whatever, a slice, and okay, whatever, I don't. Simple things like cut your portions in half automatically. Cut out drinking any beverages. Like this sort of does the work.
That kills. I was drinking 2 or 3 Cokes a day.
That's 500 calories almost.
Girl,
150 calories of pure sugar.
4,000 calories a day, people. People don't believe it. I have an appetite.
Oh, it's easy to do, actually. I believe it because it's so easy. This is my point. They don't believe it, but the same reason I told you about the study where they underestimate their intake by 1,000 calories a day. They don't understand what's in the things they're eating. So, of course, I want you to look at it, read the labels, and have a handful of breakfast that you make at home. An egg, 80 calories. Got it. This slice of bread is 80 calories. Okay.
Right.
2 eggs, 2
know your go-tos.
Bread.
Yes.
You'll know it forever. And then I like to say unlimited greens. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it worked for me because I knew, like, when I went to Chick-fil-A, I would just get the 12 grilled nuggets. I knew exactly how many calories it is. And it's so funny. I started doing that, Jillian, and like my kids now do it too. Like they know when we go and eat, we know what is what and we know what we can order. And like, I'm like,
that's exactly right.
Okay. All right. Oh my God, I feel so validated. Oh my God, I feel so validated.
That's step 2. So ultimately, and here's the simple science, and I want to explain it, but the long and the short of it is that a calorie is a unit of energy. Okay. So it's kind of like saying a pound of feathers and a pound of cement. Do they weigh the same? Yes, a pound is a pound. One's soft on your hands, one will cause calluses. Point being, a calorie is a calorie. Is a calorie of avocado going to be the same as a calorie of Cheeto? No, one will ultimately lead to disease, and one is your best form of medicine. So one's your slowest cause of disease, and the other one is your best cause of medicine. Nevertheless, from a size perspective, a calorie is a calorie. Calories that do not get utilized, right? So this energy that you don't use, because they're a unit of energy, this takes energy. Talking to you takes energy. Energy that I'm not utilizing gets stored in my fat cells. It's broken down, it's stored. You don't need a big biochemistry lesson. Just think of it as being that simple. Now, what the fat does in the body, different conversation. We could talk about, it's releasing inflammatory proteins, it's messing up your endocrine system.
Oh my God.
It's getting in your arteries, it's getting in your liver, it's getting in your brain. Great. Okay. So obesity is related to disease for all of those reasons. But in addition, the chemicals in the food will make a skinny person sick eventually. Skinny people get cancer. Skinny people have heart disease.
It's not just about weight. Yes.
Bingo. And let me give you a few examples. Kate Middleton. I don't think she's going to Chick-fil-A. I love you, Kim. I don't see it. And she's okay. She's also
True that.
She's also not overweight, right? Olivia Munn, breast cancer, not overweight. Maria Menounos had pancreatic cancer, not overweight. So my point is that there's other crap in this food.
Yeah.
Even the stuff that you don't realize that will still make you sick. So being smaller is step one. And then the third piece is going to be common sense with your food choices. So your continuum of grilled chicken nuggets instead of fried chicken nuggets.
Hello.
Things like that. Simple.
So
simple.
Step, get your step goal in, cut your calories, make better choices in foods.
Then go common sense on the food choices. So, for example, Fruit Loops. Good grief.
Oh, God, Lord.
So
Jesus,
bad.
Help me so much.
Oh, gosh.
What about Frosted Flakes? It's a no, right? It's a no.
Oh, no. But
if it's got banana in it?
Could we do a little granola?
I love granola. I love granola. I do.
Maybe an organic granola. So, but if not, okay. All right, that's okay. But we're removing the artificial food coloring. We're removing the bleached flour. We're mitigating it. So I don't need perfection. I simply need you to look at this spectrum of this food will kill me and this food will cure me. And let me try to go on the second half of that food scale.
Yes. Okay.
Common sense.
Let me break down some of the reasons why I love Factor. First, the food is yummy. It's restaurant quality, y'all. They use premium products and they're never frozen ingredients like filet mignon, they shrimp and blackened salmon. And every week there are 35 different meals and more than 60 add-ons to choose from. So even though it's keeping me healthy, it doesn't feel like I'm compromising. I don't get bored. Here's the game changer for me. It saves me so much time and I don't feel like I need to go through the drive-thru. If I have a Factor meal in the fridge, it's really quick and easy because the Factor meals are ready to eat, y'all, in literally 2 minutes with no prep and no cleanup. Head on over to factormeals.com/Kim50 and use code Kim50 to get 50% off your first box plus 20% off your next month. That's code Kim50 at factormeals.com/Kim50 to get 50% off your first box, plus 20% off your next month while your subscription is active. They're good, they're fast, they're Factor. The offer I'm about to tell you about is insane. So y'all need to listen up because I can save you up to $300 on a new air purifier from Air Doctor. And if you're like me, you're always trying to figure out how to be healthier and how to crack the code for longevity. And that's why I am obsessed with our new sponsor because Air Doctor is going to help you live so much healthier with every single breath that you take. Let me introduce you to Air Doctor. It's an air purifier that filters out 99.99% of dangerous contaminants from the air that you're breathing every single day. Now, I had no idea how bad indoor air could be, but until I did the research and learned that indoor air can be up to 100 times more polluted than the outdoor air, and that's according to the EPA. Indoor air pollutants can cause respiratory symptoms like sneezing, congestion, scratchy throat, and even more serious health problems like lung and even heart disease. Air Doctor comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee, so if you don't love it, just send it back for a full refund. Head to airdoctorpro.com and use promo code KIM, and you'll receive up to $300 off air purifiers. You'll also receive a free 3-year warranty on any unit, which is an additional $84 in value. Lock the special offer by going to airdoctorpro.com. That's airdoctorpro.com and use the promo code KIM. And get ready, y'all, to breathe healthier, cleaner air with Air Doctor. I'm a big proponent of you are the captain of your own fate. Oh captain. That we can really make change. I have made change personally in my life over the years, and I do believe we have the power. I will say it's like your fitness app. Your fitness app is fantastic. Everybody go download Jillian's fitness app. I mean, you have a wearable iTouch wearables where you can train and help yourself hit your step goal. And then your podcast, yeah. I have just been I have went to church today, people. I'm going to start walking my 10,000 steps. But your podcast, Keeping It Real, will we get more of this information if we tune into your podcast?
Yes. You're going to get access to some of the best MDs, PhDs, and health advocates from around the world. So you get that deeper dive and you have access that we're quite simply denied for a host of reasons. But nevertheless, now we have access, so we know what tests to ask for. We know. I'll give you an example. When you listen to Dr. Arthur Agatston talk about heart health, as I mentioned, he created the Calston score, one of the top cardiologists in the world. You're probably not, because of the way the system is designed, getting the attention, the care, the comprehensive blood panels, the preventative screenings that you need. So you can listen to him and he'll say, cholesterol is an indicator, but ultimately it's irrelevant because you could have high cholesterol and no plaque or low cholesterol and lots of plaque. How do we tell? A calcium score. What does that mean? Now you've listened. Now you know what to ask for.
Yeah.
And if
you're your captain, you're your own captain.
But you got to empower yourself. You got to know how to have those conversations with your healthcare professional. That's the key.
I loathe working out. I hate it. I hate it. I don't like it afterwards. I don't like it before. But to get the steps in, I get. The cutting the calories, I get. Making better food choices. I'm in the South. We eat everything fried, covered, and smothered. Okay, so but I can just do it fried and covered and leave off the smothered. I'm learning common sense. Okay, so
grilled,
smothered, and covered. Now, before you go, because I know you're on a tight time schedule, you're a busy woman. We do this thing called rapid fire questions. So the first thing, you're not going to have zippo problem with this because you're fast. You're quick. Quick.
I'm ready.
So the first thing that comes up comes out. Okay. Here we go.
Rapid fire questions.
There's no wrong answer. And be risque, be raw, be real.
Oh, okay. I have a swearing problem and I've really been working.
Swear, we'll bleep you out. I don't have many bleeps on here. So please, I'd love a good bleep. Okay, here we go.
I'm really working on it. Okay. Look, it's so hard.
I'm working on the Chips Ahoy and you're working on the
hard.
I know, I love it. I love it.
I got my finger on the
See how real she is, Zach? You see how real she is?
I'm ready to beep at any time. I'm just going to go for it.
It's so great. Just go.
I'm going to try so hard. Okay, go.
I love you. I so adore you. Okay.
But rapid fire, I can't censor in that short
time
censor.
Frame, so. Don't. I don't want it.
I'm going to try. Okay.
We need more of you in the world. Okay, here we go. Who is the greatest human who ever lived?
Oh gosh. Gandhi, Martin Luther King, Einstein.
Oh,
I love that.
Hello.
Just so cool. who in the heck
Very cool.
can figure out? I mean, the guy's like,
that's 3, honey. That's 3.
I know. And I didn't name
It's
one
so great.
woman, and I'm so sorry. But those are the ones
Mother
that came to mind.
Teresa. Mother Teresa.
Yeah, you're right.
She was just, I mean, come on. Pure as the driven snow.
Maya Angelou
Hello.
was another. Harriet Tubman.
Tubman. Fantastic.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like those. Anyway.
Okay, here we go. If there was holiday named after you, what would it be called?
Smushness. So my son, I don't know how we got here,
Precious.
But my son ended
How
up
old is your son?
He's 12 now.
I love it.
I had a nickname from my wife, and he got it wrong and started calling her Smush. And then everybody in the household started being like, Smush. It was the new Honey. Honey. So it became Smush. So everybody Smush.
Oh.
So Smushmas.
Smushmas. Oh my gosh, I love that so much. Oh, I bet. I have 2 boys. So are you not sitting on clean toilet seats either?
He has to use the bathroom in his room.
Just paint your walls yellow and forget it. Mine are teenagers. I've got almost an 18-year-old and a 15-year-old. So everything is just, what do we have? What is for dinner? And then just pee all over the place. So there you go.
Oh my God.
Best of luck to you. Call me when that happens. All right, here we go. What's one skill you wish you had?
Oh, I wish I could sing.
Oh
my gosh. I think
you got a good voice, though. You got that good sexy.
No. Oh my God. I got a story for you. Years ago, after Pink had her daughter Willow, I got a phone call to help her get back on track after the baby. So I worked with her for a little while, and then it ended up organizing her regimen with a friend of mine, Jeanette Jenkins. Long story short, we were talking about this, and she's like, Jill, everybody can sing. And I was like, no, Alicia, I don't think so. She's like, I'm telling you, I would know. I go, okay. So she's like, sing something for me. And she's like, well, maybe not everyone. After I actually can't do it. But music is a huge unifying force.
It's a healer too.
It is. It brings people together. Mm-hmm. And I wish I had that skill set. That, and I wish I could stand the sight of blood, because I really do worship at the feet of incredible doctors who seek out the root cause. I mean, these are people that are saving lives.
This passion. Yeah.
I just, not all of them, but the ones that are dedicated and brilliant, I am in awe. I wish that I could tolerate the sight of blood to start, because I couldn't even begin.
But you can communicate in a way that they probably need you. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody works together to really get
I appreciate
the good out.
Kim.
It's true. It's the truth. So help me. I mean, Zach, do you agree with me? I told Jessica she's
100%.
brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay. If you could instantly teach your teenage kids one thing, what would it be? Okay, I can't wait to hear it.
Always right. I am always right. I am always right. I'm always right. I'm always right. Right? All right? Stop fighting. You knew nothing. You knew zero. You are a fetus in the world. Shut up. Roll your eyes, you fools.
My God, we are sisters. I think we were separated at birth.
Oh my God, Kim,
I know.
Oh my God. And when they think,
it's
one thing to not listen, but the nerve.
I know.
When they go to the lecture, oh my God. I'm sorry. The experience that you have on this subject matter is what?
Nothing.
Hold on. 0. Oh my God, Kim.
Girl, I was on the toilet the other day. This is overshare.
I'm sweating. My little, please go.
It was homecoming. It was home freaking coming. My son's taking this new girl to the homecoming, and he's like, and I said, look, dude, don't be too eager. Okay, don't be an eager. Just take it slow. People like what they can't have. I'm just telling you.
Yep.
His exact words to me. I want to know if you've heard this. Mom, you don't know anything about that. Was a long time ago when you went. I said, well, I have every dude chase me like a dog in heat, so I know a little bit something about something. Okay, look at your daddy still chasing me. They don't know anything, girl. Nothing.
When they roll their eyes. Oh my!
And the phones,
God.
and the phones. They're selling TikTok, and the phones, the freaking phones
is where brain cells go to die.
Oh my God!
TikTok.
But I love it so much. I do love TikTok.
Do you?
I'm sorry.
I absolutely hate it. I cannot.
You're
get
all
there,
over
Kim.
it, honey. I've watched your videos about 1 million times. So
Really?
you better. Yeah, you probably could be making some money. Get in there and get an account.
X a lot. I'm on X a lot.
I like X. I like X. I like X.
I like X. I like cat memes on Instagram.
Okay. Now we're really best friends. All right, here's one for you. This is a good one. Who is your favorite celebrity crush?
Uh-oh. Oh, God.
Yeah, there's going to be many.
I know. Keanu Reeves.
Oh, God, I love him. Oh, my gosh.
I am gay, but for some reason, Keanu Reeves.
Oh, no. I get it. It's so, I get it. And let me say, I love his girlfriend, too. His new girlfriend with
these days?
She's got this gray hair. She's she's gorgeous. She's just perfect. Keanu Reeves. Okay. And I heard a story from a friend of a friend who was in the industry.
But he's like the nicest guy, right?
Nicest guy. And shows up on time Okay.
Rides the subway.
Just a real dude.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Keanu
I agree
Reeves.
with you.
I don't know why.
And The Matrix. Did you love The Matrix?
Oh my God. John
and Bill
Wick.
and Bill and Ted, excellent venture. Okay. All right. I swear. How old are you? How old are you, Jillian?
50. I just turned 50.
I'm 53. Yeah.
It's the same.
Not 54.
You know what, Zach? Never mind. Here we go. Now I'm going to leave this with you, and you have to answer it, Jillian. And I don't give me any. I don't want to hear the goody two shoes answer.
Okay.
Shoot me straight. I'm not saying you endorse this, but I want you to shoot me straight. Okay. What is your favorite junk food?
Alcohol.
Oh, God.
Alcohol.
That's the show, everybody.
Salty and sweet.
See you later. That's it. We're just gonna.
No. I gotta hear. She didn't skip a beat, Zach. She was like, alcohol.
That's my favorite answer to that question ever.
You know why? Because I don't actually eat like treats anymore. I don't do cake and cookies and all that stuff because.
Not? Oh my God.
No, girl.
You practice what you preach. You practice what you preach, girl.
It's not that I don't think you could work it in moderately. It's that because food was my addiction.
Got it.
I stay away from it. It's
but you drink like a fish.
I don't actually.
Okay.
And I don't eat, like, I can have blue corn tortilla chips and that stuff's not bad. Like, I can dig into stuff like that and make it healthy. So that also isn't bad. Like, I don't need Cheetos. I can have organic blue corn tortilla chips with some fresh salsa and still feel happy
so
as a
good.
man. But alcohol is not good for you. It's just not. And
I know.
And so having like a glass of wine or a tequila on the rocks. Dr. Peter Attia said this to me once. And I was like, blue zones. He goes, Jillian, listen to me, okay? He goes, you understand that ethanol in your beverage, the alcohol in your beverage, ethanol, there's no healthy amount of it, right? Like, it's not good for your gut health. It's not good for your brain. Can your body get away with it? Yes. Can you do a moderate amount and be okay? Sure. But there's no healthy amount. And if you're going to try to sell me on it, he's like, you're just dead wrong and outdated on it.
So alcohol is a guilty pleasure junk food when you have it.
Yeah. A glass of wine, a tequila on the rocks. Like,
do you do the margaritas?
Sake? No, girl, but I will do. do.
Here we go.
So if they have a spicy margarita on the menu, right? Okay, what's in it? Fresh lime juice. Yes. Maybe muddled cucumbers. Yes. Maybe jalapenos. All yes. Agave. Out. No. Honey. No. Simple syrup. No. Triple sec. No. So tequila with the fresh lime juice, maybe the tahini on there and the jalapenos. Yes. And I've been known to have two of those in a sentence sometimes. So it can happen, Cam. It's happened before.
Let me tell you something. I love you even more after this interview. Thank you for coming on. Y'all, you got to go. Go to Jillian. Go hit Jillian Michaels up on her website, jillianmichaels.com. Download the fitness app and get Jillian Michaels as your personal trainer in your pocket. And check out Jillian's podcast, Keeping It Real with Jillian Michaels. No, I mean, that's not a stretch there. You already know that.
It's on YouTube. Totally
it's
free.
It's probably on TikTok too. So check it out. Which, which is now on video, which I love. And follow her on Instagram, Facebook, and all across social media platforms at Jillian Michaels. Jillian, can you come back? I love you.
Oh my gosh, it's totally mutual. I would love it. Thank you for having me.
And I got to tell you something. There's something big coming down the pike for you in such a powerful way that you have been prepared for. I don't know I think it's going to really change, the world, but especially Americans and our health. And I can't wait to watch it unfold.
You're so sweet. I hope so, bud.
I know
it's all been building to this, but as I've begun to alienate more America.
That means I'll tell you, Jillian, I've just been following you, watching you, thinking to myself, oh man, she's now at the firing range right now. And I know, but I won't tell you, you're a warrior, my friend, and created for such a time as this. For such a time as this.
I cannot tell you how much that means to me. Like, all jokes aside, that means the world to me, because I'll leave you with this. I was talking to a friend of mine who was at the nation's capital with me, and everyone's like, these are people that are trying to sell you something. And my friend Brigham was like, do they have any idea how much more money we would be making?
This is the opposite of that. Yeah.
It's like, do you have any idea? You don't take advertising dollars from big food. You don't take advertising dollars from big pharma. You don't take advertising dollars from big insurance. You can't do deals with any of these companies. So, it's, sometimes you go down this path and you're like, oh man, I hope I didn't.
What did I do?
I hope I didn't make a mistake.
Yeah, but this is the thing. It's worth it. It's a mission.
Right side of history. It is. It's about being on the right side of history. So I hope to God, that I can just at least do some good with that messaging. And I'm so grateful to you for having me on and for telling me that, because I think you may have said it right when I needed to hear it the most. So
well, this is the thing, Jillian, like, you're a mom and you're the children, and you're married and you have a family. And at the end of the day, that's what we're responsible for first. And then our communities, which is our extended family. So I fully support you 1,000%. If I can ever be your example of what not to do, call me.
You're my example of what to do.
Well,
your success has been tremendous. You've actually proved my point. And I love that even more. Thank you, guys.
All right, girl. Appreciate you coming on. Love you, sis.
Great. Thank you so much.
Bye, girl.
Thank you, guys. I hope I get to talk to you again soon.
Hello. But we're here and we're doing it, and we will not keep you too long because I'm so glad you're here. You do look great. I love that jacket. Come on with it. That is hot. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Oh, is everyone? Am I the one that's frozen? Oh, no.
No, she's frozen, but I think she's coming back. She's back.
She's coming back. Okay.
Guys, I'm sorry. Okay.
No, okay girl. The text of promise is going to be good.
All right.
If you like this episode, here's another one I think you're going to love. Zach, how long am I going to have to point at this? Is this enough? I think the thing I'm most proud of, though, is my weight loss.
So let's dig into it a little more.
So when I made the decision, that's when the weight started coming off.
How does that work in those hard moments?
I will tell you this. I want to tell you all this. Now, this I have not shared with anybody.
This is the Kim Gravel Show.
Let's just go on and spill the tea.
This is one of the realest persons I've ever met.
My mission is to encourage every single woman. We're here to lift y'all up.
There's no one more effective than moms.
You mess with the bull, you gonna get the horns.
I need coffee, I need Jesus, and I need therapy.
If you can bring a smile to people's faces, why would you not?
True confidence is knowing who you are and why you're here.
Hey everybody, it's Kim Gravel. This is the Kim Gravel Show. Each episode, we are talking, experiencing, learning, growing about how we can level up our lives just a little bit. I know that's what we all want to do. We all want to live these full, rich lives. And you can. And every week we're going to be talking about that. So today we are going to be introducing our December series. So we're just doing these amazing little episodes about how to finish strong right here at the holidays, right? So we've got a few more weeks, a handful of weeks until the year is over. And 2023 has been, for me personally, a transformational year, Zach. It's been I've written a book. I have started 2 new companies that, will be launching in 2024. A lot of groundwork has been laid there, but I think I know, exhausting, but exciting. I think the thing I'm most proud of, though, is my weight loss.
Really? That's the thing you're most proud of? That's really
interesting, Kim. Truly. For 2023, when I look back over 2023, as I'm approaching the new year and I'm looking back, it's so fantastic not to have this heaviness, literally, weighing over me. Like, oh God, I've got to lose this weight. I've got to lose weight. Every single year I go into the new year with that goal. Yeah. And as I'm wrapping up the year before, I'm always going, I wish, I have regrets. I look back and say, why didn't I do it? Wonder what kept me from it. And it all happened with one decision.
Okay, let's dig into that, Kim, because I think that is something that has been hard for a lot of people to really understand. It was actually just on your Facebook the other day, and I was looking at a bunch of comments and so many people commenting on, I think it was one of your live shows or something. And it was like, oh my gosh, Kim, how did you lose the weight? You have to tell us how to lose the weight. You haven't talked about how you lose the weight. And, I was like, oh, well, you've talked about it. You're very open about it. But I think it's hard for people to really kind of get. So let's dig into it a little more. I think this was also our most popular episode from the whole season. Of 2023 was the weight loss episodes. Your episode and also the episode that we had David Venable talking about his weight loss. And we can link both of those in the show notes.
Well, I think I'm not shocked by that because I think it is a epidemic first. It is an absolute, we are such a culture that's obsessed with weight. I think we are at a place where it's a crisis. I think, with obesity and diabetes, and even it's getting younger and younger and younger. But honestly, it has been a struggle for me, Zach, for 2 decades.
Yeah.
And it's so funny because Amy and I were talking today, actually, because we had a show this morning and she goes, girl, you're getting so thin. And I'm really not getting any thinner. I've lost the weight. Now I'm up to a 50-pound weight loss.
Whoa.
I think it's like 48 point something. So we just gonna round up. So it's a 50-pound weight loss. I am 5 pounds less than my goal weight that I wanted. And I don't even want to say goal weight because now my mother, who is, bless her heart, she's saying, now don't get too thin. It was just like 6 months ago, my mom was like, no, you need to lose some weight for your health. And now it's like, don't get too thin. And how crazy is that, Zach? That I've been trying to do this for 2 decades, but it did start with me getting sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Yeah.
And I just,
To me, that is such a powerful thing. And it's worth sort of repeating this idea of you made a decision, but you made it in a way that it really stuck. And I think there's something to that and something behind that. And I want you to talk about that because I think we all need to be reminded that we have actually this amazing power inside of us to change our own lives, right?
That's the word. That's the word right there. Because when you make a decision, you make a powerful promise to yourself. A lot of times, I am a person, and I know probably a lot of you listening to this right now have a lot of responsibilities, and we make a lot of promises and have a lot of responsibility for other people, for businesses, for children, for our households. We are loaded down with responsibility, and we make a lot of promises to other people. And a lot of us, when we tell you, a lot of people out there listening to this, you would never dream of letting down a promise or a commitment to your kid.
Yeah.
A lot of you sitting here listening, you'd be like, I'm going to be at your game, and come hell or high water, you're going to be at that game. Yep. A lot of you said that, you're going to buy something and you lay down that credit card and that promise to pay and promise to buy, and you take it home and you pay your bills. I mean, you pay those promissory notes, right? A lot of us make promises to ourselves that we never keep. I know I did.
I do too. All the time.
So when I made the decision, that's when the weight started coming off. Now, a lot of you have asked me, what program did you work? I used Factor, who's one of our sponsors, which is a meal controlled, is very nutritional. And you're saying, Kim, are you pushing them hard? I am, because they're good. So for those of you who do not have time to go and make nutritionist meals that are like nutritional meals that are 550 calories or less, because that's about what you should be eating. You have to be in a calorie deficit. Of course, that's logic to lose weight. That's a perfect opportunity for you to eat fresh, good for you meals that are not prepackaged and full of sodium and full of cruddy stuff. Okay.
And here's the thing. I think you were going to the drive-thru a lot. Like, you needed literally fast food. You were
Factor is fast food.
And Factor's fast because it takes 2 minutes.
It takes, but I'm not trying to hard sell you on this. Get it or don't get it. But that's just something. I mean, like, if you're that person and you need some solutions here, because people are always saying, Kim, what did you do? I'm telling you what I did. I made the decision and decided and made a promise to myself, right?
And so just to widen that out, though, portion control. Like, that's what you did. You cut out Let me get to that. Let me get to that because I was going through drive-thrus and until I sat down and did the math. And listen, I'm going to keep it 100% real with you and be very transparent. I was probably eating about 4,000 calories a day. Wow.
4,000. I did 3,500 to 4,000 calories a day, sometimes even more. That I wasn't even consciously, I was just so busy and I wasn't like this sitting there going, it was not purposeful. It was just convenient.
Do you snack? Were you a snacker? Like, would you have?
Dude, you know I snack.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
well, I also know that you had like a drawer of sweets in your desk.
Yeah. That's stress eating. I stress, and so, but I wasn't sitting there going, I am stress eating. Okay. Right. It was just habit. It was just habit forming. And it soothed a lot of my, stress. But on top of that, let's not even talk about that because we're talking about making the decision to do something. So if you're even listening to this and even curious about it, you're ready to make the decision, right? Yeah. So you make the decision. So Factor's a way to really have those convenient, set yourself up for success. That's what I did. So I started with Factor and then you can't eat Factor every day, all day. I'm not going around traveling the world with a microwave, okay? So I had to start really thinking about what I consumed. So I got rid of all, because people are asking me how I did it. So I got rid of all sodas, sweet teas, and drinks. People say, Kim, what's in this cup? It's water. It's not a Coca-Cola. It's water with a lime. I don't know if y'all can see it.
Okay.
I
see it.
So that's all I drink now. Even if I've got to go through the drive-thru and get a grilled chicken sandwich, I will say, what drink do you want? I want water. Well, ma'am, you get a drink for free. I want water.
Yep.
I probably drink 100 ounces of water every day. And y'all, I'm telling you, when I did that, I cut out like 1,000 calories.
Drinking sugar is so bad for you because your body, there's actually my wife is a food anthropologist. So we talk about this stuff a lot. And, obviously we have little kids and we're trying to figure out how to when do you let them have soda and stuff? And we don't let our kids have soda at this age. And it's so hard because your body doesn't know when to stop. Like, you can keep drinking soda, and keep drinking soda and keep drinking soda. And all cards on the table, I love Coca-Cola.
I love Dr. Pepper. Yeah, I love sodas. Yeah.
That would be my choice. Like, if you were like,
your vice.
You put a bunch of, sweets in front of me and a can of Coke or something, I'll probably choose the Coke.
But it's so much easier. You can drink a lot more than you can eat. So,
Yes.
that was a choice too. Is cut out all the sodas. I just have water, and you'd be surprised how I was so dehydrated, like I was so swollen, and you'd think I would be retaining water, but the swelling was coming from my inflammation. So the first 3 weeks, I looked like I had lost 15, 20 pounds because just of the inflammation going down.
Yep.
Okay. So then after that, here comes to what I want to talk to you about in this episode.
Okay.
I made the decision and I made a few tweaks and changes. So I tell you what, the decision to do this is one thing. And then don't think these big monumental decisions you have to make in your life. That a lot of times we don't make that decision because we think, all the responsibility that's going to come with making that decision stresses me out, gives me anxiety. So when I say make little simple changes, you take a bite out of this elephant, one bite at a time.
Yep.
But what comes next? Because so this happened a couple of months and I lost like 27 pounds. But what came next was so powerful because I made myself the promise that I was never going to get that way again. Ooh.
Wow. Okay. So so you made the promise. What did that do? Like, what did that feel like? Bring us into that moment for you when you realized that you were never going to get it back.
Well, when I made the decision to lose the weight, and I started losing, that gave me momentum. And so there was a point where I thought, I cannot believe I've lost 27 pounds. I look so good. I haven't looked this good in decades. I haven't felt this good in decades. And don't fool yourself. Don't fool yourself. Say, well, I just want to feel better. No, you won't look good too. There's a part of that physicality, looking in the mirror and liking what's looking back at you. That's a very, very powerful exercise. Okay. Now keep in mind, I still have not incorporated exercise in my routine, still to this day. Okay. And I've lost all the weight. People say, you look fantastic.
Well, you did say you're walking a little bit though, right?
A little bit, but I'm not, it's not on my regimen. It's not a habit. Look, y'all, I'm telling you, I did not sit there and kill myself. I didn't sit there and pressure myself and go, I've got to work out. I got to do this. I didn't do that. I was very graceful to myself. I was very kind to myself. I stopped beating myself up and I started just loving right where I'm at.
Were you hungry? Like, you're eating so many less calories in a day, right? Did you get to the end of the day and, you turn the TV on and watch Desperate Housewives, Real Housewives?
Yeah.
And did you want to grab that bag of chips or whatever and have to give yourself a pep talk? Like, how does that work in those hard moments? Because I think those are the moments of weakness where it's like, I know I had a really hard day yesterday. I got to the end of the day and I grabbed one of those sleeves of chips and I ate almost the whole thing. And I was like, oh, that's bad. That was really bad. I should not have done that. Yeah.
But this is what you're doing. You're already beating yourself up thinking about what am I going to do when I get to a point of I need this or I want this or I deserve this or I'm stressed. Let yourself have 10 chips. Y'all, I'm telling you, part of it is how we are viewing ourselves. Or for me, it was. Again, I'm just speaking from my own personal experience. There was times where I sat there and was watching whatever. I filled my jug up with water and I drank the water and I had the 10 chips. I didn't have the whole sleeve. And then the next time I had 5 chips. And then by the time now I don't even eat chips. Y'all, I'm telling you, it was a point. And so fast forward where I've lost to 27 pounds. And I thought to myself, I'm going to make myself the promise that I'm never going to be this way again. I'm never going back. I'm never going back to where I was idolizing and worshiping the struggle of my weight loss again.
Because that struggle becomes such a big part of it for everyone.
It's addictive. It's as addictive as sugar.
Yep.
And so people said, because people just say to me, oh, when you lose the weight, you're just going to feel so empowered and you're going to feel that. I don't. I felt empowered after I made the decision and made the promise to myself. That's when I started feeling the empowerment. Now I just feel like, wow, I can wear more things. I can I feel more empowered now because I go, you know what? I don't want the Snickers. I'll have the blueberries. That's empowerment. That's a person that's empowered, that knows the muscle of my decision making is so strong now that I have no problem going, yeah, I'll pass. But like today, Travis took me to lunch and I had nachos, but guess how many I had? I had half of them.
Right.
I said, ma'am, do you have a half order? I don't. And I said, well, I'm going to get the nachos anyway because this is what I'm hankering for. And only ate half. I didn't have to eat all the nachos. So guess who inhaled them all? Travis, after I didn't eat them. But I'm just saying that's the thing. Split meals.
Right.
Start small.
Yeah.
But make that decision and then make that promise to yourself.
This is actually something that that book that talks about building habits.
Atomic Habits.
Yes, Atomic Habits. Thank you, Kim. Is so great. And it's like, there's a part of it where it's like, you have to make the decision before you make the decision.
Absolutely.
In other words, like.
But it starts with the decision.
Yeah. Like you made the decision that you weren't going to eat the whole plate before you even ordered. Right.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like in the moment where the nachos are staring at you and you like, you could just keep eating. You already knew. You
Correct.
already had made the decision.
But I didn't deny myself to get the nachos, though. That's what I'm saying, y'all. It's not about denial. It's about decision. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. What do you hope to get this holiday season? What does it feel like to give to your family, to your friends, to your loved ones? No matter how you spend the holiday season, and it can be hard for a lot of us this time of year, the holidays are the perfect time to give back to yourself. And y'all, therapy is a great way to do just that. Therapy isn't just for people who have experienced trauma. It can be helpful to learn skills like boundary setting and coping, or just have someone to listen to you. So if you're thinking about starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, and all you've got to do is fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist. And y'all, let me just tell you, you're not stuck to that therapist. You can always switch therapist at any time at no additional charge. So in this season of giving, give yourself what you need with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/Gravel today to get 10% off your very first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/Gravel. And give yourself some BetterHelp. If you're like me, you absolutely love the holiday season. I am a holiday person, and I've got the best, greatest gift idea for you. Factor meals have been such a game changer for me. I mean, I've been on this health journey, and I've lost weight, and y'all, I feel good, but I feel satisfied. You know what I'm saying? During the holidays, you want to eat, you want to nibble, do it the right way. They have helped me lose weight, keep it off with their calorie conscious meals that are 550 calories, but they don't taste it. They taste like they're 150,000 calories. Okay, they're yummy, they're delicious. By supporting our sponsors, you're supporting the show and helping us grow. Head over to factormeals.com/Kim50 and use code Kim50, that's Kim50, to get 50% off. Give the gift of health to somebody that you know would enjoy it. Giving Factor meals to a loved one is a great holiday gift, or you can give yourself the gift, Treat yourself, gift yourself, and try these Factor meals. Factor is America's #1 ready-to-eat meal delivery service. It is chef prepared, dietitian approved, ready-to-eat meals delivered straight to your door. So this December, give yourself or your loved ones the gift of healthy, delicious food with Factor. All you got to do is head over to factormeals.com/Kim50 and use code Kim50, that's Kim50, to get 50% off. Yeah, 50% off. That's code Kim50 at factormeals.com/Kim50 to get 50% off. And give yourself the holiday gift of all times. Health with some good eating.
So Kim, this is a big question that a lot of people are like curious about, and it's like all these new weight loss pills, right?
Yeah.
And of course, there's people online being like, "Oh, Kim's just on pills and whatever," and you haven't talked about weight loss pills at all. Yeah. And I want to speak to the people because this is like changing a lot of people's lives, right?
That's fantastic, though. Not fantastic?
What's your take on that?
This is the whole thing. That's fantastic. But make the decision to do something. It doesn't matter what the something is that you're doing. Why are we judging all of that? Don't make whatever works for you. Y'all, Amy worked out 5 days a week with a personal trainer and ate a strict regimen diet and lost 80 pounds.
And she looks amazing. Yeah.
She looks amazing. Who cares how she did it? She did it. So if you need a diet pill or a weight loss injection or whatever, factor meals, or you're cutting back, whatever it's going to, y'all, there is no perfect way. We all know how to lose weight. It's over $1 billion industry annually.
Huge.
Why are we hung up on the how?
And actually, I just read an article about how Weight Watchers is changing its entire business model to be more in the business of prescribing like more weight loss pills and things. Like that's where they're moving their entire model, and they're closing down like storefronts and things because they know this is the next thing. And I think I agree with you. There is a weird stigma, though. I think it comes from like weight loss pills used to be really bad. I think weight loss pills used to be really bad for you like 20 years ago. And am I right about that?
Again, we are idolizing and we are stressing and we are focusing on the weight loss pills. It's not about that. The weight loss pills are not what's important. You are. The diet is not what's important. You are.
Right.
It's you.
And it's how you feel about yourself.
Well, you just have to, it's like plastic surgery. People get so what? If you want to go get plastic surgery, make sure you've got a great doctor and don't go crazy, but go get a little Botox if that's, y'all, I'm telling you, but because that's all a distraction. Okay. When you're sitting there going, how did she do this? How did he do this? But I get it. You know, I mean, mine was not even medically motivated. My doctor was not threatening me with a bunch of, pills or, you're going to whatever, like David Venable, his doctor was like, look, you're going to have an issue. And that motivated him. What motivated me was looking through my journal. And I was sick and tired of saying that I get bored so easy. And I have been carrying this brick too long. I can't believe I have sat here every single month of every single week and every single day going, I gotta lose weight. Y'all, it went in my head every day. I wish I could lose weight. Every time I look in the mirror, I need to lose weight. And I got sick of that.
Trying to lose the weight was a big part of who you were, though. It was part of how you saw yourself, right, Kim? Yeah. I think...
My identity was in the struggle.
Yes. And I think for all the people online asking, oh, how did you do it? How did you do it? How did you do it?
I'm telling you how I did it.
Flip it. Ask yourself, how am I going to do it?
How do you want to do it?
Because you're saying, Kim, the tools are out there. Like you can Google it.
Some of you are sitting there going, I want to lose weight. Go to your doctor and get what you need to get to lose weight if that's for you. Yep. Or do like I did, and I cut everything. I cut everything in half over a period of time. Now keep in mind, you have to be honest with yourself. I had to sit down and I was eating 4,000 calories a day on a regular basis.
Yeah.
If you eat 4,000 calories a day on a regular basis in 30 days, you will gain 10 pounds.
And don't work out, especially.
It doesn't matter. You can't, it's 80% what you eat.
Yeah.
You can work out till the cows come home, baby, and not lose weight.
Yep.
It's all on what you eat. So for me, I was addicted to high preservative, high sugar, drive-through foods. When I cut that out, my body was like, hallelujah, and it dropped it. Y'all, when you go to eat from eating 4,000 calories a day to 1,500, you're going to lose weight.
But are you counting calories?
I did. I don't anymore. Now I pretty much know what I can eat.
But you did for part of the weight loss. Part of that was counting
Now, I will tell you this. I want to tell you all this. Now, this I have not shared with anybody, and I want to be really transparent about this.
Okay.
I did do intermittent fasting, and I did, I forgot, I should have been told this a long time ago. I apologize, y'all. I did do intermittent fasting, and I did it, I ate based on my blood type. I'm a negative blood type.
Oh,
and so
you did the blood type.
I'm B negative. I did the blood type, and for my blood type, and a lot of people in my family have diabetes, I stopped eating after 6, and a lot of times I would not eat unless I was just really, really hungry till like noon.
Wow.
And that period of time of fasting, you will never convince me, did not jumpstart my metabolism.
Wow.
So I've read a lot of things about it. Again, I'm not a doctor and I'm not a dietitian. You would need to really go check that for yourself. But it helped me because I stopped going through Chick-fil-A in the morning for a biscuit, you know, and all that, everything that comes with it.
You would go for breakfast even. Wow.
Yeah, y'all. It was 4,000. I mean, I don't know how much more to say. It was a lot.
Yeah. Well, and I think, you know, and look, I know for some people, I know people that, you know, that I'm very close with that could not do that, right? Like that have blood sugar that's such that like,
correct.
They feel terrible if you don't eat and like keep, you know, like,
but I'm saying that's what I did. People asking me what I did.
I just want to say that, you know, that's
but
not
I'm just
for
telling
everybody,
you, it's not for everybody.
But it worked that's really interesting.
But I didn't do that at first.
How did you find out what your blood type? I want to dig into this, Kim. How did you find out, you know, what your blood type was, and then what that means for intermittent fasting? Was there a book you read or a certain program?
I just went online and Googled it. I did. And my doctor, you know, I know what blood type I am because I'm a negative blood type. So with my children, you know, I had the RH factor. So I had to really be, you know, I had to have shots before I had them. I had to have shots before I had tried. So I knew I was a negative blood type. Both my parents are negative blood types. So, and I just started reading about it. And it was very interesting and it made a lot of sense. But again, I'm not saying that's what you need to do. But can I just say, whatever it is you need to do, make the decision to do it right now.
And And can I just say something in defense of just taking like incremental steps and not going all in on something right away?
That's what I did.
Like everything, and this is something that David Venable said in his great episode about this. It's like everything in moderation. Like, you can.
Well, and he dropped his weight pretty fast. He dropped his weight pretty fast too. But again, people say, well, how did you drop it so fast? It's been 9 months. So people think it's not been that fast. I have gotten to my goal weight in 9 months. To me, that's realistic. I only needed 47 pounds to lose. So do the math. I mean, there was a big weight loss really quick in 2 months. It was 27 pounds, but that's because my body was just like, what the... right? Because it took me a lot longer to lose the last half of it. But do you see what I'm saying?
That? Why did it take longer?
Because my body was in shock after not eating 4,000 calories every day.
Yeah, so it was just like,
I mean, so what I'm saying is David lost his fast too. I mean, it took him about 8 months, I think he said. And so really but you will start seeing results if you really make a change. If you really make a change and you say, well, Kim, you made a big change, but it was only one change. It was cutting back what I was eating by, I was eating a fourth of what I was.
By half.
And when you do that, it was very powerful. Right. It was very powerful. And it was normal. What I was eating was not normal. So for some of you might be eating 2,500, 15, 2,000. I don't know what you're eating. I just telling you, for me, I was overeating. If maybe you're not, maybe you need to up your water intake and get rid of the drink. Start something and you'll see results, but you got to make the decision to start. And then you got to put a promise to yourself once you start doing it that you are going to continue on with the process, because 8 months down, I've done it. And
Kim, like, seriously, you look great. But don't get too thin. Listen to your mom.
No worries there, people. Okay.
Do you still go through the drive-thru?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I went out to eat today. It wasn't a drive-thru, but it was a restaurant. I mean, Travis and I went to Mexican. I had about the plate of nachos. I ate a half of them. And did I have what to have for breakfast? I had these are the best honeybee apples. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. No, they're sugar bee apples. They're these little red apples. They're crisp. And I ate an apple and I had a piece of toast with peanut butter on it. That's what I had this morning because I didn't fast this morning.
And then tonight, like what my kids ate for breakfast.
Easy.
Yeah.
Where I normally would have a 1,500 to 1,600 calorie meal at Chick-fil-A. Right. And I still eat Chick-fil-A. I just get my water and I don't eat the hash browns and I still get my biscuit and I love it.
There you go. All right, y'all. Well,
that's it.
This is the start. This is
This is our December series, Zach, and we're going to call this episode the December of Decision, because a lot of you are wanting to make some big life changes, if whether it's your weight or your health or whatever, I'm here to tell you we support you and we believe in you. And if I can do it, anybody can do it. Okay? Make the decision and make that promise to yourself and watch your life level up. It's going to be a fun month, y'all. The holidays are here.
And we have new episodes coming out all through December. So
yes.
You will not miss.
You don't want to miss it.
Any of it.
All right. Love y'all. Make your decision.
Bye.
Bye. Hold on. I think the thing I'm most, we can get it at our fingertips. It's billions and billions of years money. It's billion. Oh, let me say this. This episode is brought to you by your relaxing summer trip with your kids. Zach, there is nothing written in this script, and I know exactly why. Because I get it. Because I know everybody listening to me all the time because I'm always talking about my kids. I mean, yesterday I just posted something on my Instagram. I don't know if you saw it, Zach, but I posted where Blanton had broken into pieces a very, expensive lamp. I mean, it's $45 for this lamp. I mean, he broke it in a million pieces, and then he went and stashed it into this corner of the sunroom so that I could not find it, which is like a flight down the steps. Okay, so I don't know why the lamp, how it got broken, and how it got downstairs, but I did a little Instagram video, and I just said it's time to go back to school. And I say that, and people are like, "I just enjoy the years, honey, because the years fly so fast." And you, And so when I go on vacation with the kids, it's impossible to have a relaxing trip, in my opinion. Do you find the same thing, Zach, or is it just?
I just got back from a vacation with my kids, and I need a vacation from my vacation. Because it's just like, you're wrangling these kids everywhere. They're out, we had a time change. So it was like that just immediately, like, you're done. If you're doing a like cross country time change.
And didn't you go with your parents too?
Kid.
So you went.
Yeah. And I had my parents and so
and
yeah, it was a really fun trip. I don't want to get like a call from my mom who watches the show and it's going to be like, what are you doing? What are you talking about? It was great. But it was not relaxing.
It was not relaxing. Fun, but not relaxing. So this episode is brought to you by your summer not relaxing trip with your kids and family. Enjoy the show. We'll be right back.
This is the Kim Val Show.
So my guest today is one of the nation's leading health authorities. What are we supposed to look for on labels?
There are only a few things you need to know.
So I want this episode to be like an easy to follow type guide for everybody who wants to live like healthier, lose some weight.
My mission is to deliver all of the comfort foods that we love and crave, but in a joyful, healthified manner.
Hallelujah! That makes me want to just slap myself. All right.
Okay, that is a celebrity crush. You are in for the ride of your life. It is the best of the best of the best of the best. And one of the best hacks I will ever tell anybody.
Buckle up, buttercups. My guest today is one of the nation's leading health authorities. She's a registered dietitian nutritionist. She's the health and nutrition expert on the NBC's Today Show. She is a #1 New York Times bestselling author with, y'all, listen, 14 best-selling books. And she has a new line of healthy products called Joyly. She's done so many things, but I think one of the biggest things she's ever done is she's been doing all of this while raising 3 kids. I brought her on the show today to give us some simple hacks and tricks for losing weight and just boosting your overall health. Put your hands together and give a warm welcome to
Joy Bauer.
How do you like that, Joy?
Okay, that might be my absolute new favorite intro ever.
Does the Today Show give you that? Probably not.
They do not. They do not. We do have a group of producers who do their own version of like, it's some sort of girl power song, but instead they do like,
I like
Joy
that.
Bauer, girl power. But that took it to the next level. That was next level.
Thank you, Joy. You need to tell everybody at the Today Show, Zach and I are totally, available, whatever they need. If they need a little boost, okay.
Bring us on.
We'll do it.
Awesome. I want you first coming over to my house.
Okay.
Let's start here.
I've been watching you for years, girl, on the Today Show. Okay. And your health and happiness, segments. And when you were on the NBC Today Show a few years ago, there was so many things I wanted to ask you. And I feel like now that we're in the Over 50 and Fabulous, like we're kind of like best friends.
We are.
It's to the point. You've written so many books. I mean, here's some of your best-selling books. I just want everybody, because I'm telling you, I've read them. I love them. Slim and Scrumptious, 75 delicious, healthy meals your family will love. This is my favorite, Joy. From junk food to joy food. Hallelujah. That makes me want to just slap myself. Joy Bauer's Food Cures. Your most recent book is called Joy Bauer's Superfood. It has 150 recipes for eternal youth. Girl, what are you doing? And you got 3 babies. What is going on?
Listen, look, it's kind of ironic that you are asking me that. We get stuff done.
Well, that's why I wanted you here, because I want this episode to be like an easy to follow type guide for everybody who wants to live like healthier, lose some weight. And I want to get, I want them to it be tangible, really applicable. Is that the right applicable?
Yeah, yes.
To their lives. See, look at me and my big words, Joy. What is the biggest? I'm telling you, I'm getting smarter by doing this podcast. What is the biggest health mistake that you see people that regularly make? Wait, let me just, before you answer, just let you know, I just went through Dairy Queen and had a dipped cone. Go.
You're real. And I love that. Could I just ask one question about the dip cone? Is that the type with the magic shell on the outside?
Yeah.
It solidifies?
It's a dip cone. It's the soft serve, and then they take it and dip it, and it gets hard, and it starts melting because it's 100,000 degrees here in the ATL, and the humidity is like 750. And so the ice cream's melting. It's all over your face. So the answer is yes.
Okay, so I am a version of you. That's another reason why I'm great for this field, because I love to eat. And I love Dairy Queen, and I love that magic shell outside. So what I do is I try to recreate these things in my kitchen in like a joyful, healthified manner. So here's my way of enjoying exactly that. I pick up the no sugar added vanilla Greek yogurts. There's a couple of brands that I love. We could talk offline, but I pick up the brands that are sweetened with either monk fruit or stevia, and you still get that luscious vanilla flavor. Then I take 1 or 2 tablespoons of a semi-sweet or dark chocolate chips, and I melt them in the microwave. God bless the microwave. Then I pour it over the top of the vanilla Greek yogurt. I pop it into the fridge or the freezer for just about 20, 30 minutes. The chocolate firms. It becomes snappy, just like that magic shell cone that you were just describing. And then you plunk your spoon in, crackle, crackle, crackle. Every single bite delivers that creamy, velvety, vanilla Greek yogurt packed with protein, packed with calcium. But you get the indulgent, snappy chocolate too. It's really good.
Okay. See, now I wish I could have gone through the drive-thru and got that, but I have heard is Greek yogurt is better for you, because I've heard like normal yogurt has as much sugar as like an ice cream would. Is that true?
So regular yogurt and Greek yogurt can both have a slew of added sugar. So when it comes to whichever one you choose, the traditional yogurt or the Greek yogurt, you just want to make sure that you're not, when you zip down on that ingredient list, don't look at total sugar, because there's a lot of natural sugar just from the milk itself. You want to look at added sugar. And so you can either buy a plain version and doctor it up yourself with just a little bit of honey or maple sugar, maple syrup, and then you're in control of how much you put in. Stick with a teaspoon. Or you could buy some of the flavored, but look to see the ones that don't have added sugar, because that means that they're using either a monk fruit or a stevia. You don't want some of the other sweeteners. But the monk fruit and stevia right now have been, like perfectly safe. We don't have any bizarre studies with them. So those are the ones that I've been buying. When it comes to Greek yogurt, The reason Greek yogurt is better than traditional yogurt is because it's strained and it's more dense in protein. So a regular yogurt will offer you, let's say 6 or 7 grams of protein for the single serve container, but a Greek yogurt can be about 15 grams of protein. So you're getting the same velvety, creamy eating experience, but your body is getting more protein, which means that you're going to feel fuller for longer and you're going to be able to steady your blood sugars.
Well, I feel like so many products are pretending to be healthy, but they aren't. And, I'm always looking for things on the label. Half the time, I don't even know what I'm looking for, Joy, to be honest with you. What do you look for in a label when you are shopping? Because look, I have lost recently over the past year and a half, 50 pounds. So I am the best version of myself that I have been in a long time. And I started counting calories. I know. Thank you, Joy. And it's been a journey.
Kim, that is a huge accomplishment.
It's huge. It was. But I tell you now, my son and both my boys are starting to get, they're young, they're amazing, they're fit, they're athletic, but they're starting to look at labels too. What are we supposed to look for on labels when we're shopping and in our desires to eat healthy?
Yeah, it is overwhelming. And by the way, it's not just overwhelming for non-health practitioners. It's overwhelming for registered dietitians and nutritionists who do this for a living. There are so many numbers. So the first thing I would tell you is use your common sense. I think most of us know what is healthy and what is not healthy. And so when you're a bit confused or when you know something should be healthy and you're not 100% sure and you're comparing brands, you want to flip it over. You want to first look at the ingredient list. You want to see things that are recognizable. The shorter the list, the better, but just make sure that you recognize things, because if there's a lot of Frankenstein-like, ingredients within there, it's probably not the best thing for you. The other thing is when you list things on the ingredient, it's by weight. The order in which things are listed will be by weight. So you don't want to see sugar first. You don't want to see high fructose corn syrup first. You don't want to see white flour first. So in the perfect world, it will be oats or whole wheat flour or fresh fruit or vegetables. So the things that are heftiest in volume and weight will come at the very beginning. When you look at all the numbers, there are only a few things you need to know. The first thing that's very important is right at the tippy top, it will say what the serving size looks like. And the reason that is so important is because if it says a serving size as half a cup, let's talk about ice cream for a minute. You're getting a pint. A pint has 2 full cups in a pint. If the serving size says half a cup, that means that every single number underneath it, calories, saturated fat, added sugar, sodium, is going to be multiplied by 4 if you are eating the whole pint. And a lot of us do that, right? Let's be honest.
No judgment.
No judgment ever. And so the very first thing is, what is that portion size? And then when you look at the portion size, then you look at calories. Can I handle this amount of calories? Number one, everybody says nowadays they're not counting calories. It's sort of archaic in the past. Truth be told, everybody is still counting calories.
It works for me, Joy. It worked for me. It totally worked for me.
I get it. And so then you look at the calories. And the second thing that you want to be able to look at is the saturated fat. We don't care about the total fat. We don't care about the unsaturated fat, because we now know that heart-healthy unsaturated fat is actually good for you, right? It helps clean the pipes. It helps make things taste good. It helps keep our blood sugars steady. Saturated fat is a different story. That's the artery clogging type of fat. So if something is predominant in saturated fat, and that ice cream unfortunately would fall under that category, baked goods can be high in saturated fat. And so that's a number that the lower, the better. The same thing with added sugar. So just like fat has a whole category, total fat, unsaturated fat. We don't care about that, but we do care about the subhead, saturated fat. Sugar kind of does the same thing. There's a total sugar, which we don't necessarily care about, because fresh fruits and fresh vegetables, those bring dairy, that brings some natural sugar to the table, and it's packaged with healthful healthful nutrients. But the added sugar you do want to look at, and like the saturated fat, less is more. The lower that you can get. And the last thing I would tell people to look at is sodium. After the age of 50, I think it's almost 1 out of 2 people start to deal with high blood pressure. And sodium, AKA salt, will make a big difference because salt draws water into our arteries, which increases the volume of fluid in our arteries, which means it's going to increase the pressure within our blood vessels. So the lower the salt, the better that we're eating. And we love salt. So just be mindful of that. Those are the things that you really have to look at on a label.
Well, look, can you give us like a mini consultation? Like someone comes to you, say it's me. And I say, Joy, I want to lose weight. What are some of the questions that you're asking me and to kind of not diagnose or help me with this consultation? And also want to know, what are you thinking about this new weight loss, in the new reality of like these weight loss drugs like Ozempic and Wegovy?
So it's an amazing question that you just asked me and you posed. It's a gigantic one because there's no one size fits all, but I can definitely give everybody food for thought so that they could almost become their own nutritionist. Great. The first thing I'm going to say in terms of the weight loss drugs, I think they're revolutionary. I really do, because a lot of people are food addicts and they are compulsive overeaters, and they're walking around for years and years and years with so much noise in their head. And what this does is it sort of eases that noise and it allows people to make food less of a focus. It doesn't take away the energy and effort that they have to put in and should put in for making the right choices, because you still want to have energizing fuel that you nourish your body with so that you thrive. They're not going to be the end all be all, but they are incredibly helpful. And I think that they could be life changing for people. And so right now, the good news on the weight loss drugs is that many of the pharmaceutical companies right now are scrambling to come up with bigger and better. And because there's going to be so many more on the market, this makes me very happy. I think it's going to drive down the prices and it's going to increase the accessibility of these weight loss drugs. So people that maybe right now can't afford them or can't get access to them, they're going to be in a very different place. But it doesn't mean these drugs are not for people who have to lose 5 or 10 or 20 pounds. These are people who really struggle with obesity, people who are struggling with secondary symptoms because of weight, whether it be heart disease or type 2 diabetes or debilitating back pain. Like those are the people that are really, really great candidates for them. So that's my take on the weight loss drugs. I thank God for bringing them to the world, because I think that they already are and they will change a lot of lives. In terms of helping people to be their own nutritionist, this is what you have to do. The very first and most significant thing anybody can do to gain huge success is to take a few minutes and come up with your reason for wanting to start a health journey and then stick with a health journey. And it's got to be personal endurance and enduring and significant. It can't be, because I want to fit into my little hot black dress. Or because I have, a reunion coming up and I want to show everybody that I still have it going on.
Joey, hold on. I want to say, because I think this is a brilliant thing you just said. We have to park on this for a hot minute, because you're saying there's got to be a why. It's got to be a good reason. Why is that? I mean, is there scientific research behind that to back that up? I mean, what is it? Why do you say you've got to have a good reason?
Because losing weight and then keeping that weight off is 50% attitude. I think everybody listening.
That's why I lost weight, Joy. I'm telling you. I'm so glad you're saying this, because everybody kept saying, Kim, how'd you lose weight? And I said, I decided. I changed my way of thinking. And I said, because there's cajillion weight loss drugs, keto. There's so many different ways and so many different programs. The information is out there for numerous ways to get healthy and lose weight. But I had just made up in my mind, I'm done. I'm doing this. I'm doing it for me. I'm doing it for I was pre-diabetic. I said, I'm doing it for all of those things. So you're giving me validation here. That's why, not to make it about me, y'all, but I'm just saying, I think this is an important thing.
You're the living proof. And I'm going to tell you, out of like the gabillions, tens of thousands of people that I've worked with, it has not started and stuck until their head was in the game and for the right reasons. And for the right reasons. Following a health plan, like you said, it's not rocket science. We know what we should be eating and what we shouldn't be eating. But in order to feel motivated and to have continuous inspiration, your head has to be in the game. So the best thing that everybody could do is to take pen to paper and figure out, what is your reason? Is it because there's breast cancer in the family and you want to make sure that you are healthy and moving forward in a way so that you don't fall into this trap? Is it because you want to be able to be comfortable in your own skin and get on the ground and play with your kids and your grandkids? These are significant reasons. And everybody has to have their reason. And by the way, once you have your reason, and your reason can change from time to time, but you need to put it on your computer. You need to put it on Post-it notes, on your bathroom vanity, on the refrigerator, on all of the places that you see it front and center over and over again, because that is your driving force for getting to the finish line. It is a powerful, powerful motivator. So I love that you have lived it.
Well, and how do you get that mindset for weight loss? Like, I don't know. I can't remember back. It was not this past April, but the April before is when I started. I can't remember, like, I didn't read a book or I didn't whatever. I think I just looked in the mirror and just was like, bump it, I'm done. But is there a way to really set your mind up for this journey of weight loss? How do you change your mindset?
Well, because there's a desire there. If people are listening and they are not feeling comfortable in their skin right now, or they're sick and tired of like opening their closet and seeing all the beautiful clothes that they bought from you and like only the size to the right fits and they can't wear anything to the size to the left. Like, I mean, that is enough. It's frustration. It's low energy. It's your doctor telling you that you have to go on statins because you have high cholesterol. There are all of these red flags that are bringing you to a place that you would feel better and have more energy and think more clearly and be more comfortable if you were to lose weight. And by the way, too, I love the big goals. I need to lose 50 pounds. I need to lose 75 pounds, 100 pounds. But they are overwhelming. So don't put a number on your weight loss. And if you do want to put a number on your weight loss, break it down into 5 or 10 pound intervals. Because when it's overwhelming and it just feels like something that is not achievable, it's not good for anyone. It really isn't. And those small amounts add up quickly. And all of a sudden, what started out as 5 pounds and 8 pounds and 12 pounds and 20 pounds. And suddenly you've hit the 100-pound mark. It happens. I know it happens. And you don't need medication for it.
Well, because weight fluctuates up and down. And if you're on the scale every day, multiple times a day, I mean, I remember getting on the scale 2 days after I started, I put on weight. You know what I'm saying? Like if you get your mindset right, then what do you recommend they focus on? So we're going to get our mindset correct. We got to know our why, and we got to be motivated for that why. What do you recommend we focus on to start that weight loss journey?
A few simple things that have huge impact. The first is, we talked about, I love the big goals. I absolutely love them, and everyone should have their big goals. I want to run the New York City Marathon. I want to lose 50 or 100 pounds. But it is the smaller weekly goals that will keep you on the straight and narrow because they're achievable, they're attainable. They allow you to give yourself, a high five or a pat on the back, a great big smile.
Small wins.
Yeah. Yes. And that's going to be your continuous fuel to continue to keep going and eventually hit your big goal. So I would say, again, pen to paper or set up an Excel sheet on your computer, and every single week, make yourself at least one goal. Hey, if you're extra motivated, make yourself 2 goals. And they could be something like, every day I'm going to walk for 30 minutes. Or every day as a snack, I'm going to have a handful of nuts. I'm going to have a piece of fresh fruit. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be I would love if everybody would say, every week I'm going to make at least 2 of Joy's new healthy recipes. Like it doesn't matter what it is, but set those weekly goals. And hey, if you're extra motivated, make them daily goals. They are additive and they are going to pay off huge. That would be the first thing. The second thing I would say is incorporate a produce item, specifically vegetables, if you can, into every single meal. And here's why. Vegetables are high in volume and they're low in calories and they fill us up instead of filling us out. So I love the thought of adding something to the menu versus taking it away. I'm not even going to take away your, the ice cream cone with the chocolate covering that you did at Dairy Queen. But
Thank you, Joy.
ever. I'm an additive girl. So if you could jam in vegetables to every single meal, you will be so far ahead of the game. And even though I talked about the high in volume and low in calories, let's talk about something else. Vegetables are most importantly loaded with the good stuff. Vitamins, minerals, antioxidants, and fiber. So they keep us running on all cylinders. They reduce the risk of all sorts of disease states. They help us thrive in every level. By the way, they're great for brain health and heart health. So they check all the boxes. And there's very easy ways that you could do it. If you're making eggs in the morning, chop up a tomato and maybe some mushrooms or onion and just add it into the pan and scramble it all up. With lunch, you could have the most gorgeous rainbow salad. Or if you're a sandwich girl, lift up that top layer of bread and do a little bit more than lame lettuce leaves. You could do thin sliced cucumbers, red onion, roasted peppers. Make the vegetables as fat as the meat on that sandwich. And then you have double the volume, which I love. And then on the side, you could have crunchy baby carrots, or you could have bell pepper sticks or sugar snap peas. I love the sugar snap peas.
Ooh,
and so
girl,
a
I love me
crunchy
some sugar
side.
snap, yeah.
And then you have the crunch instead of chips. You're having more vegetables. And then with dinner, there's a bazillion ideas, right? You could do sheet pans of roasted vegetables. You could do stir fries on the skillet. You could do frittatas for dinner in the summer. I love breakfast for dinner in the summer. But there's so many things that you could do for dinner. Sauteed spinach. I love artichoke hearts. Obviously,
Lord, I'm getting hungry,
cauliflower,
Joy.
Brussels sprouts, all of the good stuff. But if you incorporate a produce item, specifically vegetables, into all of your meals, I'm telling you, you will be adding flavor, you will be adding nutrition, but it's going to help you lose weight. That's a good one.
Is that why you wrote your cookbooks, like Slim and Scrumptious? Is it because you wanted to give people, different ways of eating healthy and yummy at the same time?
Yeah. So my mission is to deliver all of the comfort foods that we love and crave. Macaroni and cheese, chocolate cakes and pies, buffalo wings. Like I love all of that stuff too, but in a joyful, healthified manner. Like for example, I mentioned mac and cheese. So I make a version that's with butternut squash. There are all of these very simple things that you could do. Even buffalo chicken or buffalo wings, I'll do it with tenderloins, skinless tenderloins, instead of the wings, which are, I think, more skin than they are actually protein meat. I also do it with cauliflower. So there's I even do buffalo vegetables. There's so many ways that you can get that same craving. I do a version of Snickers. I swear, Kim, it tastes just like Snickers using dates. I take a date. I split it in half. I remove the pit. I do a spread of creamy peanut butter. Then for the crunch, I'll do on top of the peanut butter, 2 roasted peanuts. And then I close it up and I drizzle some semi-sweet melted chocolate over the top. I put it in the fridge and the chocolate firms like I talked about earlier with the magic shell. And then you bite into, I do a sprinkling of crushed peanuts on top just to take it over the edge. And you want to do a number of them at the same time because you're not going to want to stop at one. And you take a bite and you get all of the layers of texture, the chewy, sweet caramel-like flavor from the dates. Then you get that creamy, savory goodness from the peanut butter, the crunch from the peanuts, and the indulgence from the chocolate. It's a Snickers. It's a Snickers.
Is that recipe in your book?
It's not in my books, but it's on my Instagram and it's on my website.
Okay. You got to go on the website.
These are all on my website. I do like a chocolate shake without any chocolate. I do it with cocoa powder, and I swear you close your eyes and you're sipping a thick chocolate shake. It's all of these easy tweaks that people can do. This is what I love most. I love creating in my kitchen ways that we can indulge and have the foods that we're actually craving, but in a nourishing way that there's no regret, there's no guilt. Like, it's all good for you ingredients.
Okay, we got to take a quick break, but while we're doing that, y'all go hit up joybauer.com. Check out these recipes. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, more healthy tips with Joy right after this.
Kim, I've never done an ad read on the show before, but you're extremely good at selling stuff. So will you tell me what you think about this? You tell me if I do an okay job. Is that all right?
I got you, Zach. I got you.
Okay. Because a few weeks ago, one of my closest friends, Vince Rotunda, came to me and asked me if I could help him with this charity he runs called the Many Hands Project. They started in 2022 to help alleviate food insecurity in Metro Atlanta by partnering with local chefs and other volunteers who donate their time to make nutritious meals that get distributed through a partnership with Feeding Georgia Families. So here's the thing. Like, Vince is one of the good guys. And the special part about this is that the volunteers are making the food that they like to eat. So it really matters, right? Because food made with love by a small all-volunteer group is really special. Since Many Hands is all volunteer, it's 100% volunteer. So there's no paid employees. Any amount helps. 100% of the donation goes toward buying food. To donate, go to manyhandsproject.org/donate. Their website is it's not fancy. Like, you're going to go there, you'll be like, oh, well, that's kind of a janky website. It's because they spend all their money on food, not web design. Vince did it himself. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, this is a small group of people trying to make a difference. Go to manyhandsproject.org/donate and make a donation.
Count me in, Zach.
Was that good?
Okay, you did amazing. Yeah, and now I'm going to donate. I'm doing it. I'm doing it right now. Look, y'all, tech and computers, that's not my thing, but that's exactly why I love Shopify. It's so easy. I can even use it. Shopify is so much more than just like creating a great website. It's everything you need to start and run your own business. And I am all for you starting and running your own business. From launching your side hustle to opening your very first store in person, like brick and mortar, all of that can be done on Shopify. And it's all the way to $1 million sales. That's a lot of cha-chings, y'all. There's also an in-person point of sale system, so you can sell anywhere and everywhere. And it's an incredible growth tool. It's like an AI automation for Shopify Magic. It also helps you grow every single stage of your business. So you can be small business or you can grow to as big as you want to. Plus, Shopify's extensive help resources are there to support your success every step of the way. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/Kim, all lowercase. That is shopify.com/Kim, and use it to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. Start that business that you've always wanted to and grow with Shopify. I did it, and I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of out there to be made. Oh my gosh, y'all. We are back, and I'm still on the date nut caramel snicker doodle thing. Joy. But this is the thing. This is what I love about what you're doing. You're saying no sacrifice. But we don't have to sacrifice our health either. Like, we don't have to sacrifice our love of food. But you had said something earlier about food noise. And first of all, I don't know how you can live in the United States of America and not have food noise. My kids now, I'll go into my office. I have a home office, Joy, and I have a big computer, and I'll get on the computer in the morning, and my kids have been in my computer at my desk, and my youngest is watching all of these food videos. Okay, like it's beyond food noise. It's like food and bad food that are coming for them.
Food porn.
It's food porn.
That's what it is. It's food porn.
I'm telling you, it's like this food noise. I mean, not only do you have it in your head, but it's everywhere. What can we do specifically about that? And what do the weight loss drugs do to drown that out? And what can we do if we're not on that to drown it out, or to I don't know, reduce the noise?
So I think that we all can use it as an opportunity for something super positive. And I see this as a real learning curve for your sons as well. You can use that interest in the food porn, so to speak, and you could turn it into lessons in the kitchen. Like, for example, if they're watching something about nachos, there's a way that you could build nachos. One of my most favorite recipes ever is I created bell pepper nachos. So you could make nachos on quartered bell peppers, and bell peppers are loaded with vitamin C, which is great for the immune system. It could help reduce aches and pains associated with arthritis. So what I would say is, take this as an opportunity to figure out a way yourself in the kitchen to satisfy that craving, to connect with the food, and to teach your boys and our kids and our grandkids how to make these things in a way that not only tastes amazingly delicious, but it's also good for them and for us. Because this is a way, having a skill set, if your boys have a skill set, my kids, I have 3 kids. I have 4 now because my older daughter just got married. But if you are able, like I am, to show your kids how to actually be crafty in the kitchen, let me tell you something. It's a skill set that they will take for them for the rest of their lives. It is a blessing for them to be able to know how to make healthy food. So like bring on all of these food videos and stuff, but then flip it upside down and figure out a way to turn it into a positive. Because your boys are interested in food, and, you know, they're not only interested in eating it, they're drawn to like watching it. And the videos are showing how to make it. I could show you how to make a 2-ingredient chocolate pie, 2-ingredient, that I think they'll really flip over. So find the foods that they're most interested in. And I'm telling you offline, I'm going to send you links to all of these foods, and you're going to show me you and the boys making them in the kitchen together. And then they'll weigh in.
Yes, you've got to. You've got to. You've got to send me the links. I love it. Okay. You know, I'm going to ask you the obvious question. What is the 2-ingredient chocolate pie?
So I have 2 different versions of it. So the 2-ingredient chocolate pie is with unsweetened applesauce and semi-sweet melted chocolate chips. And then I have another version that I do instead of the applesauce with canned pumpkin puree.
Dang.
Wow. So easy. I don't want to spend hours in the kitchen, and I don't want anybody else spending hours in the kitchen. So my recipes are easy peasy.
Okay. All right. I'm going to try that sugar-free applesauce. And what'd you say? Chocolate chips?
Melted chocolate chips. And I can show everybody how to melt the chocolate chips. Listen, if you are a gourmet and you want to do it using a double boiler on the stovetop, amazing. But I like to do it in the microwave because it's super simple. And one of the best hacks I will ever tell anybody, because there's nothing worse than having to clean a bowl that has melty chocolate chips. Take your nonstick cooking spray, and before you add your chips to the bowl that you're going to microwave, give it a spritz and then add the chocolate chips. And then when you go to clean the bowl, it's much more seamless. I'm going to give you all of these links. You guys could put the links
We'll put the links
on your
in.
site.
Yeah, we'll put the links in the show
Perfect.
notes. We'll put it on our website, kimgravelsshow.com.
Let me just tell you, nonstick spray, I'm thinking about like spraying it on my kids' bed sheets, the toilet, everything.
But it's like
nonstick spray will make anything not stick. I agree with you on that.
Isn't that so? You know what it reminds me of? What was the spray in My Big Fat Greek Wedding? She sprayed it on everything. Windex. It's like the home chef's version of Windex. It is.
I'm telling you, first of all, I'm making the chocolate pie, I'm making that. But anyway, let's talk about like your products and what you've got coming up and everything that's coming down the pike for you, Joy, because we are both at QVC. We are over 50 and fabulous ambassadors in the age of possibility. I can't believe you're over 50. Remember, we were in the same small group, and I was like, this woman is 50. I never knew, watching you on the Today Show. You know, tell me how that is for you right now. Don't you, like, how old are your kids, and are you living your best life and all of that good stuff? Speak to us women over 50 who are out there.
Okay, Kim, you are like a youngin' to me. Let's be clear. I am 60.
Okay.
I just turned 60. I'm a whole new decade. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And
you're in the 60. You're in the 60 and sexy group. That's where you're at.
Oh, well, in my mind, at least in my mind.
No, you are.
I think you would agree. And I think everybody that's in the 50 plus category would agree. It's really a beautiful, beautiful sorority to be in. I think that you come to a place where you don't sweat the small stuff. I think you tell yourself that as you're growing up, but like once you hit 50 and over, we're actually there. I think that I am healthier in so many ways, definitely physically. Emotionally, I'm calmer, I'm more zen. I don't overreact to so many things like I used to. I feel like I'm the better and new and improved version of my 20s. I really do. My kids are grown-ups right now. So you have little kids. How old are your boys?
They're 17 and 15. So they're still little to me.
Little-ish. So you're like heading into the college application era. Ooh. Eek.
And I'll be 53 this Saturday. So like we started late, but hey, I'm not complaining. They're keeping us young.
You're a child, and what I'll tell you is I'm paving the way, and it just keeps getting better and better and better. And it also goes back to, everything that I do in my neck of the woods. It is so darn important to take care of yourself because we want to age with grace. And so make sure that everybody listening, you want to take care of your weight. You want to fuel yourself with the right stuff. You want to make sure that you're walking or exercising at least 30 minutes a day because you don't want to just grow old. You want to grow old with oomph and vigor and vitality. Yes. And this is the way to do it.
Now, let's talk about Joyly because you have a multivitamin for women over 50, and you also have a yummy muffin mix, right? Like, tell us about what products you're making for us over 50 and fabulous women out there.
This is so exciting to me. Thank you so much for asking. So the Joyly actually started as a passion project. I'll start with the multivitamin. So there's so many great brands out there. And Kim, I would always pick up the bottles and I would say, oh, this brand is so great, but I wish it had this or that. Or I wish the magnesium was a different format, or I wish they would have added ashwagandha or something like that. And so I set out to make a very, very small batch of a multivitamin for my friends and family that are 50 plus. It's a very specific for the 50 plus crowd with all of the perfect formulations and amounts of the things that I wanted in it. And it was going to be this small little 100 bottle batch. And I was going to be able to do, a subscribe, a monthly sort of a thing, but I was going to do a very, very small run. And then as I started to make it, it was one of those things, my heart started to race and I loved where we were going. And I thought, you know what? I'm just going to open it up. So I've been working on it on the last year. I have the smartest scientists on board. It is literally my dream formulation. It's one-stop shopping for men and women. After 50, men do not need a different formula. We're all in this together. I have the right ingredients in for eye health to reduce the risk of macular degeneration and cataracts. I have everything to like make us thrive in every which direction. So it's launching in about a month. I've been working on it for the last year. People can go to it's bejoyly.com, BEJOYLY.com. You could sign up to be on the waiting list and everybody will get a big blast when it does finally launch. And so the same thing with the protein muffins. Again, I was making the protein muffins from scratch and friends and family and also everybody on social media was constantly saying, come out with a mix. We don't want to make it ourselves.
It's hard. I agree with that. I agree with that.
So I made, again, working on it for over a year. So I have this mix I'm coming out with as a starter, vanilla and chocolate. So it's packed with protein. They're low in calories. They're only 140 calories. They're big, moist, delicious comfort food feel muffins. And there is not a drop of added sugar, but you will think it's sweet and sugary, just like the bakery muffins that you buy. And the other cool thing is, even though I'm coming out with just chocolate and vanilla, I did it so that you could take these two flavors in so many different personality flavor directions. So if you mash banana in the vanilla, it's a banana muffin. If you add chocolate chips in the chocolate, it's a double chocolate chip chocolate. You could add peanut butter for a chocolate peanut butter muffin. You could add fresh blueberries into the chocolate or the vanilla. So there's a lot of different directions that you could take it, but I think you're going to love it. And I can't wait to send you a couple of boxes.
Oh, you've got to get me some boxes. You know, I love to eat. All right.
Yeah.
Joy, before you go, I could talk to you all day about this stuff because I'm just obsessed with you and your vigor and your fire and passion for this. But before I let you go, I have to do what I do with every single guest, girl.
Rapid fire questions.
What comes up, comes out. So I'm going to ask you a question. Don't even think about it. Just go, blah. First thing comes to your mind. Okay? All right. Here we go. Your best summer recipe.
A no added sugar slushy.
Oh, I love a good slushy.
Oh my God, it's so good. Could in a rapid fire, am I allowed to do
Yes.
this? Okay.
You're right. Go.
Okay, this is what you're going to do. You're going to take 2 cups of frozen pitted cherries. Don't pit them yourself. Go right to the grocery store, buy a bag of pitted frozen cherries. Mix it with a half a cup of frozen pineapple chunks, and then a can of berry flavored sparkling water. Whirl it up in your blender and you have the thickest, most delicious, fruitiest cherry slushy. No sugar added, filled with antioxidants.
Yum.
My kids would love
It's a
that.
good one.
I'm going to do
Like,
that
my kids would
today.
be
I'm going to do
obsessed
that.
with Yeah.
It's a good one.
Okay, Zach, that's your summer snack right now. You're doing
I'm
it.
literally,
Okay.
I took notes. I'm going to buy it all right now.
Awesome.
What is your favorite kitchen gadget?
Oh, my onion goggles. They're little goggles. You put them on and then you don't cry when you slice an onion.
Can I just tell you, my oldest son could eat a raw onion just like you eat an apple. I mean, he loves onions and is unfazed. I'm like, you're cutting the onions, brother. I mean, like he is an onion freak.
He's like the Grinch.
Literally. He's 17, so literally. Joy, you have boys, right? You have boys?
I have 1 boy and I have 2 girls, but now I have a son-in-law. So I kind of have 2 boys and 2 girls.
Boys are a hot mess as teenagers. Would you agree?
You haven't had girls, Kim. By the
I have
way,
2 girls, Joy. I'm
boys
scared.
are the easy ones.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Then God knew exactly what he was doing by giving me boys, because my boys, they take me around and around. Okay. What song do you always sing when you hear it?
Thunder Road by Bruce Springsteen.
Ooh.
The screen door slammed, Mary's dress waves. Like a vision, she dances across the porch as the radio plays. And so off key that it would make the static hairs on your arms stand up.
Joy, that is bravo that you just knew that. I mean, most people would be like, what? Okay. What is one fortune you would write from your fortune cookie, and what would it be?
Health and happiness to my immediate family and my extended family. Because the reason I say that is because every time I have the opportunity to blow out a candle or have an eyelash that falls on my face, it's the automatic pilot wish in the moment that I always have to go for. So I don't know if that's necessarily a fortune, but I could imagine it would say, you will have health and happiness, your immediate family and your entire extended family. And obviously all of my friends and my people are in my extended family.
Okay. Well, I mean, it just goes on and on and on. It's like a prophecy. Okay, here we go. If you could spend $1 million right now on anything, what would it be?
It would be a tie. It would be something for me. And that would be a massive, massive global food kitchen for people.
Good for you. Yes.
So that one would be for me. And the other one would be for my husband, who is the better half of the couple. And it would be a massive dog rescue.
So it's a give back. It's not just for you. It's for you and them and everybody.
Those would be like the number 1 and the number 2. And it would be a tie. And we would have to like fight it out. So it probably would be like the 500,000 and 500,000 would get split between the 2. So I wouldn't be able to do the global soup kitchen, but I would be able to at least pick a bunch of states that needed it the most.
I like that. Who's your favorite anchor personality on the Today Show?
Okay, that's like asking me who my favorite child is. I'm just going to have to zip it up. But I will tell you that if you could imagine, I have fallen on my butt off of my high heels 2 times on national television, 14 million people watching. And one of those times I took down Al Roker. And being the greatest sport that he is, he's still one of my absolute favorite people in the whole entire world.
That's good. That's good. So, I mean, he's one of the many there, but that's like one that you give a shot. Good for,
Absolutely.
See how appropriate you are with that. That's good. What do you consider your biggest win?
My kids. My greatest accomplishment in life, bar none, without even giving it a thought, my 3 kids. God, they just surprise me and melt my heart every single day, even when they're having bad days.
Well, are you on the other side of the adult kids? Did you feel that way in the throes of motherhood, like when you were grinding it out every day and all the sports and all the stuff? Because Zach and I have younger kids right now, and we are really A, jealous, and B, hopefully that you're going to tell us that you struggle too, and we're going to feel the same way in a few years.
I went through all the struggles. I went through all of the challenges, but I think all of us intellectually, even through the messy chaos that we're dealing with, that you all are dealing with right now, we can still say the same thing. I think you have to compartmentalize. You got to put the day to day aside and just think about how blessed and grateful and lucky we are that we made these incredible humans. And I'm going to tell everyone, being on the other side and having adult kids, you are in for the ride of your life. It is the best of the best of the best of the best.
Zach, are you listening to this? Are you okay? We got to keep the faith, baby. We got to keep the hope and faith.
Look, I got the faith, baby. Let's just the faith.
It's happening.
No,
I say
this is the thing.
Zach and Kim, I say this so confidently. I mean, I have a lot of balls to say that with so much confidence.
You really do.
And that's how positive I am.
But this is the thing, it's so great because you're like, oh my gosh, I wish they'd go to school. When they go to school, oh my gosh, why do they go to school? I mean, it's crazy. I think parenthood, especially motherhood in particular, we're a little bit like multiple personality disorder, a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But in the best way ever.
The best kind of way.
Because
in the most loving, psychotic, beautiful way. Yeah.
We're chameleons. And by the way, I was the one during the soccer games. Here I am, demure and well-spoken and put together on the Today Show.
Nut.
A raving lunatic.
Lunatic.
Screaming at the coach, screaming at my daughters.
The refs.
Yes. So
and I scream stuff that I don't even know what I'm talking about. Some of the team my son and some of his teammates will look back going, what is she saying? That's not even what you're supposed to do.
We don't know, but it just flows out of our mouth. Yeah.
And let me tell you something. Well, I had a little coach. I said, boy, don't you talk to me now. I'm old enough to be your mother. You better shut it down. He says, yes, Miss Corral. Yes, ma'am. Miss Ma'am. Them little raps on the side, Miss Ma'am. I said, don't ma'am me. I'll do what I want to do. I'm 50-something years old. I'll say what I mean to say.
See, again, it's all about the age. We have arrived. We're here.
We have arrived.
And we're going to be heard.
We will cut you.
With a sharp knife.
I'll have that little spoon in my... Okay, here we go. Who is your celebrity crush? Mm-hmm. Now, please, make it very frivolous and totally just physicality. Just don't do some highbrow thing. Give me something just like The Bachelor from 19, whatever, okay?
So my celebrity crush was... always growing up. I'm gonna go back to when I was a kid, David Cassidy. And David Cassidy, and Kim, you're going to be so jealous when I tell you this one. Not only was my celebrity crush as a kid, and maybe moving forward a little bit into my years as well, David Cassidy.
A little bit now. Okay. Yeah.
I had the opportunity years and years ago in the Today Show green room to give him a great big kiss.
On the lips or the cheek?
On the lips, like a great big hugger. Yep. Happily married. My husband was so proud of me. He's like,
go for it, baby. Go for it, baby. Now, I had a Sean Cassidy poster and Donny Osmond and Andy Gibb. Yes, I went there. Yes, I went there with Andy Gibb.
All of them.
And do you
Love
remember
them.
Sean Cassidy's hair? Remember he had like the look. Okay.
Of course.
Right.
Donny Osmond, Go Away Little Girl. Do you remember that song?
Yes, ma'am. Joy, we are so over 50 and fabulous. All right, here we go. Poor Zach is like, who's Donny Osmond? Anyway, here we go.
I don't relate to that at all, but I loved it.
Do you know Sean Cassidy, though? Do you
I know who Sean Cassidy is. I mean, I couldn't tell you anything about him.
Andy Gibb?
No, I don't know. I've never heard that name before in my life.
Zach, do you know Tony Orlando? And is it called Tony Orlando? Do you know that song, Tie a Yellow Ribbon?
A ribbon around the old tree.
It's been 3 long years.
Long years.
I'm just going to back out of the recording slowly.
You want me?
You know what? You millennials. Okay.
Oh,
look,
you got to get up. You got to get over here with us Gen Xers.
I think I'm a baby boomer. Am I a baby boomer?
You're not a boomer. No, not a boomer. What? No, you're not a boomer.
I just turned 60. I'm not sure. Okay.
You're not a boomer. No, you're right.
I don't think
it's
you're
Gen
there.
X.
You're on the cusp.
Okay. If you knew Madonna rolling on the floor like a virgin on MTV, you are not a
I knew
boomer.
Madonna. Yes.
I had the bracelets. Okay, here we go. Last question. Well, no, second to last question. And please make it, again, I'm so proud of you because most people who do their celebrity crush, they go really highbrow. You really took it. You took it real
George
for me.
Clooney.
Yeah. Okay, we want somebody that. We want somebody
At least
that
it
you
wasn't
made
Ryan
out.
Reynolds. Let's just say that.
Nothing against
right
George. George, we love you. Call me. I'm just saying we wanted somebody you made out with your stuffed animal with, when you were young. That's what we loved.
Actually, do you know who a major celebrity crush is also? Coach Eric Taylor from Friday Night Lights.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
It's got to be from Friday Night Lights. Like
that's what I know.
I can't even watch him in anything else. Do you know that Connie came on to promote? She came on the Today Show to promote Nashville, and I couldn't even look at her. I'm like, no, you're married to Coach Eric Taylor. Don't even tell me you're on another show.
Just evil. Evil. No, I love this. Tim Riggins on Friday Night Lights for me.
Okay, that is a celebrity crush. That is a good one.
That was a bad boy. I probably could change you. I'm telling you.
But you know what, though? I would give you Tim, and I would take Coach Taylor.
Okay, you are a good girlfriend. And I'm a good girlfriend to the bad boy. Here we go. What is your favorite junk food? Salty and sweet. And I want it so junky that you are like, I have not had this in 17 years. And I probably, if I had it, I would just like go into a food coma. Salty and sweet.
Okay, so salty would definitely be like pizza with ooey gooey extra cheese, thin crust. Absolutely love it. Love pizza.
Pepperoni.
No, I don't eat red meat. I don't eat red meat. So it would have vegetables on it. I really honestly do like the vegetables on it. But it would have like ooey gooey amazing cheese, and it would be thin crust. So that would be my salty, my savory. When it comes to sweet, it would be a tie between thin, crunchy sugar cookies and melty vanilla ice cream. And I also have to throw like Cabernet wine in there. It's not sweet, but I just love a great, I'm not going to say glass. I love a great bottle of wine. And I'm going to tell you something else. Kim, it's not, you said that you haven't eaten in 17 years. Here's my mantra. I live by a 90-10 food philosophy. I go out of my way to eat healthy 90% of the time, and I allow myself wiggle room 10% of the time. So what that means is 10% of the time, in real time, I eat pizza. I eat ice cream. I have my cookies. I drink my wine. And I don't think that anybody needs an all or nothing approach. So 90-10 is how I raised my kids. 90-10 is how I live my life. And it could be a day to day. It could be a week to week, like however you want to define that. But I also think it removes the deprivational piece. It just allows you to feel like nothing is your last sort of splurge meal of your life. I think it's a good rule of thumb for everybody.
Yeah, I just had my 10% today with my little dip cone. Okay, one last question.
That's right. Yeah.
Anyone that is watching right now that's saying, it's too late, Joy. I'm past the point of no return. I have so much weight to lose. I have been eating terrible. My food noise is so out of control. My mindset is not right. My heart is not in the right place. I don't have any hope for my health and wellness for my future.
I say this from a track record, and I say this boldly from an amazing amount of truth behind the statement. It is never, ever too early or too late to start taking care of your health and having it pay off magnificently. And I say this because you can start with kids super young. We know that. But I have worked with people in their 70s, 80s, and 90s who feel significantly better than they ever had in their whole entire life. And I get the goosebumps right now, and I could start to well up because I have actual people in my head who have completely transformed their life just by starting small. You know, we talked about these weekly goals that's starting to add up, and they started slowly but continuously and impressively losing weight and improving their health and feeling significantly and dramatically better than they ever had in their entire life. And, you know, it's that saying, you will not only gain years, you will not only add years to your life, but life to each and every year. And so I tell people listening, no matter how far in the black hole you feel that you are right now, you can slowly and confidently climb your way out of it. I'm telling you that. So start small, but please start today. Whatever age you're at is the perfect age to start making changes.
All right, everybody, you heard her. You can connect with Joy across all social platforms, on Instagram, on Facebook, at Joy Bauer. She's got a fantastic free health resource and free recipes at her website, joybauer.com. And make sure you check out her new brand new 50 plus multivitamins and protein muffins at bejoyly.com. That's BEJOYLY.com. Now, they're not out yet, but you can go ahead and just sign up for her newsletter, and she's going to let you know when everything drops. Joy, you've got to come back and be with us. It's like we are BFFs.
I feel like that too. Thank you for saying that.
Too.
Oh my gosh.
I'm
and really,
serious.
I would love for you and Zach to come over here. Maybe one day you'll come over here and we could do your podcast from my kitchen, and I'll set out like a whole big feast for you guys. You could taste test. We could weigh in. We could send everybody the recipe links. That would be fun.
I would love that.
Oh my gosh, Joy, I have your new book title. Are you ready?
What is it?
The Bauer Buffet. That's it. Right
yes!
Here.
Oh.
Yes, Joy and Kim.
Well, if it's an all-you-can-eat buffet, I'm down like 4 flat tires. Count me in.
I'm down like 4 flat tires. Do you just think of these things off the top of your head?
I am so country and it's a little bit redneck that you never know what's going to come out.
I love it. I love it all.
Too.
I love you, Mama. The best. Love you back. Bye, everyone.
Love you, Joy. Bye, girl. My mother is going to call me and say, what are you talking about?
Once she called me and she was like, am I really that bad? I was like, I don't even know what I said. Like that was, and I was like, I don't.
Are you able to hear like the occasional beeps in my ear?
I'm not hearing any beeps.
Perfect. No. Okay. You know what happens? Like I shut everything off, do not disturb, got out of Outlook and whatever. And for some reason, the beeps still find me. But as long as you're not hearing them, we're all good.
Joy is haunted by the beeps. Okay, Joy, you ain't right in the head. I love you. If you like this episode, here's another one I think you're going to love. Zach, how long am I going to have to point at this? Is this enough?
Don't ever cut something out. If you cut something out, then you crave it and you binge it and you end up in a worse place than when you started. Cut it back. People ask me all the time, how many carbs a day do you eat? And I have no idea. My doctor even gets more aggressive with it. He says, that's a silly question, David. He said, you could keep a food diary and approximate, but you're never going to know exactly. He said, I want you to listen to 4 things.
This is the Kim Bauer Show.
Let's just want to spill the tea.
This is one of the realest persons I've ever met.
My mission is to encourage every single woman. We're here to lift y'all up.
There's no one more effective than moms.
You mess with the bull, you gonna get the horns.
I need coffee, I need Jesus, and I need therapy.
If you can bring bring a smile to people's faces, why would you not?
True confidence is knowing who you are and why you're here.
Hey, everybody, this is the Kim Gravel Show. And this season, we are going to be leveling up our lives, stepping into our purpose, and we're going to do it together. And today, you're going to be so inspired because our guest, Zach, is David Venable. He is one of the premier hosts on QVC. I mean, he's been there, I think, 30-something years.
He's QVC royalty.
He's royalty. But only that, I mean, he's just made such a huge life transformation. He's lost over 71 pounds. Let me tell you, David has sold over 800,000 books. I can't tell you how many millions and millions of dollars he has sold on QVC, on the QVC platform. And he just recently lost 71 pounds and has kept it off for over a year and counting. I mean, that is, when you hear his story, Zach, about how he took control of his life and just said, and his health, and said, I'm going to do this. It's inspiring.
Yeah. And I think, and he's inspired a lot of people along the way, hasn't he?
Right. Yeah. I mean, he does it every week. And I like, he has this message of being, you know, taking care of ourselves and being responsible for our own health. But also, I love the fact, watching his story, it inspires me personally because we do have some control over our health and our well-being and our energy and our becoming our best selves. And I think that's what David really has shown us through his journey. And that's why we go through the things we go through, y'all, is to encourage each other and lift each other up. And so, you know, if you want to feel better about who you are, if you want a little motivation to step out of your comfort zone, if it's lose a little weight, if it's start a new career, if you're wanting to just go to the next level in your life, you have to stay tuned and watch and listen to David Venable and his journey and his weight loss journey and his health journey. And you're going to hear that right after this.
Hey, y'all, it's Kim Gravel here. And I got a question for you. Are you ready to level up your life? Are you tired of having all the self-doubt? Well, if you are, I've got a confidence quiz you've got to take, because no matter where you are in the journey of your life, right now is where you start to be everything you were meant to be. So head on over to kimgravel.com to find out how confident you really are. Let's go. Okay. QVC royalty is on today's show, and I mean that because the one and only David Venable is on the pod, Zach.
David Venable.
Oh my gosh. David, I'm just going to tell everybody, he's the host of the QVC popular show In the Kitchen with David, many other shows. He has some new block of summer programming coming to QVC. It's launching today. We're here to talk to you, David. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. You know how much I adore you.
Listen, the feeling is totally mutual. Okay, David, everybody, I just want to jump into what I want to talk to you about, because you look amazeballs.
Oh.
You look so hot. You look so slim and trim. I mean, you've been working out. You've been slimming down, 71 pounds down and holding. That's what I want to talk to you about today. I'm sorry. Everybody's going to want to know your secrets and how you got there. Tell me, what in the world, David? Because everybody knows you. You're famous.
Well, I mean, in the world of pots and pans and food, I am famous. Outside of that, probably nothing. But it's important to know regular visits to your doctor are so critical. I'm a big fan of partnering with your physician, not just sitting and being a passive participant in your health. And so when I went in for my physical after the exam, my doctor said, "Would you step in my office? I'd like to talk to you." I was like, "Oh boy, I know what's coming." So we went into his office and we sat down. He's about my age and he's been my doctor for more than 20 years. And he said, "David, would you agree with me you're carrying too much weight?" I said, "Oh, absolutely." He said, "You've shared with me your family history. I'm worried about you." He said, "I know that so much of what you have and are ripe for developing, your parents have had. Your dad passed when he was 70, had a spate of health issues. And so he said, I think it's time to lose the weight." And he said, "Would you agree with me that it's time?" And I said, "Yes, sir." I said, "What would you suggest?" He said, "I think low carb and low sugar." I think it's probably going to be the best and most effective way for you to do that. And I said, well, how do I go about that? Does that mean pizza? And he laughed and said, yes. I mean, I was making pizza.
What? Pizza has carbs?
Well,
pizza has carbs,
pizza has
David?
white carbs, right? And white carbs convert to sugar, and then sugar converts to fat. And this is just a vicious cycle that all repeats on itself. So he said, I don't have a lot of advice for you. I'm going to turn you loose on the internet. I want you to educate yourself. I want you to read labels. I want you to, if you have any questions, I want you to text me. And I want you to, and then if I don't know the answer, I'll look it up. He said, initially, I want you to lose 40 pounds. And that sounded like that sounded like 400 pounds to me. It sounded like a lot.
Right.
And so I thought to myself, okay, being a naturally curious person, I'm just going to go home and I'm going to get on the internet and start to research this. Well, once I did, I realized there was this whole community of people that ate low carb and low sugar. Lots of people that did videos on YouTube. Now, a lot of people say, well, David, are you now keto? And I'm not 100% keto. I use a lot of their recipes because it applies to my low sugar, low carb lifestyle. But I don't subscribe to every one of the points of a keto purist, right? And so I kind of made my own way. And so after about the first 8 days or so, I was down about 7 pounds. And I thought, oh my word, this is working, right? And so, but I was only eating a few things because I'd only researched a few things and I was struggling with variety. And what I was finding is that I didn't want to stray from the path because what I was doing was working. But I found myself eating the same things day in and day out. And I was like, this got more of a life than this, right?
I know.
So I started venturing out and started doing some trial and error, started ordering some snacks and started listening to my body. You know, our bodies are powerful communicators.
They are.
When we like something, they tell us when we're in trouble. We don't always listen, but they are always communicating with us, right? And my body was telling me forever, David, you're carrying too much weight. It's hard on our organs. It's hard on our joints. Why are you doing this to us? But the mac and cheese tasted too good. And the pizza was too great, right?
Come on with it.
And so I was just eating because it tasted good going down. Not that I felt good after it was over, and then COVID comes. And we're still on the air at QVC, and I'm stressed about COVID. And I come home and I would eat something, get home at 11:30, 12:30 at night. And then I would eat the whole kitchen and something terrible for me. And then I'd go to bed and wonder why I was having terrible dreams and wasn't sleeping well while I was gaining weight, right? So it was not unusual to me. I realized what was happening, but it was just like, it was like a bus accident. You couldn't look away. And it just kept happening and kept happening until finally I had this wake-up call with the doctor on February 3rd, 2022. And he said, it's time for us to do something about this. And he's long said to me, he said, David, you are nothing if not compliant. He said, I ask you to do something and you do it. You don't go halfway.
Oh, and that's so hard.
It is hard.
You leaned in.
It's a journey, right?
It is. So was it the fear of what was like? What made you? Because I mean, I've had my doctor say the same stuff to me, and it hadn't triggered me yet. I'm still praying about it, David. But like, what was it that made you go? Now's the time. I'm doing this.
Well, I think my family history, because so much of what was wrong in my family is hereditary. So high blood pressure, high cholesterol, high blood sugar, all those kinds of things. And so I realized that I was already predisposed to things that were not good for me. I knew what I was doing that was wrong. And I work on television and I kept buying larger clothes. I wouldn't tuck my shirts in because I looked like stuffed sausage in my clothes. I dreaded photo shoots because I knew that I had to stuff myself into clothing. And I didn't feel good about myself. I knew I didn't look good.
You didn't feel good.
And so, and if I was honest with myself, I didn't feel good in my own skin. I didn't feel physically good.
Yes.
The mac and cheese tasted good going down, but then after I ate it, I felt like a big slug, right? So, I thought, he's telling me this. My mom, who is a retired healthcare professional, took me by both hands back in the early part of 22. And she said,
and we love her.
I want you to promise me you'll do something about your weight. So she was telling me, the doctor was telling me, I knew in loud voices I needed to do this. And so I just decided one day, okay, I'm going to start, but I'm going to start slowly. I always tell people when I have a chance to interact with customers, don't ever cut something out. If you cut something out, then you crave it and you binge it and you end up in a worse place than when you started. Cut it back. People ask me all the time, how many carbs a day do you eat? And I have no idea. My doctor even gets more aggressive with it. He says, that's a silly question, David. He said, you can keep a food diary and approximate, but you're never going to know exactly. He said, I want you to listen to 4 things. Listen to your body. Trust your blood work, which I have done every 3 months. Look at the scale. I weigh myself every day because it's motivation for me. And 4th, he said, I want you to listen to me. if all 4 of those things are working, he said, you're okay. And all 4 of those things are great. I went back to see him 3 weeks in to my journey because he wanted to check on me and see how I was doing, wanted to see me in person. So I walked in, and the first thing they do in my doctor's office is they weigh you. Well, the same nurse that had weighed me 3 weeks prior weighed me again, and I was 27 pounds down. And she said, David, I'm sorry, the scale is broken. Yeah, she said,
the scale's broken.
She said,
David, no, you can't just fly over that. Say that again.
I mean, 3 weeks in, I was 27 pounds down. I mean, I took this very seriously. And I know everyone loses weight at different rates, and men as opposed to women and the whole 9 yards. But I was like,
yeah, but still.
But if I was going to do this, I was going to do it right.
You must have known. You weigh yourself every day. Did you walk in there with like a swagger?
I was excited to go to the doctor. I was like, I'm going to go to the doctor and tell him I'm 27 pounds down. So,
I'll take the scale.
But the nurse didn't know this, right? And so she puts me on the scale and she says, David, I'm sorry, the scale is broken. We're going to have to try another scale. And I looked at her and I said, no, it's not. She said, what do you mean? I said, I would knock you down for a pizza. And she went,
I'd cut you.
She was like, okay, so the weight is right. I'm going to leave the room because you're scaring me a little bit. And so, and then the doctor poked his head in before the exam. He said, I just had to see you. He said, I'm so proud of you. He said, all the people in the front office want to know what it is you're doing. And so he came in and he gave me the exam and he said, David, you're great. And I said, you know what's interesting to me, doctor, is that the customers haven't noticed yet. He said, wait till you're 40 pounds down. He said, are you wearing your clothes differently? I said, not really. He said, wait till you start wearing things that are a bit more fitted. Wait till you start tucking in your shirt. Wait till you're down about 40 pounds and then let me know what they're saying. Well, then gradually people on the air started to notice. Now, everyone
I noticed immediately.
With fear there it is, right? That picture on the left was taken the day I left the doctor's office.
David!
I left the doctor's office and I had the presence of mind to snap a picture in the car. That was me when I left the doctor's office on February 3rd, 2022. The picture on the right is February 3rd, 2023, 71 pounds down. And those pants, I lost 5 inches on my waist. I came down a shirt size, the whole 9 yards. It was incredible. And people say, well, it must be so great buying smaller clothes and you must be so happy with the way you look. And I'm like, that's a side benefit to me. Because what keeps me motivated is how I feel. I can climb stairs and not be winded. I can walk long distances. I can park further away from the grocery store, knowing that I'm not going to have any issue walking all that way because I'm not going to stop and catch my breath and all those kinds of things. And it feels great to feel great.
So that was how long? How was that? How many months was that?
So 40 pounds, I was down in a couple of months. down 40 pounds. So the doctor says to me, how do you feel about going to 70? Well, that was only 30 more pounds at that point. And I thought to myself, sure, why not? So I had my foot to the floor. I had the pedal to the metal. I was conscious of everything that I was eating. And so when I got to 70 pounds down around the end of July or August of 2022, I thought, how do I stop? Because all I've been focused on is losing the weight. How do I ease up on the gas?
Right. Because it does take focus. It does take extreme. It's almost like your whole mind has to be in that mindset. You know what I'm saying? But so now are you that focused? What did you do?
Well,
I mean, and now are you freer with it?
What's happened is my body has adjusted to it, right? And so if I eat too many carbs or too much sugar now, my body lets me know in loud voices. Ooh. I don't feel well. I feel bloated. I feel like, this was a mistake. So that keeps me honest. Our viewers keep me honest because they don't want me to fail. They don't want me to fail. I don't want to fail. And when they tell me they're inspired by me and they're losing weight because of me.
Oh, yeah.
True inspiration. It's an honor. It's a responsibility. And I get all that. So so when I was down 70 pounds, I began to look at what I was eating. I was like, all right, so now I need to maintain this. I don't have to be so hard focused on losing the weight. I need to maintain it. And I maintained it now almost a year. I'm still 71 pounds down and it has stayed that way. So low carb and low sugar, I've gotten more inventive. Customers have been asking me, please share your low carb and low sugar recipe.
When are you? That's my next question. When are you going to do the next cookbook? I see the next cookbook.
That's a question I get a lot. And those are questions that have to first come from QVC management, and we haven't had that conversation yet.
Well, I'm telling them right now, have the conversation. Zach, can you tell I've lost a little weight?
You look great, Kim. And it's not just that color, which looks amazing on you, by the way.
Have you tried your Factor meals yet?
Oh my God. I got this huge box full of Factor meals and I was like, am I going to eat all of this? And then I ate all of it.
It's so good because it's fresh. It's fresh food. And it's like prepared by a chef. It is so yummy. Mine are gone. I'm waiting on my next box. The kids love it. Travis loves it.
My parents visited and they ate 2 of them and I was mad at them.
Well, Zach, I've been looking for something because I'm so busy and just like you, just like everybody, on the go, the kids, and here it's spring, and I wanted swimsuit season's coming up, for the love of God. And I just wanted to, really have the convenience because we're a drive-through family. I mean, we would just go through drive-throughs every night. And now we don't have to because the Factor meals are so yummy. There's so much variety, Zach. I'm telling you, if everybody listening wants to try something that's convenient and it's cheaper than takeout and something that's healthy for you, prepared by chefs, over 35 different meals to choose from. They even have breakfast. So if you're looking for something like Zach and I that's convenient, that's yummy, that's good, that like people are going to steal, so be careful to lock your Factor meals up. Try Factor. It is really 550 calories or less.
For me, I am in love with the sun-dried tomato chicken. It's so good.
So good. There's not a meal I've had that I have not loved. So if you are interested in living this spring, healthy, fresh foods, chef prepared, Factor is for you. Head over to factormeals.com/Kim50 and use the code Kim50 to get 50% off your first box. You will not be disappointed. That's code Kim50 at factormeals.com/Kim50 to get 50% off of your first box. Try the sun-dried tomato chicken. So good. If you know me, I love quiet time, devotional time, meditation, and Headspace is an app that really helps you improve that mental well-being. It has guided meditations, mindfulness practices, breathing and calming exercises. It reduces stress, boosts your mood, and even helps you sleep better. So Headspace combines the scientifically proven benefits of mindfulness with modern practices. So it's experienced teachers, customized, personalized approaches, y'all. I'm telling you, if you just need that exhale moment in your life, Headspace is an app you want to download. It has the world's largest library with over 1,000 hours of clinically proven mindfulness exercises. Sometimes, y'all, we just need to exhale, take that deep breath.
Oh my gosh, Kim, let me tell you how obsessed I am with Headspace, okay? I am started to use it every single day. I just am so in love with the fact that they have these like really short little like 5-minute or sometimes 2 or 3 minute exercises that you can do. Literally, like you can do stretching and exercising, you can do meditation. And I find myself in the middle of the workday just like not really wanting to, just not feeling motivated, right? And I'll put on Headspace and I'll just like calm myself down, or I'll do an exercise, and it just is so invigorating.
Just calms you right down. Yeah.
Yeah, it calms me right down, and I love it so much. It's become part of my everyday routine. It's become part of my sleep routine. It is so great, and I'm so glad that I have Headspace in my life.
Headspace has helped more than 100 million people worldwide, and they can help you too. Listen up. You do not want to miss this opportunity. I've arranged something very special for a limited time where you can try Headspace free. That's right, for 60 days by going to headspace.com/Kim60day. Okay, that's going to headspace.com/Kim60day, and you get 60 days for free. You won't find this offer anywhere else. So you got to use this link though. Head over to headspace.com/Kim60day to unlock all the free goodies. I'm telling you, it's going to change the way you sleep, the way you think, the way you exhale and just breathe. Now, this is not something they normally do. So go on over there today to get 60 days for free. Headspace.com/Kim60day. Enjoy. I know I sure did. What if someone's listening right now doesn't feel great about themselves or doesn't know how to start or get motivated? What advice do you have for them?
I always say that you didn't gain weight overnight, you're not going to lose it overnight. We don't cross the mountain in a single bound unless we're Superman, right? So every journey begins with one step. You just have to decide you're going to do things differently. It's a journey. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So what we're doing is we're finding out things about ourselves day by day by day. I was famous for saying in the early going that I had hungrier days than others, right? And Kim, I've heard you say many times you love to eat. So do I.
I love to eat.
It's one of those things. But you know what? It's about eating differently and about eating things.
It is.
And then also partnering with your doctor because, when you go low carb and low sugar, that means you can have higher fat unless your cholesterol is in trouble. And that's why it's important to have the blood done every 3 months, right?
But you know what, David? I'm hearing you talk about, you're saying being your partner with your doctor. You're really saying get educated, take care of your own body. I think it's the only body we got, right? I mean, this is it. I mean, this is all we have. And we need to not just trust what we've always done. We need to learn for ourselves. To me, that's the biggest takeaway. I mean, you're so educated on all this.
Well, and it took time. I had to educate myself. I wanted my doctor to give me all the answers. And he said, whole wheat pasta is not bad if you put a lot of sauce on it, is what he said to me. Hand up. That's exactly what he said to me. And I thought to myself, well, that much is true, but I need a lot more. He said, I want you to get busy on the internet. So I did. And I learned a lot. And what I always tell the customers is what has worked for me may not work for you. It's important for you to listen.
Everybody's different.
Listen to your own body. Everyone's journey will be unique. But I can tell you this, every journey has to start. And the journey never ends. And I always say to the customers, even though I'm at my goal weight, I'm spending every day maintaining it. I know what's important. Yes. I know what I can eat, what I can't eat. Just recently, I went with our buyers to a trip to Le Creuset's U.S. headquarters in Charleston, South Carolina. And after our meeting, they took us to a local eatery in Charleston that is known for fried chicken. Now, I haven't had fried chicken in over a year and a half. And the whole table with fear and trembling looks at me and says, David, what are you going to order? And I'm like, I'm in Rome. I'm going to order the fried chicken, right?
Fried chicken?
Yeah. So it was the first piece of fried chicken I'd had in a year and a half. And I thought, you know what? This will be okay. I'll have one piece of fried chicken and that'll be fine. Well, I devoured it because it was the first one I'd had in a year and a half.
Sucking the bone off the marrow.
Yeah,
it was sucking the marrow out of the bone. Yeah,
the waitress came up and said, I can't take any credit for the bone marrow. And so, but, I finished it and I thought, well, yeah, it tasted good going down, but now I don't feel so great,
Right.
And and it just reinforced what I already knew. What I can eat is what I can eat. What I can't eat anymore, I should avoid. And so, people always say to me, well, don't you have cheat days? And I'm like, well, I try. And when I do, my body kind of fights back. And so it's good motivation not to have a cheat day. My doctor says, well, that's good motivation, isn't it? I was like, not exactly what I wanted to hear you say.
What's your energy level like, David? I mean, tell me because you are working, you are the hardest working gentleman in show business.
Oh, you're sweet.
I mean, you're on all the time and you're doing 4 to 5 hour stints when you're on live TV. And that, y'all, is no joke. I mean, the stamina, how has that changed for you?
It has changed tremendously. I've got newfound energy for product presentations. Even management has said to me, you seem like a different person because there's so much energy. There's so much enthusiasm. When I would have a 4-hour shift, I would groan to myself and think, oh my word, how am I going to make it through this? And of course, never saying that on the air, but thinking that, right?
But it's the feeling, your body, yeah.
Yeah, because your body is like, oh, there's no way you're going to do 4 hours. And now I'm like, 4 hours done. It's over? Yeah, it's really pretty amazing. I talk about the Dyson Hidden Dirt demo. And, that's where we vacuum a carpet that looks clean to the naked eye. Then we drop down on one knee and we open up the contents of the dustbin on a clean piece of paper.
Right.
Now, getting down wasn't such a problem when I was heavy, but getting up was really tough. I mean, climbing my big heavy behind off the floor, they had to drop to a product shot, and I would have to climb up and moan and groan.
Like, oh, Lord.
Now I just pop down and pop up. It's great,
It's great.
But it's live TV, right? And the customers began to see that and began to understand that. And they're like, now, David, you're still doing food shows. Isn't that torture? And I'm like, everything in moderation, including moderation, right? When I used to sell
that's good.
chicken and dumplings, I would hope that Lauren Edmonds would talk a lot so I could house the whole bowl. Now I have one bite and I put it down. I know what it tastes like. I know how good it is. I know on
Okay, David, stop. You can't just go past that. Everything in moderation, including moderation. What do you mean by that? I mean, that is like, that's the whole tag of this show.
I'm writing that down.
What do you mean by that?
Title.
Is so insane. You got to explain that.
Well, what that means to me is, everything you do in moderation. And then when you feel like you're overdoing the moderation, remember that moderation needs to be in moderation too, right?
Correct.
Because I think what happens is we think, well, we get down on ourselves, right? And we're like, I'm way too heavy and I'm just, my weight is contagious. I need to do something about this. And I'm not good and I'm not the good person that I think I am because I'm too heavy. No, David is still David. David was just heavier than David ought to be. And his body was telling him in loud voices, be better because you can be better.
Come on.
Yeah. And so it's just a matter of making up your mind that you're going to do it. But it's a journey. It's a one step a day kind of thing. I'm aware of everything I eat now. I listen to my body. If my body likes it, great. My body doesn't like it. I
love that.
I don't do it again. There are a lot of things that I tried that I liked a lot. Some things I tried that I didn't like at all. And I thought, well, this much was a mistake, kind of like Brussels sprouts. But it's one of those situations where you just get into a situation where you're like, I need to make a change. I know I can be better. I want to be my best self. And I'm not getting any younger. I'll be 59 in November of this year.
David, you do not look 59.
Well, I don't know what 59 is supposed to look like, but I know I felt 59.
Well, it ain't you. Yeah. It's not what you look like. I can tell you that.
People always say to me, you just look so healthy. Are you happy?
You look
happier than I've been in a long time, healthier than I've been.
I would say he's not happy. I would say pure joy. It is such a pleasure to watch you work on QVC because it's not work, first of all. We call it work just because that's what your job is, what your career is. But watching you on QVC is such a pleasure. It's such an inspiration to me because you're doing exactly what you're called to do. And and now the way you look and feel, it's just that extra, it's even extra. Like it's given you even more motivation and even more talent, success, and giftings. You know what I'm saying? They're just on display, bigger and better.
Well, it should be joyful, right? Whatever we're doing should be joyful. There's an old saying that says, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. And I know that that's not a new phrase, but it's a truthful one.
But it's a real one.
It's a truthful one.
Yeah, it's a good one.
My good friend Jane Tracy's mother used to say, sooner or later, everyone gets on their right shelf. Everyone gets on their right shelf.
Come with it.
Right? And so I couldn't do what you do. You probably couldn't do what I do. And the whole line.
So are you on the right shelf,
I'm
David?
on the right shelf. I'm right where I belong. I will have been with QVC this December 30 years. And I always knew that.
Wow.
Come on.
I always knew QVC would be a big part of my life. I never knew that it would be my whole career. And, I've worked hard for them. They have treated me well. It has been a great partnership. And people always say, well, are you going to retire now that you've been there 30 years? I plan to. No.
There's no way. You can't retire now. You're just getting
going. I
going.
always say they're going to have to throw my big, tall behind out. And everything that we're doing is joyful. And what I'm doing is joyful.
Well, I want to ask you about something that you did new last year that's joyful. That Holly and the Hot Chocolate movie that's on QVC Plus. It killed. It was so successful. But people don't know that was your idea.
Well, it was an idea I had for a long time. And I went to our then head of programming and pitched the idea. And she said, I think this is great. It's not quite time for it yet. And then a couple years go by and she comes back to me and she says, would you mind meeting with my team again and repitching that idea? Because I think we could do it on Plus. I'm like, sure. So I had this idea that, kind of like a traditional Christmas movie. There'd be a couple that finds themselves thrown together by fate. She's traveling through a small town. Her car runs off the road. The tow truck driver comes. There's some tension, and they kind of like each other, but she's kind of mad at him and the whole 9 yards. And the only
that makes for a great love story.
Right? And the only place in town for her to stay is the bed and breakfast in town, which just happens to be owned by his mother. And she wanders down to the kitchen because she can't find Wi-Fi signal, only to find the mother baking Christmas cookies. And she says, well, maybe you should have my son, who is the tow truck driver. Oh, he's your son? Maybe he should show you around town. Well, as he does, they then see all these people lined up for hot chocolate. And it's good, nice Mr. David who's giving out free hot chocolate. Well, that's where I came in, right?
That's right. You made that love connection.
Along with serendipity, we created a hot chocolate mix called David's Magical Hot Chocolate. And when she got up to the front of the line, she said, well, what is it about your hot chocolate that makes it so special? And I said, well, Holly, I think it's my secret ingredient. Like my mother before me, every cup is made with love. And you see me smile and I twinkle and my eye twinkles and the whole 9 yards. Well, they then fall in love and the whole 9 yards, and the story takes its natural flow from there. So we made the hot chocolate available. The only downside was I got terribly sick when the movie launched.
I remember.
Right around Thanksgiving of last year. And so I missed my first Black Friday in 29 years at QVC.
I remember.
So I had to call in. I sounded like a bullfrog because I think I had flu. And so, and my mom has long been a believer that if you don't listen to your body will take the rest it needs, right? And boy, it took it.
I just experienced that.
Knocked me down. So, so I called in, and it was very successful. And I had a cameo in the movie. I had two lines. Very excited, very nervous. And so, but they hired real actors. We used a small town not far from It's great.
Everybody needs to see it. So we're just looking. Have you started developing the new one for this season?
Well, I pitched a sequel idea. We're waiting to hear if it gets greenlit.
Oh, great.
It will.
Because
it will.
I want to see the two characters get married.
Let's go.
Is it also hot chocolate?
Well, there's a hot chocolate component, and I can't tell you much more than that because it'll give away the synopsis. But there is, I mean, I'll still be giving out hot chocolate, but if they're getting married, there's got to be a cake, right?
Oh, okay. We got to leave it there because if we don't,
we're going to spoil the whole story. It hasn't been greenlit.
I'm going to be hungry, and I'm trying to stay low carb too.
Girl,
so I'm right
I know,
with you. Okay,
right?
There we go.
So come on.
The struggle is real. Okay, so before we go, we have to do a fun game with you. It's a challenge. And you're going to randomly sell some items in this Zoom using 9 words that my Gen Zers, my teenage sons, use.
Oh, boy.
Okay, so Zach, are you going to pull up these words? David is a
pull
pro.
up the
I'm going to wait
words
and
right
see.
now. All right.
We did this with Jane
they
Tracy.
mean.
No, we're going to tell you what they mean.
good,
We're going to tell you what they
good.
mean. We're going to pull them up.
Okay.
So
here we go.
I have 2 teenage boys, okay? Talk about eating mac and cheese. That's all they eat. But here's the words, okay? The first one is no cap. So when someone says that's no cap, that means that's no lie.
Okay.
All right. The second one is drip, looking good, having swagger, which you have that. You have tons of drip, my
Bless
friend.
your heart.
Riz is charisma, charming, flirty.
Okay.
Vibe check, checking on how someone's doing. Look at these. This is how these get. Bussin', that's my favorite. Describes something that is great. Extra, over the top, excessive. I've been known to be called extra.
Maybe a little bit.
A little extra.
Salty.
Kim. A little extra.
Salty, being irritated, angry, or resentful. I've also been known to be a little salty. Fit check, which describes the reviewing of one's outfit, not a doctor's visit.
Okay.
And cringe is being embarrassing or awkward. Okay, Zach, what does he have to sell using these Gen Z words?
Well, all right. David, look around the room. Do you have anything in the room in front of you? A stapler, maybe?
I have it in the kitchen with David coffee mug.
I love it.
Beautiful. I love it. Wait, before you go though, David, I'm actually really curious. How many of these words have you known before this?
I knew extra, meaning over the top or excessive.
Me too.
I think I had heard of cringe, but the rest of them are new to me.
Okay, we're gonna hope that this little experience isn't cringe for you.
So how long do we want this to be? As long as it needs to be?
I'm gonna set the timer. For every correct answer, you're gonna hear, and for every when it's over, you're gonna hear.
Okay, fine.
All right.
Fine. I think I can do
All right, and
so are you gonna leave those on the screen? I hope.
Yeah,
you're going to leave them up on the screen. Try to get as many words as you can. You can say them more than once.
He's going to get... Zach, you just need to let him go, honey. These people know what they're doing.
Let's do it.
All right.
You ready, David?
I am.
All right. Ready, set.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back into In the Kitchen with David. No cap. This mug is going to be a game changer in your life. I mean, when you get up in the morning and you're looking drip, I mean, come on now. And you got it all pulled together. I mean, we're talking about a fit check. We're going to do a fit check and you're looking really, really fantastic. Then what you need is a mug to kind of bring it all home. Maybe be a little Riz with your cup. Because you're having some coffee. Not only is it making you feel alive, but it's really, really bussin'. I mean, you are in a place where you just are feeling a little extra before you even leave the house. Now, what I want you to do is get up all tired and bedraggled, acting all salty, because that's just not any way to be. What we need to do is look in the mirror, again, do that fit check, know that we are in a good place, And nobody is going to cringe when they see you coming with your In the Kitchen with David coffee mug, available right now on QVC.
Wow.
Okay. That is I'm talking about everything right there. That's a mic drop, David. I got cold chills.
Oh my goodness. I tell you what, so many people, when they find out what I do for a living, will put something in front of me and say, sell this. I mean, it is not something that I shy away from. It's not something I've never heard before. It is always something that I am able to. I've never used these words, however.
I want the cup. I'll just tell you that. All right, everybody, listen. Go check out all of David's new summer block programming. It starts today in the afternoon with David. I know we're in the kitchen with David. We're starting in the afternoon with David. Thursdays from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. May 25th through June 22nd. And June 4th, David has a live studio audience show at Studio Park, which is part of Foodie Fest. And of course, oh, honey, your live studio audience shows are epic. And don't forget to follow David on his social media, David Venable at QVC. David, love you so much, David. Come back.
Absolutely, anytime.
All right. I love you, David. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Mwah.
Well, I expect In the Kitchen.
Oh, did you just lose Kim?
I think we did.
Oh, we just lost Kim. Okay.
Do the happy dance. I can throw my hands up in the air and do like a half happy dance.
Boop, boop, boop. Boo, boo.
This whole entire time, decades, y'all, over 20 years, I was trying to lose the same weight I've just lost in 2.5 months because I was idolizing, worshiping, focusing on whatever you want to call it, the struggle in losing that weight.
This is the Kim Gravel Show.
Let's just go on and spill the tea.
This is one of the realest persons I've ever met.
My mission is to encourage every single woman. We're here to lift y'all up.
There's no one more effective than moms.
You mess with the bull, you gonna get the horns.
I need coffee, I need Jesus, and I need therapy.
If you can bring a smile to people's faces, why would you not?
True confidence is knowing who you are and why you're here.
Hey, y'all, and welcome to the Kim Gravel Show. I'm so glad you're here, and especially today, because during this entire season, we are leveling up our lives, and we're doing it together, stepping into that purpose just one step at a time. And today's show is very personal to me. Zach, we're back. We're doing it.
Here we
Welcome,
are.
Zach. Yeah, we're
Hi,
here.
Kim.
I missed you. You've had a big move.
You
You moved all the way across the country.
I'm in my new studio, Kim.
You're in your new studio, and
it looks just like the old studio.
It's just like the old studio.
You had a vacation. How does it feel? Do you feel
I went
rejuvenated?
to England. We took the kids, to Buckingham Palace.
Best British accent right now. Go.
Oh gosh. I was going to say top of the morning to you, but I think that's the Irish, isn't it?
I'll count it. That counts.
The great thing about it is when we went to England, and I took my 16-year-old and my 14-year-old and then my 52-year-old. And we traveled all over. And Amy went with us too. And so it was a trip of a lifetime, and we went everywhere. And they went to Wimbledon several days because, they're avid tennis players. But
yep.
My oldest son came back talking in a British accent. So he thinks he's British.
And I think smarter. Good for him.
It does. He sounds smarter. And I think that I should have been royal. I really do.
You've just been chasing crowns too long, Kim. I'm sorry.
I'm telling you, I told Amy, I said, Amy, I truly think I should have been some kind of royalty in some place somewhere in this world. And she goes, well, I'm telling you, you're not.
Thank you, Amy. I love Amy so much.
We got to see so many things. And of course we didn't eat because these people don't eat. I'm like, where is the Kit Kat bar? I mean, I just can't just run down and get you a pack of M&Ms. I mean, that's just not, it's like, so, the first thing we did when we got,